Hello. We're calling the meeting to order. Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Renagi.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Here.
Mayor Orgill.
Here. Councilmember Whalen, can you please lead us in the salute of the flag?
Please rise and join me in the pledge.
Sorry.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Closed session announcement. Closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the one item listed on its agenda. The mayor was recused from this item due to a conflict of interest. The council recessed from closed session at approximately 5:05 p.m. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Do we have any additions or deletions?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to mention two things on the agenda tonight. Presentation item number 3, which is the Visit Laguna Beach Centennial Update, has been removed and will be heard this Friday at the strategic planning session. And the other item was consent item number 7. It was just moved to the regular order. It's now 15.5, so will be heard after item 15.
Okay, thank you. And the appeal that will be postponed, how do you think we should proceed on that?
The council could pull, I think it's appeal item C. It's just a continuance. They could pull that before the consent
Okay,
calendar to
so
be
we'll
heard,
pull that before
to make that
consent.
decision.
Okay, well, we'll drop down to presentations and we're going to give some awards out for years of service for some of our city employees. So I'll come down and read the list and ask the folks to come up and get their succulent. The City of Laguna Beach is proud to recognize and celebrate full-time employees who have reached a milestone year of service and employment with the city during the fourth quarter of the 2025 calendar year. So I'll read your name, and if you could come up, please. Nancy Cordoza. Thank you. Jenny Jones. Jenny Jones. Sherry Yar Khan. Matthew Kilroy. Thank you. That's from our Community Development Department. Would you like to continue through all the departments then? Okay, great. Transit and Community Services, Krista Crago. Police, Daniel Gogiano. Public Works and Utilities, Carrie Harding. This next recipient is celebrating 5 years of service with the city. Christine Gallagher, Kirsten. The next recipient, 10 years of service with the city, Louis Gonzalez. Thanks, Louis. And the final recipient, I believe this is probably a record here. And this guy means a lot to me. I've known him the whole time before he had wife and children. And congratulations, Tony. Yeah.
Anthony, stay up there. We're, we're taking extra pictures of Anthony because it's 35 years. Anthony's family, could you join them? Join them up front?
Congratulations. Hey, how are you? Yep. Yeah.
Okay, the second presentation is the Green Business Certification Recognitions.
Who's doing that?
Excuse me?
Who's doing that one? These folks out.
No. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for being so patient while I made my way up. I'm here tonight. We are proud to recognize 14 local businesses that have achieved certification or recertification through the California Green Business Network, including several businesses that earned the program's highest distinction, the innovator level. The Green Business Certification Program is administered locally through the city's franchise agreement with CR&R and supports Laguna Beach's long-standing commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainability. Certified green businesses meet established best practices for conserving energy and water, reducing waste, preventing pollution, and using environmentally responsible products. Innovator-level businesses go a step further than that. They exceed standard certification requirements by demonstrating leadership, innovation, and long-term commitment to sustainability. These businesses often integrate sustainability into their core operations and adopt forward-looking environmental policies. We are honored to recognize the following green businesses this evening, including those achieving innovator level certification. I do ask, however, that we please hold all applause to the very end. So for the innovator level, we have The Ranch Laguna Beach, Hawk and Company LLC, Pure Design House. For the green business certification, we also have Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce, Little Free Birds, Experience Divine Vibes, Laguna Beach Books, Emerald Business Solutions, Eco Wash SoCal, Laguna Beach Board of Realtors, Dollface Beauty, Catmosphere, Frederick H.R. Rubel Jewelers, and Amina. So with that, I'd like to invite those that are being recognized tonight to come up for a photo with the mayor. Thank you for your leadership, your innovation, and your commitment to protecting Laguna Beach's natural environment. Congratulations to all of tonight's recognized green businesses.
Hi, how are you? You don't have.
Wait a minute, we have one more person. Hey, trees. Green, and say green too. Couple, work a couple different poses.
We seem to have lost a couple members of our council. We'll give them a couple more minutes before we move on to public comments.
When's that window when we can talk about items that aren't on the agenda?
He'll open it after the presentation. You'll know, he'll be on you. He'll be alive. Actually, there's one. Oh, like a pen.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, we'll move on to public comment. May I ask anybody who plans on speaking to raise their hand, please, during public comment? Okay, great. First speaker, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mayor, city council members, and city leadership team. I'm here tonight wearing my Sister Cities hat and welcoming some of my, Tony, get up here, Chris and Deb, get up here. We're very excited. This seems like old news because it's from November of last year, but with Christmas, the holidays, travel schedules, sports schedules, we have some very exciting news. This was a great collaboration in November. As you know, every year for the last 5 years, we've come up to talk about YAS. YAS is, I have to look it up, Young Artists and Authors Showcase. Since Sister Cities is involved with Sister Cities International, this is an opportunity that comes about every year. Fabiola Kinder, one of our members, has organized this every single year, and we've been pretty lucky to find some great talent and some wonderful winners that went on to win globally. We're passing around an article right now, happens to be Stu News. Stu News and Indy gives us great coverage, but you'll see in that article, which was published November 28th, that 1,000 entries were made internationally. And we have 2 students that won for our community, put a big spotlight on Laguna Beach, and we're so excited to introduce them this evening. One of them is a rather unique story. Well, they're both unique stories. One, Shane, would you walk up here, please? Shane is in the 10th grade, and Shane's sister, Skylar, has been a previous winner. So talent runs in their family. The other winner is Oscar Rogowski. Oscar, will you step up here? Gentlemen, you want to show your artwork to both the audience and to the council, please? Oscar is a student at LCAD, and he did not make the age limit because the age limit for Yaz is 13 to 18. So what did he do? He went around it and said, well, I won't go the local Laguna Beach Sister Cities. I'll just go straight to the international one. And look at this marvelous work. This gentleman, I'm going to let him tell his story real quick. Tell the story.
So I made this piece during the time of the election because I felt that everyone was so divided during that time, and I wanted to bring like unity back. So that's how I came across this art piece.
And his sister won one year, but couldn't come to pick up the award. He came and was inspired to go and do it himself. So hopefully we'll see more of the DiMaggio family in the next couple of competitions. We couldn't do it without you, but what made this so special in November is the exhibit that went on with 25 students that came from our sister city in Fuji Lakes, Japan. They came, Lamb set the exhibit stage for them. They went on to experience what a typical day in Laguna Beach is when it comes to the arts. They went to the Sawdust Festival, Winter Fantasy. They went to Laguna Tunes, which performed at the high school. And then, because one of our members, Eva Evans, who's also an artist, had nothing to do, she had 25 students and chaperones at her home for dinner afterwards. It was a really wonderful experience. They were entrenched with the opportunity of understanding what goes on in Laguna Beach. And none of this would have happened if it hadn't been for Michelle Monda, who said, oh, Fabiola's gone for the holidays. Let me put this together. So Michelle, thank you. She pulled the museum together, the Sawdust together, made sure it all happened and all the students got the recognition. But again, none of this would happen if it wasn't for the leadership that comes from City Council, Visit Laguna Beach, and the lodging establishments that in fact give us the grant for our signature event, the Fête de la Musique, which will be celebrating 19 years. Yaz will start enrollment in the next week. So if you have talented students out there that write, or make music, or do beautiful artwork, please have them enroll. And I want to say special thanks to a group, and that is the Laguna Beach County Water District. They took immediate confidence in this particular program, Yaz, and they've sponsored the winning monies every single year for the last 5 years, and we'll hope they'll do it for the 6th. But I want to say special thank you, and do you guys have anything to say? Does anybody have anything to add? Show it so it's in there. This is so beautiful. Thank you. This is our talent, ladies and gentlemen, and they're putting the big spotlight on our beautiful town.
Thank you.
We do a quick photo
Sure.
with you. Thank you. Get up.
One old council?
We'll do one with you first, and then we'll get up there. Michelle, Jean, Tony, Will, Debbie, and Chris, get up here.
We all have to stop. Go on.
That photo will be seen in Japan. Thank you so much. I got this words. Thank you. It starts with we can show it. Thank you. See you. That's perfect. Thank you so much.
All of that.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council, Brittany Ganson with the Laguna Beach Chamber. I just wanted to say how excited we are for tomorrow evening's annual board installation at Mozambique. We hope to see all of you there. Of course, Mayor, we will definitely see you there. 5:30 p.m. I'm really looking forward to introducing our 3 new board members and just enjoying the community for the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving faster than I anticipated. Thank you to City Council, Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager. My name is Steve Goldstein. I'm a resident at 28861 Top of the World Drive and owner of 28861 Shady Place, both located in Old Top of the World. Unfortunately, I can't be here later this evening when the undergrounding proposal is coming up, but I wanted to at least express my support. I think it is a
Excuse me?
definite, yes.
That's an agenda item that's coming up.
Yes, unfortunately, I can't be there for that. I just wanted to state my support, but I have a separate topic that I'd like to address. if that's
Okay, separate topic? That's
Yes.
great.
This is with regard to the submission I made in January 11th regarding potential ambiguities pertaining to the city's view protection ordinance and the view protection ordinance with regard to ADUs that are constructed after 2016. And I just wanted to find out if there's anything that I can do to move this issue forward. If you did not see my submission, basically the way that the ordinance reads, it could create a situation where an ADU that was not subject to design review could apply for view protection for new views at the detriment to neighbors who are looking for protection through vegetation. So I'm hoping that at some point the city can visit this issue and potentially address that ambiguity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Council. My name is Kathy Yurka, and I serve on the Heritage Committee. At your November meeting, you talked about the city's Mills Act process, and I was very happy to see that there was consensus among council that it needs, I think tweaking is maybe too weak a word, but it needs review and it needs some changes. It was a little bit confusing about whether this process will be whether the Heritage Committee will be allowed to participate in that process, whether this is going to happen at staff level. The staff member at our meeting last night didn't know. I would urge you to include Heritage in this process. We are the ones who evaluate the applications. 2 of the members actually help their clients with historic projects and have a sense of what the Mills Act entails. I don't think you should shut out your experts in this review. I did want to point out to a concern, and I am actually speaking for the committee based on our discussion last night. We reviewed some of the decisions on council. One regarded a Mills Act contract where the committee had unanimously recommended as the only thing that the applicant had to do besides besides maintenance was to remove a really bad and incompatible window from the front facade and replace it. Unbeknownst to us, the property owner expressed to staff that they didn't want to do it. Staff spoke with the consultant. The consultant, as the report read, said, it's fine for the Mills Act to leave it. I don't even know what that language means. And the recommendation brought to you was not to include the window. We are we spend so much time debating and discussing this. This was the one thing where we really had an item that we thought was crucial. We all agreed. And then to have it evaporate without any knowledge, without it coming back to us, we could have reheard it. It just seemed very disrespectful and inappropriate. It's hard for me to imagine that happening on other committees. A similar thing happened with Truly Pizza. We had recommended that the trellises, one of the trellises be pushed back a little. As a reminder, the restaurant seats 100 people. They have 5 parking spaces. And that is okay because they are a historic building. We thought that historic building should maybe be a little more visible. Truly Pizza didn't want to do that. We heard them, but we made our recommendation anyway to the Planning Commission. It's okay for the Planning Commission to decide against us. What we objected to was a staff report that did not advocate for our position. It just threw our arguments out and just said the owner doesn't want to do it, so we're recommending that you move forward with their original plans. I'd like our committee to get some more respect. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Steve Cullen. I live in San Clemente. And as you guys heard today, Laguna Beach Hospital will close in or before 2030. My objections to the hospital closing and the impact on this community can't be scratched in a few hours, let alone a few minutes, but I just wanted to make a few points. When San Clemente Hospital closed, it was a bitter fight. Hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, and it was ugly, and it lasted 3 years, and I am not advocating that. When Seth was here earlier, he mentioned that they want to envision what the hospital will look like 4 years from now, but you have to keep in mind it will not be a hospital. They are going to sell you a shiny new penny. It is going to be beautiful, and there will be outpatient occupational therapy and physical therapy and radiology and surgery and just all this wonderful shit, but it will not have an emergency room. It will not have operating rooms. It will not be open 24 hours. It will not accept Medi-Cal. It will not be a hospital. They will parade a number of people in front of you over the next year suggesting that not everybody needs a hospital. Well, 1 in 10 people with chest pain are actually having a heart attack, so really 90% of those folks didn't need an emergency room. However, you need somebody who's skilled at deciding which of the 1 in 10 is having the heart attack. So really all 10 of those people need an emergency room. Seth was not wrong when he said that California can't have a standalone ER, and we did fight for that along with Assemblyman Breaux and State Senator Pat Bates. Up in Sacramento and down here, we fought hard and we did not win that fight. But just because they cannot have a standalone emergency room does not relieve them of their obligation to this community. You cannot just accept that they are making a financial decision as a business, because they're not just a business. They are a nonprofit organization and they have a responsibility to this community. So while I'm not suggesting that you take up arms and have a confrontation with Providence tomorrow, what I am suggesting is you not simply accept what they're doing, that you stand up and say, you know what, this is a terrible idea, and there are other ideas, there are better ideas. There is money in this community, and even though they're looking at what would be $200 or $300 million to retrofit the hospital, if they put a couple of $100 million in a bucket, I wouldn't be surprised if we can find money to match that. And then $350 million to bring that up to a state-of-the-art facility is not a lot of money, especially when you consider that it's a third of what we're spending at the main campus. This is a $31 billion organization. So I'm just advocating that you guys say, no, 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 this does not sound like we want to do, and we need to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Amy Van Newland and I am a nurse at the hospital. I just wanted to make sure that the community is getting this information more than just here with the city council, that they have a right to vote whether or not they have an acute care hospital available to them. I second everything that Dr. Cullen just shared with you. We've known through the hospital for probably about 1.5 years that these changes are coming, just not exactly what they were. I'm hoping for transparency, and I'm hoping you can help us find that. I personally have had family 7 different times in our ER since December. So one of which was my husband. He had to be moved to Mission Viejo because we didn't have an ENT available to take care of him at Laguna. I think advocating for not just a hospital, but getting back to the hospital we've always had there would be the best for Laguna. Thank you.
Thank you.
I suspect there's some people who don't know why we have a hospital. But what we know is the chief of police was shot and he died, and then we got a hospital. Well, we need to think about what we're doing for our residents, because how's the traffic doing? Where are you going to go if it's an emergency? How can we let something like this happen? I've often wondered about that building and the cost of the retrofit. There's a cost for retrofitting a hospital, but if the last 2 stories were senior housing or something else, that may have a different price tag on it for that kind of thing. But to even consider leaving everyone in Laguna, how far? Maybe 40 minutes to Hogue? How far is it to Big Mission? What's it been like lately? Have you just tried to go to Costco lately? What is our traffic light like? It's not going to get any better. It's an obligation to our community. I think we have to do everything we can to make sure that hospital stays.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I wasn't aware that the hospital is going away. I was born there, 1984, good spot. Recently, I had an allergic reaction hiking in the trails, and my eyes started swelling up, and it was probably not a good idea, but I had to drive myself to the hospital, and it was right down the street, and went to the ER, and they helped me out, and it was a concerning situation. And they said that I had an allergic reaction from some pollen or something, and I rubbed my eyes, and my actual eyeballs started swelling up. It was very scary, and thank God that hospital is right there, and we have to do something to keep it. I have family members that are older and right down the street, and God forbid, something happens to anybody, but it's something that we need to try to keep in the community for sure.
Can you state your name?
Greg Viviani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Peluso. I also wanted to share that I've personally been hospitalized there twice in the last 16 months or so. As well, in the last 2 or 3 years, I've had to take my young son, maybe I don't know what age he was, 4 or 5 years old, with acute asthma attacks, and it was really reassuring that I was able to get there in 5 minutes, not 25 minutes. So I think that there probably are some ideas that could be explored regarding mixed use and ways to make it economically make sense for us to keep a hospital there that will serve the local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None? Okay, we'll move on to consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry. First, we're going to council comments.
I have no comments this evening, Mayor.
No comments, Mr. Mayor.
Just a couple things. One is Mark, the mayor, Mark Orgill, and I had a meeting with the business owners on the promenade last week, and just preliminary discussions in our planning, and we'll be meeting with them probably the next couple of weeks again with firm plans. So we're going to be talking to Brittany. I see you're still here. We're going to be talking to you. Mark and I are going to be talking to you, I think, along with Joanna about, what ways to handle the promenade while it's under construction, some ideas. And we have some ideas, and I think you do as well. So that's it.
No report this evening. Thank you.
Bob?
Nothing this evening.
Nothing.
I'll just read out my meetings over the last couple of weeks. Joanna from Visit Laguna, Coastal Greenbelt Authority Board meeting, FOA Board meeting. Did a radio interview with Ed, Voice of Laguna, podcast with Casey Parlett, we had a great meeting with the students up at the high school. It was, Alex started the mayor advisory group up there, and I really enjoyed my conversation with them. I had a conversation with Paulette Adams. We had a meeting with the promenade, the tenants down on the promenade, just to kind of, talk about getting the construction going. I had a meeting with Sophie Moss from the high school to discuss a student in government day here at City Hall. There'll be more on that later. Meeting with John Thomas, Aaron Palusa, Greg Viviani. I attended the estuary scoping meeting, at a water board meeting, Debbie Neve, Mark Christie, Josh and Julie from JCAN, George Dubin. I participated in his radio show, met with Dr. Glass and Sherry Morgan and Christy Miller, and she had some neighborhood, a group of neighbors to talk about the undergrounding. And I don't have a list of all of those neighbors, but that will conclude my list. So we will move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull?
12.
Any others? Anybody from the public?
You said
I'll
8.
move the balance. of
I
the
think
consent
I heard
calendar.
8.
8.
So 8 and 12.
8 and 12? Okay.
So I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, then we will,
Which one?
Mr. Mayor, while we get ready to prepare, I got to prepare for number 8. Would the council be inclined to pull appeal item C up? Let's talk about that. Is that
oh,
we
sure.
continue
Good
with?
idea. Thank you.
And there is just a change to that. I think it's we were planning to continue that item to February 24th, but we're asking the council to continue that to April 28th. All the parties have agreed they can meet on that date. So April 28th is the date we'd like to change it to.
Great.
I have a question about 8. So is 8, did that get removed from the agenda?
8 did not. It did not. It was
Did not.
the presentation.
The presentation 8 still on the agenda?
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, so then we will do item number 16. Are there any members here to speak on item appeals number 16?
Appeal C.
Appeal number C.
Appeal C.
Which address?
Appeal C.
No, it's Driftwood.
I apologize. Yeah. There he is.
I guess I'm up here. Good evening, council and staff. My name is Steve Kawaratani. And we've been having some issues connecting on when the appeal will be heard for the project on Valito. I have suggested to Sue and Mark that you should have a special appeal meeting so you could come in an extra day during the month. But I guess that didn't work out. So I've made an agreement with the opposing counsel, and we're going to request that we be placed on the April 28th agenda.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Molly Zerflu for the appellant. We were able to work through the schedules and come up with the April 28th date, so we greatly appreciate the courtesy of the continuance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I guess that's, no, that was appeal number C. So
Well, I think
Item 11 was already approved on the consent calendar.
that was approved on consent.
But I think what they're saying is they
They
want
wanna
to,
pull
we'd have to do.
oh,
a
you
mo-
want to pull it,
So-
item 11?
We have to do a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, why don't we finish appeal C and then we can do a motion
Back
for reconsideration on
Number
item 11.
Fine.
It's
Hold
complicated.
tight. Okay, so we will close public testimony on appeal number C. Any comments from council? So the item will be rescheduled for April 28th. Okay,
Yeah, and just one side comment. I feel like, we've talked about this before, but it seems like it would make staff's life easier and if there was some sort of a policy about these, because I feel like this is a trend where we see all the like repeated scheduling and it just creates a very difficult situation. So there's sort of a set policy about the extent to which someone can move something. I don't know if what staff thinks about that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I think it is difficult to challenge, and that it's also often items get placed on the agenda and then they get continued by staff. So with the DR efficiency ordinance coming, it does actually slightly tweak the timing of that. So that hopefully will help. But I do think that a policy to come back to council at some point about setting dates for appeals is a good idea.
Can I get a motion and a second on that continuance, please?
I move the continuance of Appeal C to April 28th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Can I,
So now we'll reopen the public testimony for the consent calendar.
well, should we just do?
Mr. Mayor, I would recommend, because you've actually moved the balance of the consent calendar, except for the 2 items that were pulled, that you would need to make a motion for reconsideration on specifically item 11 in order to reopen that item to allow for comment.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? Passed. Okay, so do you want to go to number 8 then, Gavin?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can handle item 8. So the item before you tonight, this is item number 8, is the approval of funding for Clean Laguna, the stewardship initiative. I'll walk through a few points and then I'll go through a little PowerPoint presentation very briefly. And then I do have Joanna Bear from Visit Laguna Beach and John Zegowitz as well. So this item funds a visitor stewardship and anti-littering campaign developed with Visit Laguna Beach. The program focuses on education and responsible visitor behavior using short videos, visitor microsites, a website, a year-long social media program effort, and an anti-litter messaging, some messaging concepts. The total cost of the program is $210,000. We're going to be using a $50,000 grant to help with that, the recycling education grant the city has, bringing the net cost actually to about $160,000. The funding meets the requirements of the Tourism Marketing District and Cultural and Environmental Stewardship Program and is consistent with the Laguna Beach Tourism and Marketing District. And I'll go through these slides really quickly here. And so this just gives you, the council, some perspective on what that might look like. So the Clean Laguna campaign, it partners with Visit Laguna Beach, Public Works, and local artists. You can see what that might look like on a trash receptacle there. Multiple positive messaging. It's encouraging keeping our beaches and our city clean. And you can see the wrapping, new and existing bins in those maybe more high traffic areas where they're very more visible. And of course, as I mentioned, high visitor visibility in those areas. So the visitors actually see these. I want to make sure I'm here. Okay. So this also, the Stewardship Platform Community Forum, it brings the community together on what Laguna Beach means. It introduces what stewardship means to Laguna and really shares how we will guide our future community perspective, introduction videos, panel discussions, platform discussions, and kind of a stewardship overview. And I apologize, this is not a PowerPoint, it's more of a PDF, so I need to. Did I just kill it accidentally? Sorry, here we go. I think I'm a little better now. And I probably started and went too far, so there's more here. I apologize. Yeah. Oh, let me go back here. I think I talked about these a little bit earlier. So stewardship platform, introductory videos, microsites. These are micro websites where people go and learn more about the program. Awareness-driven social media campaigns, Clean Laguna Beach, and a stewardship platform community forum. And here's the introductory video. So explains who Laguna Beach is, the natural tendency through stewardship throughout time across three primary pillars: environment, culture, and heritage, and how we will carry those through into the future. So the various edits will be state of the city, they'll be at the hotels, talk about arts and nonprofits, and then natural and international press and media will be shared as well. Community-facing project tracking site. So it defines the purpose of the environmental or cultural stewardship program, defines kind of, again, each of those pillars, provides status and relevant city projects, a feedback mechanism for both visitors and residents as well, and Ask Laguna app drop-down menu mechanism so people can make sure they download the Ask Laguna app, and then, of course, an email sign-up for any new information that may be available on the site. And stewardship awareness-driven social media, pillar-driven, depth and context for the arts and culture, what those are, greater support and awareness. It kind of highlights people and organizations that really sustain Laguna, to kind of feature that real-world Laguna, kind of the behind-the-scenes, where to avoid beaches, coves, and trails, and really promotes that active care, respect, and appreciation for Laguna Beach. And again, I won't go through these other slides because I've shown those already. So I started at the end and went to the beginning, but that concludes my presentation. And I know Joanne is here as well. I can answer any questions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for the council.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? None. Any public comments on this item?
Hello, Council. Thank you very much. My name's Nick Aronoff. I'm a fourth generation Laguna Beach resident. That was a great presentation. I think this is a great idea. I think the problem, though, is the execution of this idea. And what am I talking about here? On the document that was on the website, it didn't have that PDF, but it had an expense report line item of what the cost is going to be associated with this. And, you know, Visit Laguna Beach really needs to rebuild its credibility. That's already been, you know, discussed here at City Council in the past about the past issues that have happened. And this is the first big thing that is being brought up with this new organization, with the new board that you, Councilmember Kemp and Mayor Orgel, you guys will be on the board, more oversight and more transparency that's been talked about in the past. But of course, in the first, you know, presentation here with this Clean Laguna campaign, which I think we all can get behind, I support. I think it's a great idea. But you're asking to approve roughly $210,000 in funds for this program. There was no, you know, normally when there's these bids or these projects that you're approving all these funds, there's bids, there's discussions about who bid what, how much, and 40% of this in the line item, 40% of the cost, $86,000 is going to 11 videos, is what it says. You know, that's a lot. And I don't know if you did bid it out or not. It wasn't disclosed, but it would be great to know if local vendors had an opportunity, because this is something that's about the community where, you know, people care about keeping Laguna clean. You know, we have students, you know, hearing Mayor or former Mayor Rugani, Councilmember Rugani, having the program at the high school. I'm sure there's a lot of students who would love to get involved and try to make sure that people who come to Laguna respect Laguna and keep it clean. You know, it says $20,000 for a website. You know, we already have a Visit Laguna Beach website, but I guess we're going to do another one, and $35,000 for social media after all the past issues. You know, that's a lot of money to be giving back to Visit Laguna Beach. And when I go back to that, the video cost of $86,000, it seems to be going to a company that previously has done work for another board member for the ranch. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. If they've done good work and the ranch vouches for them, that's good. But there should be, you know, transparency with that, and let the public know and give everybody an opportunity to see how they can help with this initiative. So like I said, Clean Laguna, this is a great campaign. It's, you know, for Laguna, by Laguna. I think that's all great. I think the bigger issue is the transparency. One other thing on this line item, you have $0 set aside for signage. So it sounds like this $210,000 is going to go up in costs. That they'll have to come back and request more money because that great trash can that you had there with Keep Laguna Clean, you know, that's not listed here in any of these expenses. So I think more of that transparency and appropriating maybe more of the budget to signage would be better than to just spend 40% of it on videos.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I look forward to viewing the final product here, and I appreciate the change in direction. I think that it's you know, these are positive changes that we're making here, and you know, I hope that, you know, it follows those bullet points, and we get the product that I think everybody's been working on here for a long time. I did want to just point out one thing. I don't know who puts together these staff reports, but I just found it a little bit ironic that, you know, one of the bullet points was we're not going to focus on the beaches, the trails, and the coves, and then the prior slide to that had pictures of the beaches and the coves. So you know, we could start at the staff level and then you know, move to the final product. So I just wanted to point that out and just make the broader point, whether it's something like this, or whether it's architecture or landscape architecture or redesigning the parking lot at Aliso. I think that we should be making an effort to see if there are appropriate people who provide those services within our community. Because, you know, when we wanted to redesign Main Beach way back when, we hired within the community to find somebody who really understood Laguna Beach, understood the people of Laguna Beach, and understood what we were trying to get at, and the changes that we were trying to make. And I think that if we can keep it local, we might have more success with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greg Viviani here. Hello again. I agree with what Aaron said completely. I think that this initiative is great. I think that it's definitely a step in the right direction from what it once was. And I think that I had a meeting with Joanna and Mark regarding, you know, this potential, you know, this plan. And I think it went great. I think there's a lot of good leadership now involved. And I think that if it goes off course, that there's going to be, you know, course corrections that are going to be immediate versus taking multiple steps to try to get something done or removed. But, you know, pertaining to different things that are posted or different, you know, discrepancies that the community has or whatnot from, you know, how it's being managed or whatever. But I think that if the whole city of Laguna Beach gets involved and gets, you know, behind this initiative to keep Laguna clean, I think that I will have less times in here dumping trash during summer. So I think that everybody will on the dais would appreciate me not dumping trash at city council meetings. But I'm going to be involved. I'm going to try to, you know, do my part cleaning up trash and helping people understand that we have to protect this coastline for future generations, and then also to, you know, help show and maybe not tell people that come here to visit, like, to understand, hey, keep our coastline clean, pick up your trash. I think that it should go along the lines of, you know, pack it in, pack it out type of stuff, where, you know, if you're bringing trash from outside of the community, outside of the town to our beaches or trails or parks or wherever in our town, you should bring it back home with you, throw it away. Why do we have to take care of the trash that's brought into the community or on the beach, you know, versus someone, you know, buying food here? Or I don't know. I'm trying to brainstorm ideas for the whole community. And I think that every resident should be a part of this, and they should all, you know, help protect and keep Laguna clean. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Any comments, council? None?
Well, I don't know if Joanna or John or somebody, but what is the background of Voda Films? Who are they? What's their experience?
Gavin mentioned Joanna was here, so we'll have her come up to the microphone and you can ask her some questions.
Good evening, everyone. Joanna Bear.
with Visit Laguna.
Hi, Joanna. Good
Hi.
to see you. I was just asking what the background of Voda Films is and
We
what's
chose-
the experience? Why were they chosen?
Yeah, so we had an RFP out, and we got 3 proposals from, well, actually probably more proposals for this project. And it was really important to have a company that understood Laguna, understood the vibe, the message, the narrative, the feeling that we wanted out of this video. And in the different presentations that were given to us, they really seem to get it. They've done some really great work. Yes, they did some with the ranch. They continue to do some with the ranch. They've done an amazing job with Ecology Center. They've done other destinations as well with identifying what the narrative needs to be and not skewing from it. So it was, we feel, the right fit.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions? Have a motion?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved. Okay, we'll move on to item number 11. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you're quite a help. Yeah, right.
Mr. Mayor, I can chime in on that one.
Sure, I'm just looking, I'm just reading.
I think it was pulled by an audience member, so this is a formation of an ad hoc committee that would involve 2 council members and propose those being Mayor Orgel and Mayor Pro Tem Jones, as well as representatives from the food pantry, the dog park, and the PMMC. And then the city would represent the ASL's interests. So that's what this item's about.
Mayor, I have a question for city manager.
Sure.
So, we have, a couple different subcommittees going on, or groups, maybe not official, but I think it'd be cleaner on this particular item if you kind of took, the council stepped back and you took the lead in working with the individual groups. I'm not trying to give you more work, but I
fine
think
with
it'd be
that.
cleaner from a Brown Act perspective and lack of overlap. Make sure we don't have any overlap.
Yeah. That'd be fine with me.
Anyway, that's.
What do you think, Mr. Mayor?
I understand her point, so I would be okay with letting Dave. I don't think it's going to be that difficult, to be honest with you, if they get somebody like Morris just sits down and starts with a quick back of the napkin. I don't know, what did you have in mind?
That's exactly it. I think Morris did volunteer to do some type of back of the napkin analysis. And then we probably do need a space planner to look at Morris's drawings.
It just seems like there's a lot of kind of high level policy questions that are part of this. So I thought that was sort of why we wanted to have the 2 of you work on it. But if
Well, that's why we're
Yeah.
discussing it. I guess I get Sue's point, I guess, we could, what do you think, Dave?
Well, Sue's point too, I've informally worked with Councilmember Whalen and Kempf on the food pantry relocation. So I appreciate the point about not getting into a Brown Act problem Megan's nodding too, but
Yeah, although I think the food pantry moving is off the table.
that's true.
So I think we're
Done with
that piece of
for-
it doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what other pieces might
You
exist.
remember when we talked at the last council meeting, one of the things we said was we'd like to have a master plan for that area because we have the Marine Mammal Center, we have the ASL, we have the food pantry, we have the dog park. So,
Well, I'd be okay with Dave, working preliminarily to bring something back, and maybe it needs to come back to another study session, because Alex is right. I think there are a lot of policy questions. We need a good analysis on what the potential uses are, of the open space and limitations on it, because we've seen some emails from, some of the folks involved with the dog park that have a lot of history on, how it was acquired and what the limitations are. So, I'd be okay with it coming back to us, but I do agree in the end, there's going to be some policy decisions.
I'm comfortable with it coming back to us as a study session.
So it looks like an amended motion.
Well, before we do that, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend we take public comment and then we can do the motion.
Or discuss what that motion
And
might look
discuss,
like?
yeah.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Hi, good evening. My name is Sunny Melgar, and I appreciate the time, the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I want to make clear that first and foremost, I do support the PMMC's mission. However, my concerns center on sound governance, the protection of designated open space purchased with grant funds, compliance with CEQA and existing grant conditions, and preventing setting dangerous precedents that threatens existing and future designated open spaces by granting and permitting exclusive, non-public use on the open spaces. Any decision regarding long-term or exclusive use of this open space carries the risk of grant repayment, compliance audits, and loss of future funding eligibility if the conditions of the plain language in the governing documents are violated. For example, the $200,000 EAM grant used in the purchase of the dog park states that if the property is not managed consistent with it, the state may require reimbursement of its funding or the fair market value, whichever is higher. A transparent, inclusive, and CEQA compliant process is the best protection for both taxpayers and our open space. The structure and legal status of an ad hoc committee is critical. While staff characterizes the committee as not a project under CEQA's common sense exemption, I believe the standard is not met. The committee's purpose, to evaluate a permanent exclusive use permit on dog park open space and consider alternative sites, involves discretionary land use choices with foreseeable environmental consequences. This brings the committee within definition of a project requiring CEQA review at the earliest feasible stage. Furthermore, CEQA prohibits agencies from committing to a course of action before completing environmental review. Treating this ad hoc committee as exempt invites legal challenges and undermines public trust. I urge you to consider genuine committee representation on this committee. Including dog park users and nearby residents will provide essential information regarding daily use, recreation displacement, and neighborhood impacts. Their participation will strengthen the factual record and improve the defensibility of any eventual decision. How the decision looks often matters as much as what it does. Sunsetting can disperse committee knowledge, interrupt CEQA oversight, and damage the public's trust and goodwill. For these reasons, I oppose sunsetting the committee. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the council, 1, direct staff to prepare a formal written CEQA determination. 2, if determined to be a CEQA project, specify the anticipated environmental review pathway, inclusive of initial study, negative and mitigated declarations, and environmental impact reports. 3, suspend or condition the formation of the committee on completion and public notice of the formal CEQA determination and not sunset the committee. And 4, ensure the committee's composition includes community representatives along agency and applicant voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. John Lafferty speaking. There's an old saying that if one ignores history, then you're bound to repeat it. And I have here a copy of a letter from staff dating back to 2014, talking, relating that over $250,000 in grants would need to be refunded. And after Sonny just spoke, I'm assuming with interest or at market rate, would need to be funded should the dog park be employed for anything other than to preserve land to mitigate the environmental effects, as a quotation, from the widening of the canyon north of El Toro up to the 405. This marks the 3rd time the council has attempted to abrogate covenants it freely signed. As we all know, there's very little open land left in the canyon. So I have a radical proposal. And I'm talking just about the dog park side of this. I know very little about the pantry or the overnight facility. I think we should, as far as the dog park goes, disband the working group, because to do the same thing over and over again is, well, I'll be more polite. It's a waste of staff time and effort, as well as no doubt plenty of other costs, including the buyback. PMMC's, in my humble opinion, request is doomed to failure. So why waste more time on it? No, I have no problem with PMMC's mission. It's a wonderful mission. But they did display at the January 13th meeting a graph showing how many more pinnipeds they were able to serve, which is hardly surprising. If you add more wards to a hospital, you get more patients. They chose not to show you a graph that shows the California population of pinnipeds rising from 1900, where it was virtually zero, just a few hundred, to now 300,000, a healthy population that is near or at carrying capacity. So no need to spend more city dollars on a poorly planned development that's currently 75% over budget and yet to be finished. PMMC's own study group said that the Seal Hospital will operate just 3 months a year. The PMMC construction permit was approved only because the city promised full dog park restoration. As stakeholders, dog park users and their humans never would have agreed if permanence were intended. And just to talk about broken trust, the working group that was proposed on January 13th is no longer the working group that we're talking about. And just to finish up, you can't exempt yourself from CEQA under the common sense provision because demolition, construction, and other physical changes have already been authorized by this council, and would and that is antithetical to the whole point of CEQA. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, any other speakers?
Yes. Sean Schluter, longtime Laguna Beach resident. Can anybody answer if this project or this animal hospital goes ahead, is it going to need a new coastal development permit? Oh, nobody, well, let me answer it for you. You will, because the original CDP specified a temporary facility. You're doing a permanent facility. And I don't know if everybody knows this, but the Coastal Commission has been advised of what's going on here, Carl Schwang, that certain areas of Laguna Beach are what they call a area of deferred certification, which are areas near the coast and also along what they call blue line streams, part of the coastal map. Anything within 100 feet of the blue line stream will be determined an area of deferred certification. If it hasn't been already, it will be, because the Laguna Canyon Creek is the largest blue line stream in Laguna. So any further permits or CDP going ahead with this project will go directly to Coastal Commission, not through the city of Laguna Beach. I can assure you, it is a very sensitive area. So that will cost a lot of money and a lot of time. Again, a waste of time. I don't know why everybody's so afraid of CEQA.
Any other speakers on this? Okay, I'll close public testimony and bring it back to council. Are there any comments? Bob?
No, I think the conversation we had earlier still makes sense. I think we just asked the city manager to review the situation. I think the speakers are presuming an outcome that's not even been determined in any way, shape, or form. I mean, one of the alternatives out there is just to reorganize the existing space around the ASL and the permanent PMMC. So we don't even know what the city manager will come back with. So let's have them take a look at it, look at alternatives, and come back to us.
Can I make a suggestion, though, that we don't do a study session on this? We do like a regular agenda item. Just
Yeah, that's fine.
it's hard to do these study sessions where we have like a limited time, and we just to make it a productive conversation. That'd be my recommendation. And I think we need clarity about this agreement, and because I think that is sort of the critical point here. And without a full understanding of that, it seems like we're not really even equipped to even discuss this in a way. So that would be helpful.
Okay, then, did you have a question, Dave? So are you going to conduct some kind of a use analysis, do you think, moving forward?
Well, for the public's knowledge, I will have a conversation with all of the affected groups. I was going to, again, maybe engage a space planning firm or person to help with that, and as well as Morris, because he's already looked at it, Morris Kandarian.
I'd be interested in seeing the results of some geofencing.
Yeah, right? we have the opportunity to do that.
Wouldn't we want to understand that agreement before we do
100%.
that? Okay.
Yeah. And I think the city attorney's office is already working on that.
Okay, then the amended motion would be,
Direct the city manager to evaluate the space out at the alternative sleeping location, the PMMC and the dog park, and come back to us with an analysis and recommendations as to how to proceed.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed. Thank you. Okay, we have a presentation for number 12.
I don't know that I need a presentation. I just wanted to say I think it's incredibly impressive that we went from basically a 17-month process from initial zoning plan check to building permit to 12 months. I think it's just amazing that your team has been able to do this. And this is great data, but anecdotally, I used to get so many emails from different residents where I'd have to go and forward it to the community development director about, someone saying, oh, my application has been stuck with a staffer for, 75 days, which, as we all know, violates the Permit Streamlining Act. So the fact that we're getting basically all of our applications are complying with the 30-day Permit Streamlining Act is amazing. And the fact that we're able to move forward. So I think it's just a huge testament to our director and your whole team. The one sort of question, and maybe this can be something we discussed at our strategic planning session, is in the past, we've had a huge subsidy of this department when you really shouldn't be subsidizing private development. And one of the reasons for that subsidy was based on the idea that, we don't want to charge the full amount when the service is slow, but we're getting to the point where the service is not slow. It's pretty good, a 12-month time through from planning to building so I think that should be a conversation, because I don't think that city government should be subsidizing private development. So I just want to thank Matt Schneider and his whole team, and Anthony and everyone involved to make this a reality. And obviously there's a lot of improvements that still need to happen, but it's just exciting. So.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from council? So I'd like to, if you don't mind, how long is the presentation, Matt? Do you actually have a presentation?
I was going to summarize the data that.
Yeah, I would appreciate the summary.
Yeah, sure. So Matt Schneider, Director of Community Development. I'm with Deputy Director Anthony Vieira. This is the last update we provided was in October. So this represents a snapshot of November and December. We currently have 288 distinct projects under review that require entitlements. The average time for a project waiting to be reviewed by staff is 19 days when our target goal is 30. We have 27 projects that have gone through what we call zoning plan check, which means they've been cleared and got in staff's approval to go to hearing. And they are going to the hearing process. That 27 staff reports is about half of where we were when we started this tracking process, when we had 54. And it's an average burn rate for us is 30 to 40 discretionary projects going to hearing per month. I really appreciate the compliments of Councilmember Renagi. It's honestly, I feel guilty sitting up here. I'm fronting the effort, but it's a big team effort that goes into it. In December, we had a DRB meeting. We had 17 items on that one particular agenda. So it takes a lot of effort, not just from the community development, city attorney's office, admin support, the DRB members themselves, appeals that come forward to you. So we really appreciate the support. And then in terms of the other stat Councilmember Renagi was mentioning, we've been tracking the time it takes when a project is submitted the first time to the city for zoning review, going through the entitlement process, and then pulling their original building permit. And we first started tracking that in July. And at that time, it was averaging 524 days, 17 months. We ran it in October. We had gone down to 15 months. And most recently, we're at 372 days. I do want to be careful in promising the world to people in that the data is showing what it's showing. I think Anthony and I both know anecdotally, we have projects that are over 12 months in the system, but when we took a snapshot and ran the data, that's the projects that pulled building permits that had entitlements in November and December. The average time was 12 months. One last thing I'll just mention is we had our anniversary of Intergov going live January 15th. We had over 1,200 projects submitted to the city in the last year. We're continuing to see more and more applicants use that as a tool, and we encourage them to continue to do so.
It's amazing, great. And this council does realize the effort of your team, and please thank them for us. Greatly appreciated. What do you, maybe in the upcoming months when we discuss another update, you can tell us what you think the effects of the comprehensive code update will have on some of your workload and the timing, just in general terms speaking. It'd be interesting to see,
Sure,
get some
absolutely.
input from you on that. Okay, I'll open public testimony. Are there any speakers on this item? None? Okay, I'll close public testimony and bring it back to council. Are there any other comments? Do I have a motion?
No, just to thanks. I don't think we need a motion. It's just to receive and file.
Oh, is it receiving file? Okay,
Yeah, but I
great.
want to thank you guys for that work. It's impressive. It's really, really good. Yeah, and it's true. We're not getting these emails anymore. I don't know if Dave is getting a lot of emails, but we were getting hammered. So I'm so glad. I'm so glad we're making good progress. It's good work, you guys.
Great. We'll move on to regular business. Did you need a break? Anybody, you guys okay? Okay, we'll move on to regular business. Number 13.
Are we going to go back and do 7, or when do we want to do 7? It got moved to regular.
7 is number 15.5 now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's say yeah.
7 is 15.
Good evening, City Council. Pierre Sawaya, your Capital Program Manager. With me is Pat Donegan, our Assistant City Attorney. We're here to present tonight item 13, which is the petitioning for Top of the World Assessment District 2025-2. This proposed district consists of 87 parcels located within the old Top of the World neighborhood. The parcels within this district are located along portions of Alta Laguna Boulevard, Ann's Lane, Shady Place, Shady Lane, and Top of the World Drive, as depicted on the map on the right. The project would propose to remove 25 utility poles and underground approximately 3,000 feet of overhead wires. Coordination with property owners started back in 2023. It consisted of neighborhood visits, neighborhood walks, meetings with property owners, along with staff here at City Hall. Following several of those meetings, the property owners did conduct some straw polling in their neighborhood, which was completed in 2024. And following several follow-up meetings with staff after that, formal petitioning occurred in the fall, back in September through November of 2025. During that time, proponents took around the petition forms and obtained signatures. Of the 87 parcels, 52 petitions were signed and received, which constitute 60% of the proposed district. The ask tonight is for funding for the project to the tune of $321,000. Much of that cost is for the utility design fees for the project and for the assessment engineering fees. As shown, a big chunk of that is the Edison design fee to map out the project. That's approximately $161,000. And to round out this phase of the project, it would include bid document preparation and entitlements that would be required. It should be noted that much of this neighborhood is located within tract number 888, And this neighborhood does consist of many private streets, which are denoted as Lot B, as shown on the map to the right. These private streets are commonly owned by the parcels within the tract. In 2016, however, portions of Alta Laguna Boulevard, Top of the World Drive, and Treetop Lane, which are highlighted in red, were accepted by the city for public purposes. So any utility undergrounding or work along those portions would not require any utility easements. However, much of the interior streets of Lot B, which consists of Ann's Lane, Shady Place, Shady Lane, and a small section of Top of the World, would require easements by the utility companies. Following the engineering designs by the utilities and the drafting up of easement documents, city staff will distribute those to the affected parcels within the district in the attempt to acquire those easements. So following that acquisition process, staff plans to report back to City Council with the results and to report on the level of success of obtaining all those easements for the project. Regarding schedule, assessment districts, as you might know, it is a lengthy process, typically 4 to 6 years from inception to completion, assuming a successful vote. Utility designs are anticipated to take approximately 18 months to complete. As previously mentioned, easement acquisitions would take place shortly after that. The timing is to be determined just depending on the level of progress in meeting with property owners and acquiring those easements. Following that phase, the project would go through design review, construction bidding, and all the city council actions leading up to the final public hearing and vote, which is a 12-month or so process. And we are estimating the construction phase to last approximately 8 months, and overhead utility removal is approximately 4 months, so 12 months of total construction for the project. That brings us to tonight's recommendations, which is to direct staff to establish a fund for the assessment district, appropriate $321,000 from the Wildfire Mitigation Fund, direct staff to request that utility companies proceed with designs, authorize the city manager to enter into utility company agreements and make necessary advance payments to the utilities for those designs. Also directing staff to solicit proposals for assessment engineering, bid document preparation, and street lighting design. And lastly, finding that tonight's action is exempt from CEQA. That concludes this presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions? Okay. We will open public testimony. Are there any speakers on this?
Hi, my name is Carrie Rubel. I'm a resident of the district, and we're so excited and thankful for the city and Pierre for all of the hard work in working with us to make this process as easy as possible. We look forward to seeing this move forward. We are concerned about safety of our neighborhood, fire access to the fire roads. The lines do cross over Treetop Lane Top of the World Drive, where people would need to get to the fire road. Not that we need that as our only exit, but it's really important to us that we have that safety of being able to evacuate our school and the neighborhood. Also, just being like I said earlier, just thank you for all the help that you've given us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello. I also want to say thank you. It's so wonderful that we're moving forward with this event. We're definitely in a wildfire area, and we're just so grateful to our city council for protecting our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is George Heed. I live at 21561 Ann's Lane. Thank you for getting this moving along. The results I've seen this evening, I don't think anything better could have been expected. And this goes back a lot further. 2000, 13, I was at a Coastal Commission meeting. The 10 city manager, Ken Frank, came in, sat down next to me, and he's, "What are you doing here?" And I told him, he said, "I thought you were a good guy." But I told him that I had moved, and he stopped and he said, "Why did you move to Fire Acres?" And that was his assessment of the area. But getting things cleaned up, getting things better functioning, it's a win-win for everybody in town. And thank you again for all your diligent work.
Thank you, George. Other speakers?
Good evening. My name is Peo Michaels. I live at 28812 Alta Laguna Boulevard. And I just wanted to see if I could point out a few other things besides the fire issues. And I want to thank you also for helping us with that part. Things that may be relevant include that the Old Top of the World is one of the oldest areas in Laguna Beach, and it was originally homesteaded with eucalyptus trees. And we still have quite a few of those. I have one of the original ones in my backyard. That may have something to do with fire modification or abatement. Another thing is, I don't know if anyone has brought up or is thinking about the subject of the views. We live on Alta Laguna Boulevard, and our home has the major living areas on the second floor because we have great views, a panorama that includes downtown Laguna Beach, dead-on Catalina, all the way up to Palos Verdes. Since we've lived in that home, we built the home in 1977. And at that time, it was in the county. The Old Top neighborhood was part of the county, not the city. And what happened after a few years of living there, they introduced fiber optic cable on the poles across Alta Laguna Boulevard, which were greater than 1 inch in diameter. They went right across our view of downtown Laguna Beach. We couldn't do anything about that because the county wouldn't support putting that underground. The rest of the cable along Alta Laguna was put underground. After that, cable TV came in, and that all went underground all along everywhere in Laguna Beach, except in front of our home. They started putting cable TV. While we were in the city at that point, I came down to the city hall, and they supported us, and they had the cable company put it underground. So that was up, and then it went underground. After that, recently, only a few years ago, Verizon wanted to put a tower, a cell tower, at the Fire Road at the end of Alta Laguna Boulevard. And that got moved to the fire station, but they still have a support cable that was supposed to go there that does nothing, that crosses now our view of right at Catalina. Anyway, I just wanted to bring up the view issues for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Eric Berg. I'm neighbor Peo's, a couple houses down. And thank you so much for getting this to this stage. I don't know if Peo remembers, but when I first moved in 25 years ago, we were talking about undergrounding. So at this point, 4 to 6 years, we'll hang in there. At least I hope so. Whatever it takes, we want to get through this. And I want to reiterate, definitely the fire hazard is an issue to the point where we have seen Edison trucks parked across the street from us, right on Alta Laguna, during wind events where they're measuring the wind speed and waiting to figure out if they should call in and tell Edison to shut down the electricity to the neighborhood for that weekend. So I think it would a huge burden hopefully off of Edison. I don't know if they'll be able to back off a little bit on those wind event shutdowns, but that's kind of the hope. So yeah, thank you all so much, and we're really looking forward to this when it finally does get here. So
Thank you. Thank you for your 25 years of patience. Any other speakers?
My name is Marilyn Morano. I live at 21522 Ann's Lane. I've been there for 54 years. I just want to thank you very much for getting this project launched. And I'll say less rather than being redundant, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Other speakers? None. I'll close public testimony and bring it back to council. Any comments, council?
No, my only comment is I want to thank Pierre, for not just for this district, but he's working hard on a lot of districts, making a lot of great progress. This one's particularly complicated, as Pat knows, because of the need to acquire the easements. But it's great to get this thing moving. So at the appropriate time, I'd move the recommended action.
I totally agree. And it seems like we have more undergrounding districts than we've had in a while. Is that true?
Yeah, we've been active.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So when we do these districts, like the time that you're spending on it, that's covered by the assessments. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So that seems like maybe for the city manager, if we're having more districts, giving more resources to Pierre could be something where we're not really even having a net negative contribution, right? Because if it's paid back via the assessment.
We could move them faster along.
Right.
Yeah.
And then to the point made, if the individual who raised the Verizon issue, if you could send an email to the city manager, I think we have a meeting with them. Maybe we can bring up that wire and see if there's a way to resolve that one issue.
Just add one more thing. Pierre has a meeting at 4:00 on Thursday. If you're a Woods Cove assessment district member, so it's online. So please email Pierre if you need those logins. But that, to your point, Councilmember Ranagi, that there's a lot going on, and we want to try to be as responsive as possible to people's questions.
Yeah, I think with the volume that we have with all of these districts, that there'll probably be some procedural changes as far as some oversight with the subcontractors that are doing the hookups. So this is obviously has a lot of people's attention in the community. So now I have folks asking me what's going to happen with all of the other poles. What do you call them? Orphan poles?
Correct.
Yeah. So do we have any plan to deal with any of the areas with orphan poles?
Well, we are looking, I believe at the last council meeting, we did look at authorizing a study to examine other neighborhoods and to develop some cost estimates for undergrounding those remaining areas.
So when I'm asked why they exist, what would I say?
I would say a lot of the undergrounding has happened, I would call it organically. So you have some districts that kind of form on their own. They start one location, they end, and then doesn't necessarily continue in a, I would call it a linear path. So I think that's kind of where we are today, where you do have pockets that have been completed, but you still have pockets that remain to be done. And that's what we're going to try to be studying moving forward.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Gerrymandering.
Well, the other thing is the sheer size of some of these districts, like that Woods Cove, it's huge. So, and then we have Bluebird still. They're working on Bluebird as well. So we have, how many do we have in flight right now? 5 or?
Correct. So we have Woods Cove in construction. We have West and Fairview starting construction soon.
Mhm.
And then we're going to be launching designs on this one and Upper Bluebird. So
I don't think we've had that many concurrent ever.
Yeah, Pierre's a busy guy. Any other comments? Okay,
I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved?
Congratulations, you guys.
Yeah, congratulations. Okay, we'll move on to number 14, Laguna Playhouse lease amendment.
Mr. Mayor, Gavin's going to help me with this one because he's been closer to it the last day or so, because I think things were changing up in for the last day, I imagine. This is the continued discussion, I meaning from 2 meetings before and last meeting that would involve a one-time payment to the Laguna Playhouse in exchange for additional community use time. So I'll hand that over to Gavin if he's ready, and he is.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Gavin Kern, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to go through a brief presentation on this item. So this is the lease amendment with the Playhouse. I want to just highlight a couple of things here that I kind of talked about in the agenda report as well as the lease. But this is there are 17 years remaining on the lease, so there's a long-term benefit to getting this amendment. The lease goes through June 30th of 2040. So getting into this actually ensures that long-term community access. There's one-time support, $500,000 in 25-26. It's paid in 2 installments, $250,000 this month, and then $250,000 in May. And that kind of guarantees community use. So 10 weeks per year reserved for Laguna Beach nonprofits and art organizations. And there's fair access to that. So no single organization may reserve more than 3 weeks. So you get some ability for a lot of people or a lot of arts organizations to make those reservations. So there's a community benefit there. So predictable rates, the rate is $2,800 per active performance per day for Laguna Beach nonprofits. It covers direct operating costs. The Playhouse there's no real profit margin there. It is adjusted annually by CPI going forward, but the first rate out is that $2,800. So there's some advanced scheduling as well. Available weeks released at least 1 year in advance. And there's some changes that I'm going to go through that are in the lease itself, a kind of red line I'll show you. Highlighted them here, but I'll walk through that language as well. But the calendar year provided, so no later than July 15th for the next fiscal year. So the Playhouse works on a fiscal year. So the July 15th, so if you can imagine July of 2026, they'll release the schedule for July 27 through June of 28, but they'll show those dates that have the availability for the arts organizations. And then the council will also receive at the end of that calendar year, how have we done? Have they booked those 10 weeks or who has booked those 10 weeks to make sure that that is being accomplished and there's actually use of the Playhouse. And then for those groups that have obviously a longer kind of look, they need to reserve, I think artists or activities well in advance. There's a 30 there. The Playhouse would try to work up to 36 months. So it'd be some advanced coordination on some of the more major festivals that really require kind of a greater than 12-month outlook. So just a couple of things, and I'll kind of talk about these when I go through the red line changes, and there aren't too many, but from the least you saw in your packet tonight. So the ticket surcharge is capped at $3, and then you'll see the changes. There's some increase allowed in that. It's that CPI. The Playhouse also uses a ticketing software, so costs go up for those software systems as well. So they're kind of saying it's $3 today, but those costs could go up. But if they do, they want to make sure we provide the documentation to the city manager, who then can approve the increase if it goes over $3 per ticket in the future. No mandatory patron registration. So we even use the ticket. If you use the ticketing, you're not required to register with the Playhouse itself. You can buy a ticket as a guest patron, so you're not getting any Playhouse information sent to you if you don't want that. Donations as well are not going to go. They may go directly to the hosting nonprofit who for that night. They're not required to donate to the Playhouse at all. And concession staffing, unless it's going to be done by the Playhouse, unless otherwise approved by the Playhouse, and that just ensures consistent operation at the concession area for the Playhouse. And so the recommendations tonight, and I'll just highlight them, is authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment with the Playhouse, appropriate the $500,000, and of course find the actions not constitute a project. And then I'm going to bring up my next slide here. If you give me just a moment to bring up that Word document, just to walk through the red line changes that kind of incorporate some of the changes I talked in the presentation. Let's see. Okay, make sure I start here. So this is the First Amendment you have in your packet, and let me see if I can actually increase the font here so we can actually read it. It's on the screen. Sorry, I'm too many.
Bottom right corner,
Yeah, I have a little,
not working.
yeah, I just got a little thing. Let me just see if I can get it up a tad here. There we go. Better. Okay. So this is the lease amendment you have in your agenda, and then here are the red line versions. So this first section is where the Playhouse management shall make its best efforts to coordinate the venue. This is where I talked about the year in advance, the 36 months. And this is where we're adding in the language that no later than July 15th of each year, the Playhouse shall release to the city and to the organizations requesting it the calendar for the next fiscal year. And that really gives the ability for those organizations to start seeing the available dates and when they can actually start scheduling. And it also talks here as well about that 36-month look as well. And then as we go farther down into the agreement, and this is on the final page, attachment C, this is where we talk about the ticketing services. So the Playhouse may apply a ticketing surcharge not to exceed $3 at the time of the execution of this agreement, but it also allows them to increase that surcharge based on CPI or the ticketing software as well, all subject to city manager approval once they should, provide supporting documentation that these are the reasons why we need to make that increase. And then again, on number 9, it mentions the concessions to be staffed by the Playhouse unless otherwise consented to by the Playhouse. And so those are the changes, and that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I will mention, I believe Adele Atkins is in the audience who can also answer any questions on this lease as well. And Dave's here as well. So.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Yeah, what does it mean? Okay, sorry, can you bring that? What does it mean? What does it mean about the concessions? So if I have a couple of days in there and if I want to have I don't know, beer and wine or something, and the Playhouse is running the concessions, do they get the proceeds? Can I supply the food, drink or whatever and then be able to make money off the concessions, or does that make this Playhouse make the money?
The Playhouse, they'd run the concessions, so they would get whatever profit there is from that concessions, they would receive that. And I know probably Adele's here, and I can add that it's part built into kind of when we say it's non-revenue generating. They look at all of that, and the $2,800 plus the cost to set up, take down, all those cost considerations are in there, plus the things that generate revenue to them, which is the fee, plus the concessions, plus the ticket sales, everything else that they get some revenue from. It kind of was a break even for them, and I'm sure Adele can talk a little bit more about that, but that's what the response was when I asked that very same question.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess my question is for Adele, and I expect she'll come up during public testimony about the concessions issue, because in talking to some nonprofits, it seems like that's the way that you're able to make money on an event for it to be worthwhile. So I'm interested to hear the Playhouse's perspective on that.
Any other questions? Okay, then I will open public testimony. Are there any speakers on this?
Good evening, Council. Billy Freed, and I am representing KXFM Radio, one of the nonprofits that's interested in using the Playhouse, but I hope I'm speaking for all of the nonprofits here. I'm not speaking against the Playhouse. I'm advocating for this, but I think this is a one-time opportunity for you guys to make sure that this lease agreement is granular enough that there's no misconceptions going forward about how that time and space is going to be allocated. And I think maybe we should slow down and just look at that lease one more time, because Sue and Alex, you're involved right now in determining how the Irvine Bowl is going to be allocated to nonprofits. So you're gaining the knowledge that can be applied to the Playhouse as well. One of the things I saw in the language of the staff report was this new ticketing system was under consideration. I don't think that language is strong enough. When I met with Dave and Adele, it was told to me that this ticketing system would be happening in May, because we all agreed that the current ticketing system is extremely onerous for a nonprofit to use. I don't want to get into the details. At the same time, the The Playhouse did agree to waive $11 of fees that they wanted to impose on us on the back end. And I do think you need to take a hard look at the revenue when the Playhouse is asked to extend this at the lowest possible rate to cover their costs, and they say $2,800. They're not including the money that they generate from the bar. And yes, Sue, you are right. Coast Film Festival could not have operated the Jack Johnson concert profitably without having the bar. And I don't quite buy the reasoning that it has to be staffed by. As I see it, that's just another way of generating additional income that could go to us. There's also a 5% credit card fee that seems a little excessive, since credit card fees are generally 3%. And I don't even know why we need to pay a 3% ticketing fee if, in fact, the goal here is to give nonprofits the best opportunity possible to make money and program great cultural events for our city. The biggest issue for me is, how are those 10 weeks going to be allocated? It says they're going to be presented in July, but what is the actual process? It says in the lease that no nonprofit shall get more than 3 weeks unless agreed upon. Well, how are those weeks allocated, and why does it have to be no more than 10 weeks? Why can't it be more? Why can't it be less? My point is, you do say that from time to time the Playhouse will come back and report to you, but I think in reality we know that once this lease is signed, it's pretty much ironclad for the next 14 years. So I'd like to know, as a nonprofit here, how I know there's some probably some grandfathering in of the Laguna Dance, but we've asked, and you say it here. One more thing. You said the Playhouse shall immediately begin to work with the community organizations to identify 10 weeks of programming. We have not been able to get any dates that and in fact, when we ask for a calendar, we're told to just submit dates that we would like, and then they'll let us know if they're available. That doesn't seem like a very productive way, an efficient way. We'd like to see a calendar where we have an opportunity, just like the dance and the Laguna Classical Music, the music festival, to be able to program. We're going to bring great music to our town. You guys know that we're having troubles with the Irvine Bowl. We can't book anything at 7 Degrees. It's in receivership. I look at this as a golden opportunity for us to help the city and bring more cultural content to our town. And yet there seems to be so many roadblocks that I really am asking you guys to maybe slow down and make sure there's the proper checks and balances here, that everybody's treated fairly, democratically, and has the best opportunity to make a profit.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council and Billy. Adele Adkins, manager of the Playhouse. So help me remember, I want to address everything, and if I forget, please remind me. So I think we'll start with concessions, because that was the first thing that was brought up. So if I can, I'm trying to the best articulate. For instance, I signed approval for $1,800 of wine today. That wine is going to carry us through the next 2 weeks and beyond. So we purchase the alcohol. The only way, and this is whether it's at the Irvine Bowl or any arena or theater, the only way to split fairly or give the bar sales, let's say, to a renter, no matter who that renter is you buy the bar, meaning the alcohol, for that event. And then whatever, so that alcohol is used at the event, and then the net profit, so minus the staff, the bartenders and the alcohol itself, the profit can go. But that's the only fair, equitable way to do that, because we've purchased thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of alcohol. So I don't quite understand why it's the Playhouse now giving more away under this idea. And I'm totally open, if people are that committed to their bar sales, of we can buy the bar for them at under our license, which is discounted, and we can buy whatever they want. They could say just beer and wine or certain alcohol, and we can sell that for them and they can get the net profits. I would encourage anybody, not just Billy, any nonprofit, but it hasn't come up with me before, is if you would like an analysis, because we're running Eisenhower to almost sold out audiences, which of course is a very different audience than a concert going audience. I acknowledge that. But we are taking in about 1,200 for like 390 people. That's the gross on an almost sold out audience. So I don't think the profit is quite there when you're talking about 400 seats. Yes, the Irvine Bowl. I mean, I promoted into an arena of 9,000 and we walked away with 85,000 in bar sales. That was just our take. So that is, to Billy's point, how that's done in that rock or country world. So that's the concessions piece. Was the second one the calendar? So yes, there are, I would say, to use Billy's word, grandfathered Laguna Dance, Laguna Music. And they're dealing with bringing in companies as any renter would. And they've been at the Playhouse. And what I heard when I first got here from both those groups was, we can't get dates on the calendar. And we really need to confirm things 18 months out. So before the 500,000 even came up in discussion, I already had said, I can work around you. Let's confirm your dates. So that's why we have confirmed dates in calendar year 2027 as of now. And again, so after those grandfathered dates, if they have right of first refusal, should they not want them, they can go to anybody. So, and to the other point of the calendar, please understand that dates were asked for now through October. Our calendar was confirmed next season months ago before any of this came up. So really the availability on the calendar, which is why Gavin and I were going back and forth with dates, has to do with our season. Our season's baked we don't have one day available through December. It's booked, renters, local groups. But come this July, I have what we don't have is summer 28 or 27, 28. And that's what's going to be available in a bigger way to the other nonprofits. I mean, I can't kick people out because they've been on the books for months before I even got here. Are there other questions I can answer?
1 second. Does council have any questions?
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question about the concession. So it sounds like what you're saying is that it wouldn't be fair if because you're putting an investment when you're buying alcohol for an event. So are you suggesting that alternatively, if like a nonprofit wanted to come and say, okay, we want to sell alcohol at this event, they pay you the wholesale rate, the discounted rate that you're buying it for, and then you supply the employees, and then they're able to get the profits as long as they're basically putting that upfront investment into it. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, they wouldn't have to put the upfront investment. So they could say, this is what we want to supply at our
Yeah.
We would buy it because we have to legally, under our license, buy the alcohol. And then we sell it to the patrons. We need to use our staff, again, part of they go through training, whatever.
Yeah.
Unless caterers have their bar liquor license as well. And then at the end of the night, part of the settlement is we deduct the cost of the liquor and what would be, I think, $160 for the bartenders, and what, if anything, is left would go to the nonprofit.
Because I think that's sort of what Bob and I were suggesting with the revenue share, right? Isn't that sort of what we were articulating?
Yeah, but I think this approach could work too.
I mean, I will say, in all honesty, that $2,800 was based on looking at ticket revenue, the $3, and the potential $1,000 we might make on a bar. So again, just because I haven't said it in this forum, somebody wants a day, let's say Saturday.
Yeah.
We're blocking out 3 days from our calendar. Our crew is loading whatever it is in. That's all hourly wages, the day itself, and then we have to strike everything to prepare. So I've talked to other arts groups, they really get that. It's not just the day they're in the venue. It's 3 days blocked out of our calendar, and that has to go towards the 10 weeks. And just as an example, I believe I said this before, but not in this forum. If we bring in, which we're doing this summer, a touring group, it's not a band, a musical group, we're looking at a minimum of net of $60,000 that week. So when we block out the calendar and Laguna Dance, it's all public, everybody pays the same, 19,000 for 7 days, that's versus 50 to 60,000 we could be making by not having the local groups. It's a $200 and potentially $50,000 hit to the Playhouse, which I am 100% committed to because I believe deeply in this collaboration. But I think that's what can't be forgotten. It's, yes, we're getting potentially getting $500,000 for the runway to get to July 1st. Then that money's gone, and we will continue paying giving the benefits off that until 2040, is that what we said? And I'm determined that I can figure out a way to take that $300,000 hit, because that's what it is. So I understand, because I've run nonprofits my whole career. We all fight for it. $2,800, it's like a lot of money. It's a hit to us too, because we could be making 5 times that. And so all this came into this model that I presented, whatever that was, in October or November now. So what I'm not comfortable doing is, and I spoke to my executive board committee, what I can't do is put the Playhouse in jeopardy till 2040 to just bleed money to help others. Because give up this, give up that. I would love to, but we just can't afford it. So we're trying to figure out, along with all the nonprofits, how can we work together so we all win? And that's really at the heart of this.
I mean, at the end of the day, they do have fixed costs that they're going to have to carry,
Yeah.
right? They're not going to be able to amortize it over the number of days that they've previously had available to them, right? If you're now showing the days. And I could see, there are other ancillary costs, with the bar, equipment, things of that nature, and your insurance. So I think that those things should be considered. So when there's a checkup time where we can evaluate how things are going, that's yearly. What is that, Gavin?
So there is an annual check-in. Now, I'd have to go back and look at the details, but every December 15th, the Playhouse has to come back to the council and let them know basically how successful the program. Are you getting the bookings, and have we used the nonprofits used all 10 weeks? And then the council can probably make suggestions and realign, but they have to come in annually and report.
Okay, great. And did you have another question, Alex?
No, but just to clarify on the, and this was language I know we were working on today, but on the 10 weeks, so it's totally understandable that you already booked for this year, right? This thing came up late in the year and you would have already booked 2026. But come July of 2026, you will release a preliminary schedule of 10 weeks available to the community groups for beginning in July of 2027.
Right. But
so to Billy's point, come this summer, there's going to be identified weeks. There's going to be 10 of them identified. Some of them will be for the music festival, maybe for Laguna Dance, but there's probably going to be 5 or 6 weeks still available, right?
Yeah, and they're floating weeks. So, I mean, that's just part of the nature of what we do. So it's not like these exact weeks are available. Again, it's working with the community groups, they really want 2 weeks in January. So I can make best efforts. And there are times like 2 weeks in January, I could confirm 2028 standing here tonight. So it just also depends on, are we looking at a few dates in a row or 2 dates or 1 date? They're just variables. So it's not just like these are the available weeks, because every group is going to have different needs.
But I think the idea is if a group comes to you in July of this year, 2026, they want to be able to secure some dates because they need to secure talent, right? Or line up what they want to bring. So they will be able to do that. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joe Hanauer, excuse me. I hope you'll approve this evening, and with due respect to Billy, whom I respect a lot, and I know he's trying to do the right thing. This has been discussed and negotiated. In fact, this was continued from back in December sometime. And excuse me. And it's a wild opportunity for the city. We've been short of venues for various kinds of entertainment. There's been discussions of the city building its own, which is just not going to happen. And here we are, we're going to open up, not limited to 10 weeks, but it's a minimum of 10 weeks. So it could be more. As the rhythm starts and the patterns get in place, the economics start to make sense. I'm not sure where it can go, but it can go beyond that. The two items that, were discussed a lot on the bar part, forget the economics for a minute. I think what's been negotiated is terrific for the not-for-profits. But, there's liquor, there's people drinking too much, there's safety. The Playhouse needs to run its own bar, and the economics can work based on what's been discussed. And in terms of the calendars, what I hope takes place, and this may be baked into the lease, but if good faith is used in allotting calendar time, and allotting calendar times means not just for the other not-for-profits, but also for the Playhouse itself. But, I can see an environment where once that and by the way, every organization has different lead times. Some organizations need 3 years or 2 years, in order to book. Playhouse needs a lead time as well. But what I envision taking place, and this is something that I think the Playhouse could agree to, I'm not speaking for the Playhouse, but good faith is used in scheduling once that we get past these pre-scheduled items that are already on the calendar. So I do hope that you'll agree this evening to move forward with this so that the organizations can start to look at calendars and start to make commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
I just remembered one thing about the ticketing system. Billy's correct. It's not being considered. That was a strikeout that I think didn't make it into it. We've signed the contract. We have a new ticketing system and our target date's April 1.
Thank you.
A question for Adele.
What? We can, hold on one second. She has
I
a
just have a
question for
question for
Adele.
Adele.
Can you please approach the podium?
Yeah. So one thing, Adele, how often do you guys have board meetings? Every month or?
10 a year, but monthly.
10 a year, okay. So I don't see it in the staff report, maybe I missed it, but are we going to try to get a board seat, even if it's ex officio?
Oh, 100%.
They offered that,
Is
but
it in
I
there?
didn't propose it in the lease amendment. I don't know if that's something you feel is important to add to the lease amendment, but they did offer that, as Adele's noting.
I don't know.
Kind of take them at their word.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, we have that relationship with FOA.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
We're
and
happy
the
to
and the
put
art
it in
museum.
now.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Next speaker.
I'd just like to recommend, I know Joe said something about using your best good faith effort to appease all the nonprofits. How about an actual system whereby when those dates are announced and publicized, every nonprofit is invited to the Playhouse with Adele, and we have a lottery. I mean, we find out what dates are available and find out who wants them. And if there's 2 or 3 organizations that want those dates, maybe it's simply some sort of lottery system. I think, what I want to make sure is that we don't miss out on an opportunity that somehow dates are confirmed without our knowledge. I think it should be public and transparent and let the best person win if it's a lottery system. These dates are coveted, We know what dates we want, and so we just want to have a fair opportunity to get them. I think there should be a system in place.
Thank you.
Billy, how many, I'm getting a little concerned. How many days do you think you're going to get?
I mean, honestly, Bob, we don't know, but we'd love to do a 2-week run of music events. And, we're hoping to do a music festival at the Irvine Bowl in mid-September, and we would like to extend that and make it a music festival that earlier in the week has shows at various venues around town, like the Playhouse. So we know what dates we want, and we just want to get a fair shot at getting them.
Any other speakers on this matter? None. I'll close public testimony, bring it back to council. Any comments from council? Do we have a procedure when the dates do become available? Gavin, is it written in there how this is going to happen?
The lease just stipulates that as July of 2026, or by July 15th of 2026, the calendar available dates will be released. So from the Playhouse. So, and they have to do that annually. So there is a process for that. And these are release dates for the next fiscal year. So when I say July of 26, it's talking about release dates for July of 27 through June of 28.
Well, maybe we can request some additional specifics on that process. Any other comments from council?
You got.
I think we need to correct the ticketing fee if the red line didn't make it in there, that it is that $3 ticketing platform. I think it's critical that there is a process for releasing and evaluating those dates. And I think that's just going to keep everybody in a good mood, which we'd appreciate. And I think what I'm hearing is concern that there's going to be favorite organizations who are given preference when the calendar opens. So making sure that the process itself is clear, it's super transparent and understood by everybody is, I think, important. And my last comment is simply that we have the opportunity to look at this on an annual basis in terms of how it's working. And I think that that should be codified. I think that should be an actual official glimpse at how the process itself is working for the nonprofits and for the Playhouse.
Gavin, is this supplement agenda, does this have the fee in it?
Yeah, it does talk about if you look on attachment C, number 8, it says the Playhouse may apply a per ticket surcharge not to exceed $3 at the time of the execution of this agreement. And it just allows, the rest of the language just allows for a CPI increase and a change in the cost of the ticketing software. But those increases have to be approved by the city manager before they're implemented. So if it goes up for $1 next year, $2, the city manager has to sign off on proof that that was the reason for the increase.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that language.
I think so in the red line that was added about the calendar release dates, there's just I think there was maybe just a typo. So it says July 15. I think you're saying July 15. So we would strike January in those two places. And, one of the things, we all, I think received Billy's emails and we tried to, and I think a lot of it got incorporated here. One of the ways to deal with the concern about the booking was to cap it at a maximum of 3 weeks time in any 1 year for any one organization. And now the dates will be announced in July of each year for the beginning of the subsequent July. So there's organizations can speak up, at that point. I guess we could, you can't predict the future. You don't know how these things are going to play out. And, you try to negotiate, you try to draft agreements for the unknown, right? And you end up with gibberish. So another way to handle it would just be to say that, in the event there are nonprofits, the requests from the nonprofits exceed 10 weeks, for the year, that the city manager and the Playhouse, sit down and devise a plan for how they're going to allocate the weeks, right?
Yeah.
I think we could just really get twisted around the axle trying to draft how we're going to do that. So I'd just say, if there's more than 10 weeks of demand from nonprofits for a year, the city manager and the Playhouse will sit down and figure out how to allocate the dates.
But is that going to, so Adele's saying like 10 weeks, right? And so is that, if there's more than 10 weeks requested by nonprofits, is that going to screw up their business model?
what, the Playhouse is only obligated to give 10 weeks. I mean, they could agree to do more.
Right.
But for our investment, they're agreeing to do 10 weeks. So that's going to be up to them. I think the negotiated arrangement here is 500,000, 10 weeks. And if the Playhouse says, well, you know what, you can have 12 weeks this year, then all the better. But I would just say if there's more than 10 weeks of demand from the nonprofits for a year, the city manager and Playhouse will sit down and figure out an equitable allocation schedule.
So with respect to the concessions, I liked what Adele articulated, which I perceive to be that the Playhouse is has an obligation to staff the concessions with respect to alcohol, which I think makes sense for liability reasons. And maybe it wasn't clear what was said, but I understood that to mean that there could be a situation where the nonprofit could get a share of the profits. But do you want to clarify that, Adele? Because I liked what you said, and I'm just confused about why the red line has to be there.
It's a little confusing. I get it. I wouldn't say what a share of the profits. They should get all of the net profits because it will be a second bar. And again, I can tell you to if you want a full liquor bar, you're talking about $5,000-$6,000 of.
Okay.
And so that comes off, and then the 160 for bartenders, and what's left would 100% go to them. I mean, I'm game to try it. I don't think the revenue is what
Okay.
people are expecting.
So would it be fair to say that the concessions to be staffed by the Playhouse unless otherwise consented to by the Playhouse, and then if a nonprofit pays for a bar, 100% of the profits would go to the nonprofit, with the Playhouse able to recover costs?
Yeah, because that's
is that
when
fair?
you get, like the concert, I think somebody referred to at the bowl that just
Yeah.
happened. I mean, I can guarantee they're not using liquor they've already paid for. They're buying liquor for the event to share in that profit.
Yeah. Okay. So did you get that language, Gavin?
Poor Gavin heard this a lot today.
Thank you. So was that final recommendation? Can you read it back, Gavin?
Do you want to just put it on the screen?
Okay, well, while you're doing that, are there any other speakers on this? Anything? Okay, I'm closing public testimony. So we're sure that we're in compliance with the ABC with what was mentioned, we think?
Well, because it's them operating it.
Okay, completely.
Just while we're waiting, I mean, I think as we're finishing to make the sausage up here, we shouldn't lose sight of the bigger issue, which is, and Joe Hanauer, alluded to it, which is, this is really a tremendous opportunity that nonprofits have never had in Laguna Beach, which is to get 10 guaranteed weeks a year, to do things that they haven't been able to do in other locations. So it's we're agonizing over some of the details, and we should. And maybe we probably won't get them all right, but I think there's some safeguards in there to bring it back to mutual discussion if we need to. But it's going to be a big win. So, I think we ought to be happy about it.
Agreed.
Agreed. Although I must say, you've made a couple of comments tonight that I've never heard an attorney say, so.
Gibberish.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen, so hopefully it comes close, then we can tweak it as we go. Let me share here. And I did want to point out one other thing that the council talked about this evening, so. Okay. And I should have mentioned it in my presentation, and I apologize, but if you look at the if you do look at the lease itself, there is a 3-week limit, but I think it talked about that management and the city manager, the Playhouse manager, and the manager can waive that limit if it provides for a greater community benefit. So you can go over 3 weeks, but it has to be approved by both parties to do that. So there is a concession, there is that in the lease. And the language that I added here, I apologize. Oops, who did I?
I
Here it
think,
is.
as I understood the concessions item, it would be that a nonprofit can request the, I thought we were saying that the nonprofit would pay the costs associated with the Playhouse providing concessions, but be able to generate the revenues.
I think there's two options. I think that the nonprofit can receive the net proceeds from concessions after
Operated by the Playhouse.
operated by the Playhouse, or there's an opportunity, I think, and I appreciate this flexibility on behalf of the Playhouse, where if a nonprofit wanted to bring in their own caterer with their liquor licenses, et cetera, the Playhouse would be open to considering that. So I think that
That language
flexibility
reflects that.
is that last sentence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think we need the sentence about the situation in which the nonprofit would get the profits from the Playhouse operating the
I think,
concessions.
yes. So that first sentence, the nonprofit receives all net proceeds from the concessions after paying for the alcohol
Yeah,
at cost.
And all costs associated with it.
Correct.
Yeah.
The cost of the alcohol and the cost of the bartenders.
Yeah, and insurance or whatever other costs.
If an outside caterer comes in with their own bar service, the Playhouse has to surrender their license.
Right.
Yeah.
And the caterer would have to, it would have to be under the caterer's license. We don't want to get into those kinds of specifics, but I do appreciate Adele's flexibility, willingness to consider situations like that. So if we're talking about net proceeds, it allows for covering costs like that.
So I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So for concessions, if it's staffed by the Playhouse does not share in the proceeds.
That's
If a nonprofit can request that we would prefer staffing the concessions, and then the nonprofit would have to pay for the alcohol purchases, the licensing, anything associated with operating that concession stand, and of course, then they would have eligibility, but they would get the proceeds from that. So if it's I want to make sure it's, the Playhouse runs it, they receive the net profit. If you want to independently have the nonprofit run it, they would be responsible for all the costs, which is purchase the alcohol. So that's how I thought I understood it, but of
okay.
course, counsel, I can.
That makes sense.
I think that's right.
Okay, just want to make sure. And hopefully Adele's
Playhouse
listening.
will
back.
just have to set the procedures around that to allow that to happen.
Can I clarify this language then? So I think the second two sentences under concessions are the second scenario. The nonprofit requests to provide the concessions and pays for everything associated with that, including the suspension of the license. I think the first scenario is that the concessions, including the bar, shall be staffed by Playhouse provided staff and with Playhouse provided alcohol, and that Playhouse should be reimbursed for all costs of supplying the concessions, including the bar, for the organization's event.
Yes.
Any net profit shall be remitted to the organization after the
yes.
conclusion
Yes.
of the event
That is that exactly.
Yeah.
within 30 days or whatever we want to do. Yeah.
Thank
Got it.
you. Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
And
Some gibberish for you.
Jane wrote that, just to be clear.
So we can incorporate that into this.
Thank you, Jane.
I may need a little help with that one to write that in, but
I think either way, we've
yeah.
I think we have clear. We have
Okay,
clarity.
do we have a motion?
Well, I think just to go back up, I think, can you go back up a couple pages to the previous red line? Okay, so take the January out, not later than, take out the word January. So it says July, not later than July 15. And then take out the January down below. Yeah, okay, you've got that one stricken. And then I would say up here, that red line there where you're talking about I'm sorry, go up to the where it says the maximum of 3 weeks. Up the page a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, where you can waive the limit. Add something there, add that sentence there that says, you know, if nonprofits are requesting more than 10 weeks, then the city manager and the Playhouse will determine an equitable method of allocation of the available dates.
That's good.
Are we ready to make a motion?
I'll move the recommended action as amended and redlined and discussed at the dais.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience
Yes.
on that.
Yeah.
We'll move on to item number
Take
15.
a break.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes. Hello, we're bringing the meeting back to order. Item 15, we have a staff presentation from Pat. Or who? Oh, Jeremy.
Good evening, Mayor. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. I'll get things going. I'll just kind of summarize the transaction. Brief background. We have a number of people tonight. We're still working on some final details, which I'll then turn over to Madam City Attorney and Assistant City Attorney Pat. And we also do have members of the Land Trust as well. And then we have Will, our broker, as well. Should the council have any specific questions? Just jump through this. So where we are, pretty much nearing the end. The action tonight, if it's taken in the affirmative of the staff recommendation, this would set those final steps forward for closing. This item wouldn't return back to City Council after this point. It's the Land Trust's intent, if there's approval tonight, to review and consider its approval on next Monday. And then there would be a February 6th close on the properties. The purchase price, as a reminder, for 2307, that's the property across the street from LCAD, is just over $3 million. And the one right around Big Ben is 4.95, both below the appraised values. We do have two deposits, 50,000 per property, a total of 100,000. That due diligence period ends tomorrow, and that deposit becomes non-refundable. There is an option for a 10-day cure if we did not waive due diligence. But our closing date, February 6th. So we've mentioned both properties together, 8 million. What we're proposing with assignment, after assignment, and for the land trust, or to the land trust, is 8 million secured by both properties, 5 years for full principal due at maturity, 4% fixed interest rate, which matches our LAIF rate, quarterly interest payments. And then this covenant section, I'll just touch on a few. So the requirement that we have included is that code remediation, right, for rezoning, CUPs, facility upgrades to certain things, ADA upgrades. There can't be redevelopment without city approval. There's an artist work, live, and affordability restrictive covenant and compliance. And then there's options to secure easements for the future, any potential undergrounding along Laguna Canyon Road, to name a few. We're proposing to fund this loan through the Vehicle Replacement Fund, which has a balance of approximately 17 million. We can confirm that we can make this and continue with our fleet replacement cycle. And then just one component between the December 9th meeting tonight, the Land Trust has made a request of about 75,000 to cover closing costs plus initial operating capital. If the council would like, the trust is prepared, or members of the trust are prepared to come up and just kind of explain partially what their findings in the work they've done over the last month, what they're seeing, and certainly to provide some context to this request. I think they could explain it better than I could. I'm going to leave it there. That's just an overview. I'm going to turn it over to Madam City Attorney now for her input.
Thank you very much. And so we are going to briefly discuss the documents that the City Council is considering tonight for approval. The first of those documents is an assignment of the purchase and sale agreement. There's actually 4 purchase and sale agreements because of the nature. There's 2 properties, and then the ownership of the properties were 2 trusts. And so they asked for 2 different purchase agreements per property. So we have a total of 4 purchase agreements. And so we have 4 corresponding assignment agreements to assign the city's interest in those agreements over to the land trust. The assignment agreements were attached to the supplemental staff report, which was uploaded to the agenda. We do have one small revision to that. And I think what we'll do is we'll get to the end and we'll go through the revisions, because we have small revisions on every document. We have been working up to the wire to get this all lined up. And we've been meeting for the last, 15 months or however long, every Tuesday morning to keep this transaction going with Jeremy and Pat and myself and Will, our broker, who's done so much of the heavy lifting. And then recently some of the land trusts joined us. And so this has been a big effort. And I really appreciate all those people's efforts in getting this to tonight, because this is hopefully the finish line. So the next, if we go to the next slide, please. The loan documents are the other documents that the city council is considering this evening. There are 3 different documents that the city council is considering in making the loan. The first is the loan agreement. The loan agreement's kind of like the umbrella document for the loan. It sets forth the interest rate, how the loan is repaid, the covenants that the assistant city manager went over, defaults, remedies, etc. This is currently attached to the staff report as attachment 1. We do have 2 proposed small revisions for this that the assistant city attorney will go over in just a second here. The second document is the deed of trust. This is what we record against the property to secure the repayment of the loan. And this provides mechanisms for foreclosure in the event of default. There is 2 small changes as well, actually technically 3 small changes as well to this document that the assistant city attorney will go over briefly. And then the last document for the city council's consideration is the promissory note. The promissory note is kind of what it says it is. It's a promise to pay back the money. And there are 2 small changes as well to that document. And so I think we're going to quickly run through those. Pat, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam City Attorney, and Mr. Mayor, City Council. All the documents with the red lines are before you all. For the members of the public, there's another copy on the table over by Madam City Clerk. And so the changes are relatively minor.
Sorry, Pat, to jump in before you go. Do you need this screen or do you need to pull up your screen?
What I plan to do is just describe them. I have the actual documents ready to share screen. I feel like if any of the members of the city council want to see it on the big screen, I can do that.
Got it.
Let's pull it up. Okay, give me 1 second. We will do the loan agreement first. And so really what the change there is as I scroll down here, it deals with the options to purchase options to get the easements. And all we did there is reflect the same timing as the affordability covenant as drafted. It required an event no later than 30 days that the borrower to grant the city an option agreement in the form as approved by the city attorney to purchase those easements. And instead, we just recreate the language that says no later than earlier of 1 year thereafter, or any early repayment. Excuse me, no later than the earlier of 1 year thereafter, or any early repayment. As we go to the promissory note.
I'm sorry, Pat. What easements are those?
Oh, excuse me. That's on section 7. Excuse me, page 7, section 5I.
Right, but the easements are for what purpose?
Councilmember, it's an option to reserve a right to purchase or get easements in the future in the event that Laguna Canyon Road is undergrounded.
We're not going to purchase those easements. They're going to give us those easements.
Right. So the option will set forth the term of the money, which for whatever that is, for $1 or whatever that would be. We just don't know we can't get the easement now because we don't exactly know where it would be.
I don't know the location. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. We're not buying easements from this purpose. We're reserving those easements.
Right. But to do that, we did that through an option. And so
is it clear it's $1 somewhere?
Well, it comes back we have 1 year to bring the option itself back to approve. And so at that time, they would say that.
This was something that, we knew from the outset we were going to need to retain. So as long as it's clear, I mean, we're not, when I saw purchase, I saw dollar signs. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then the next document is the promissory note. What we did there is we reflected the accurate entity name as well as the appropriate entity. We then ensured consistency with the amount. And then I believe further down, we included the proper notice address. And so once again, nothing substantive, just ensuring that the entity and address were properly identified in the document. Now we're going to move to the deed of trust. Give me 1 second. Don't see it up here. Apologies, having a little bit of technical difficulties, but once again, that deed of trust does the exact same thing. It fills in the dollar amount, which is consistent across all documents, which is 8 million, and then updates the identity of the entity, the Laguna Beach Community Land Trust, and accurately reflects the address for that entity. And now we'll move over to the assignment. What we are doing here is we are removing the provisions as it pertains to the seller's consent. It's in the recital and then an actual section in there as well as their signature block. Their consent is not legally required for us to assign it to the Community Land Trust, and therefore we are removing that. I believe I've hit all of our proposed changes for the agreements, but of course that's subject to review and approval by you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Donegan. And I'll just confirm based on our conversation with the Land Trust this morning, and I think they're going to come up and talk in just a second, but they also confirmed that that the documents are approved on their end. The form of the documents are approved on their end. So I think we have agreement on the documents as presented by Pat just now. And then I think our last slide is just, I'm going to talk slowly so we can get the slide back up. We have some updated recommendations really just to reflect that. Oh, sorry, actually one thing that we didn't reference, but it's in the loan agreement. There is a schedule in the loan agreement that just identifies the code remediation issues that need to occur at the property. And that document is still being finalized in terms of exactly, I think it's been shared with the Land Trust. They know what the issues are. They've been working with the assistant city manager on it, but just getting that into a final form. And so the recommended actions are to approve the assignment agreement as amended, the assignment agreements as amended, the loan documents as amended, and further to authorize staff to finalize that schedule that I just referenced, to authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents for escrow. And then there's this request that the assistant city manager referenced for the $75,000 for closing costs out of the housing, and we've recommended that come out of the housing fund to make a CEQA finding. And then finally, we've added one final recommendation just to authorize the city manager to take minor actions and make minor modifications to the documents as is necessary to close escrow. And that recommendation is really just because we've been working up to the wire and we want enough flexibility that we can, if there's any small thing that comes up, we can get through the finish line without having to come back for a special meeting or approvals. And with that, I'll hand it back over.
Yeah, I just had one comment on the grant. Just when we get there and if we have a discussion, there is another option besides the housing fund if the council wants to hear about it at the time, if the council decides to have that discussion.
Before we council asks questions of staff, do you see the representative from the Housing Trust speak now as supplemental to the staff report or just in public comments?
Is at your discretion, Mr. Mayor. I do think that they're prepared to make a little presentation to help explain their request, so it may be helpful to get that up front.
Okay, why don't we do that now then?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Christine Thalman, President of the Community Land Trust. And we've been in operation about 60 days, I think a little less than that. So the $75,000 grant, we have, of course, the closing cost. We have a property tax payment due fairly soon, insurance, and hopefully the rental cash flow will cover the debt service, which we feel we can address that. That's not a problem. But having been in operation for less than 60 days, we're a little bit short. We did get good news this week, and I saved the voicemail from the IRS that we've been approved. And Jeremy, you should be getting a letter hopefully this week. It'll be addressed to you. So I want to give a shout out to Jeremy. I know he's been meeting with at least 3 members of the trust on the details of it. And so with that, I wanted to turn it over to, I'm calling them my landmen. Landmen.
So to be clear, your nonprofit status has been approved by the IRS.
It has been approved. And they did say it takes about 4 weeks before it comes online. But like I said, I saved the voicemail and I'm waiting for this letter, which will help a lot. So I'll turn that over to, I don't know, Ed or Jeff.
Mayor, council members, staff, legal counsel, thank you. As Chris had said, we're 60 days new. We been running and gunning, if you will, here on the fly, getting everything put together. We're organized. We've got property management in place. Our documents are in place. And we finally, in the due diligence, finally started getting the annual report, the 1225 actuals from the sell side. And Ed did a great job of really ripping into these numbers and doing our projections and cash flows. So a lot of this is timing. You know, we're closing with an $8 million purchase with an $8 million loan. And they have closing costs, as Chris talked about it, which includes all the title, Alta surveys, extended title endorsements and so forth, escrow fees, you know, loan servicing fees. We also have to put our insurance together quickly. Sometimes that goes inside the escrow, sometimes it's outside the escrow. So we have new property insurance, which got priced, and all the insurance associated with the properties. And then we will be having real estate taxes hit us fairly soon, shortly after the close. And so it's really, and then we do have rents coming in our direction, but timing, predictability of rents is another thing, you know, but we will have professional management starting Feb 6 on the property. So it's a cash flow timing issue where this additional money coming from the grant will really assist our closing costs and a certain amount of working capital as we get, you know, on our feet and make sure we're off and running here. And we haven't really begun our fundraising. So we, you know, that's the next part of this equation is now that we've focused on this transaction, now we can focus on our fundraising. And in theory, with this grant and our fundraising, we see ourselves on a break-even basis for 2026, excuse me. And I would really hope that you folks can look upon this favorably and help us get started on the right foot. And we're doing our best to keep us there.
Just a quick question. Did you say loan servicing fees? Did I hear you right?
Yeah, when you look at closing costs, what's happened to the title company and maybe Fidelity National, you're the lender, so they're recording certain documents, and there's a servicing fee on the pro forma, you know, closing statement.
Okay.
I think it's a way for title to make an extra dollar.
Got it.
As they
Okay.
unbundle their fees because they're touching all these different documents. So they're going to be touching your loan documents. You'll be getting a lender's policy that we'll be paying for. We'll be getting an owner's policy we'll be paying for, and then the extended Alta policies. There are certain encroachment idea things that we had to buff out with the survey and with title. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'd like to just compliment what's been presented here a little bit. First, I want to say that we need to know that we have the right purpose here. What we're doing is just together for this community, for the artists as a start, and then looking to go beyond that to affordable housing for seniors and workforce housing is the objective. But that's an incredible purpose, and this is the start on that purpose. We have the right property. You guys have been targeting this property for some time, and that's been It's been incredible. We've inspected the property. We've worked with your city staff to understand some of the shortfalls that have to be brought up to speed for the conditional use permit and so on. We have the right people. You should see this group working together. I got to tell you, and it's not just the board, but it's Megan, it's Jeremy, it's Patrick and the whole team, the brokers involved. Everybody's pulling out all the stops to make this happen. Now imagine, you guys have been working on this for a little while, but in 60 days, we're forming a whole new nonprofit and buying 2 properties over $8 million with 4 different purchase and sale agreements and lots of documentation. So there's a lot going on here. As to the grant now, though, let me be a little more specific. We originally started with a pro forma that had a revenue of about $520,000 a year projected income and about $158,000 in expenses. As we've drilled down on those costs and revenues, the costs look solid. We've got some adjustments about where they are, adjusting for new taxes and insurance. But on the revenue side, there were projected increases in the revenue, and we're on that revenue source. So we're reluctant to jump right in and be raising the rents because we want this to be affordable for the artists. So we're finding we're about $100,000, $110,000 short on our current projections for that. Your grant of $75,000 would help tremendously in our ability to pull together the fundraising and meet the cash flow requirements so we can meet the debt service, pay the taxes, and keep going with this project. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there questions from council of staff? None? Okay, well, questions from council of staff. Do you have a question of staff?
Oh, yeah. One question. Jeremy, maybe a question for you, just to confirm so we don't have any concern about for the HCD matching grant from the housing fund and housing in lieu fund. It sounds like, as I understand this, that the idea would be that we would just switch money in. Do we have to keep those specific funds in those accounts?
No.
So you have no concern about that? And because if that were the case, maybe we could just take it from a different place as opposed to a fund that's earmarked for that grant.
Correct. We can meet both this request and that matching requirement.
So just to be clear, so if we had to pay that amount tomorrow for the matching grant, the money is still left over for this. So we're not using the same dollar in 2 places.
Can you say that last sentence again?
So the concern is, as I understand the matching grant, we don't want to spend this the whole intent, as I understand it, is to have you're earmarking money for a specific purpose, right? And so we're not spending $1 in 2 places or earmarking it in one place and spending it in another, requiring us to replace it.
I guess somewhat, but given the timing of the HCD grant, we can backfill that. There's a $100,000 deposit, escrow deposit that we're going to get returned from us.
Okay.
Because we'll send 8 million. We're not sending 7.9. It needs to be the full chunk.
Yeah.
But escrow's going to reimburse us $100K. So we don't even have to touch the housing fund. We could just pull it right from that, the escrow fund.
Because that solved that problem.
Today.
It's more of just a procedural question that we don't do anything that would undermine those matching funds.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll open public testimony. Any comments on this issue?
And if I can be clear, I would recommend the latter, since we were able to confirm the deposit rather than going to the housing fund.
Yeah, just
use the escrow funds.
Use
the deposit.
I couldn't be more proud of this group of people that put this all together from the very beginning to where we are now. It's just an amazing story. As you know, we're helping produce a documentary on the dearth of artist housing in places like Laguna Beach, and this is an amazing happy ending. William Kirkley, the filmmaker, couldn't be here tonight, but we will be sure that he knows exactly what has transpired, and I couldn't agree with this. Board is amazing. The staff did an amazing job, and this is really something special. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None, we'll close public testimony and bring it back to council. Any other comments? Looks like you want to say something, Megan.
I was just going to nicely ask Jeremy if he could pull the slide back up so he can walk through the recommended actions. If you're ready to go, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I just had one clarifying question. Just, we haven't seen the schedule yet. So what is on this schedule that we haven't seen yet?
To paraphrase, kind of year one immediate action is CDPs, building permits, and then year two is upgrades, right? At its simply put.
Okay. My other question, and Ed alluded to, sensitivity to not raising rents, but in the staff report, there's language about a rent covenant. It's on page 3 of the rent covenants requiring that operating income cover debt service. So is that in there somewhere?
Correct. Yeah. So that was always the understanding between the city and the land trust. However, if the council would like an explicit provision saying that the rents, or excuse me, I guess the rent and the net operating income must be sufficient to satisfy the interest on the loan, that would be your guys' prerogative, should that be the direction of council.
Oh, we can bring Ed
Yeah,
back
of
up,
course.
but I mean, I think we need to have, I think you need to have cash flow to pay the interest on the loan. So you want to address that, Ed?
It's a question of how much you want to raise the rent. In our findings, we're expecting to do some rent raising. We're also expecting to do revenue from fundraising. To make the rents equal to the cash flow, you'd have to raise them 25%. We'd like not to have to do that. If we can meet the cash flow, I think that's the intent of that provision of the loan or loan agreement. So I don't know how you build in the flexibility. I think the intent is for us to be able to do fundraising to maybe reduce the loan so that we can make that cash flow. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, I think you did. And I mean, just so, this is a long time ago, but, and Mark, you'll remember this, I know because you were involved in the conversations. I mean, there is an expectation, and it's been communicated to the residents that there are going to be some rent increases. So that's, nobody's promising them to freeze at current rates. So I think that, you have the latitude to do that. And I
Correct.
can't remember, it was at least, we're talking in the neighborhood of 15%, I think.
I don't remember the exact percentage, but it was significant. Well, they were significantly under market.
Yeah.
And the idea was if there was an adjustment, they would still be under market. The idea is to keep them, just to establish that threshold. And I have attended a couple of the meetings with the land trust, and they're just, trying to work their way through some of these, this analysis. And I don't think you guys have really spent much time with the artist at this point, have you? A little? Right.
Yeah, but to your point, there's definitely a program developed to move those rental rates up, because there is room between the market and the existing rate structure, but also still look at the process of affordability.
Oh, excuse me. If we speak anymore, we'll go to the podium.
Yeah.
You guys are sitting up front here, so you were an extension of staff for a minute. Go ahead, Bob.
No, that answers my question. Ed answered my
Do you
question.
feel comfortable with that then?
Yeah, I mean, we're fully secured on the loan, so they will have to figure it out. But yeah, I'm comfortable.
So as it stands now, it has that covenant that requires the net operating, that it has the rents basically ensuring that you have a net operating income that pays the interest on the loan, or that's not part of this?
Yeah, so if I may, Mr. Mayor, there is no explicit provision to that effect. I have language, should you guys should the council want to see it. But once again, hearing from the land trust and hearing the deliberations, but as of right now, that explicit provision is not in the loan agreement.
Please approach the podium.
there's a couple ways you get to NOI, right? There's a rental increase, and then there's costs in the middle, and there's also perhaps triple net costs you push back to the tenant. So we have month-to-month leases that we could readjust. We can make those modified gross leases, or triple net leases. So there's ways we can get the coverage ratios, but we also looked at the fact that it's probably going to be a situation where if there is some deficit, we believe strongly the fundraising will cover that deficit. But we do see the rents, Bob, to where you can take these rents and move them. I don't think we'll have any fallout. This has been going on for a year and a half. Like you said, there's been some prep work with the tenants about the expectations. To go in tomorrow and say, I'm taking your rent from $1.50 to $2.50, that doesn't work. But if you're taking $1.50 to $1.75 or $1.80, or a 20% increase, you add 30 cents to 180, then that'll get us real tight, much closer to the NOI. And I think we'll have a better handle on this too, because we noticed there's cost inside these P&Ls for the last 3 years. There's people getting paid, and we're asking who these people are, and there's no there's no contracts. There's no contracts with maintenance people. There's no contracts with people other than the utilities. So there was money that had been paid. Some of it we think was one time related to getting the property ready for sale. Some of it we think is obviously reoccurring. But I think Ed did a great job in trying to scrub those numbers to where we feel we're confident on those cost numbers. But there's still some room to go after that. And the second part of that, our numbers were underwritten with a full property tax at $80,000 a year. So we've already contacted legal and specializes in property tax. We have our 501c3, and there's going to be some interesting discussions about the fact that we are a nonprofit as formed as such. We're a 501c3, though we have some tenancies that are operating for profit, if you will, as tenants. We still may be able to get a classification for the entire project to get a relief on the tax base. So we might be able to, we're going to go after that right away. So we may be able to take these taxes back down, to $30,000 or $40,000.
Yeah.
So we can, we'll definitely be hitting our numbers there.
Well, and I talked to Christine about this, that, when the covenant goes on it, you can make the argument to the assessor that the value of this property in terms of its assessment is less than
right
if it didn't have the covenant, right? Even aside from the social welfare exemption that you're alluding to.
Purely from an investment standpoint, you're spot on.
So because I do think that I hear what you're saying about the fundraising could cover the, that delta between the income and the net operating income and then the interest only payments. But I think, at the previous, when we talked about this before, it sounds like there's going to be some number of, maybe it's 3 million that's going to have to be raised to basically be able to finance this and then pay the city back in 5 years. So is there maybe as a compromise that you get to that point of the net operating income equaling the interest only payments at a certain point so that you're able to raise the money for the principal, which in 5 years is going to be due?
Right.
I don't know what the council thinks about that, but it seems like maybe early on you wouldn't want to burden them and force those big rent increases, but at a certain point it seems like we want to have the net operating income servicing the interest only loan.
Yes. Yeah, I think we can run those schedules. To look at that. I mean, yes.
Okay.
There's a lot of complexity. So they're also what they're working on is establishing affordability thresholds. So let's just assume in the future that a donor came in and he said, I wanted to, contribute money, but I want my money to go exclusively for the lowest level of that affordability, right? Then that would drive down the revenue, but the gift could make up the difference. So there's just a lot of ways this can go.
Similar to that, I mean, one of the things we negotiated with Megan and Pat and the team was on release prices on the properties, right? At first, it was like one deed against both properties. But I've seen it before where a donor will come up and said, I don't want to put my money in the trust, in the fund. You've got a property that's covenanted. I just want to buy that property. I'm a philanthropic investor. I want to buy that property. I now have a piece of real estate. I get some benefit out of that, some depreciation, some cash flow. I'll accept the 3% cash return or whatever it might be, but I'll own that property and it is encumbered. And there are people that will do that. They'll buy the properties opposed to push it through the trust. So we were trying to give ourselves flexibility, to your point. One of the things we'd like to try to do is come out of the gate. You're offering a great rate. Rates may be coming down. We don't know, you know, it happens. But to the extent we can go to the conventional market and do a conventional loan with a bank that has to get the credits, you know, in the nonprofit world, we're already starting that conversation. So we see a couple different avenues there, but we're keenly aware of making the debt service. The numbers that Ed talked about included the higher real estate property taxes. We use $90,000 real estate taxes, and our shortfall for the year was 103, as you mentioned, but it's made up by the grant and by what we think might be other areas of bringing money into the entity. So we think we're close. And again, it's a timing issue as far as how the cash works.
Yeah. You also have a co-op opportunity you could study in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one additional thing, that the good news about the IRS designation now opens up opportunities for us to go for grants, which we never had that opportunity before. I also joined a group called Common Ground. It's a nationwide organization for land trust where they provide opportunities for grants and assistance with the grants. So I think that's going to make a difference as well. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you.
Well, I think I think it's, I understand why there's not a rent covenant in the initial, because there's a lot of different ways, a lot of different factors a lot of different levers they can pull in order to, you know, adjust expenses or increase revenues. You know, and we are fully secured in any event. So, I mean, I don't have any particular need to insist on it.
Did you have any other comments, Alex?
No.
Sue? Then we're ready for a motion. I'll close, well, the public comments are closed, so we can move on to a motion.
So, well, it just disappeared.
Oh,
Oh.
there it goes.
So I would move the recommended actions as amended and shown here on the screen, which are recommended actions 1 through 7.
With the for number 5, from the deposit money instead of the housing
Oh,
fund.
yeah, thank you, Alex. Yeah, so we need to correct number 5 to say not from the housing fund, but from the escrow.
You got that, yeah.
Refund.
So, and can I clarify on numbers 4 and 5, we're using the language up to, that was from the staff report. Sounds like the request is for 75,000 for closing costs and initial operating capital. So we'd want to strike the up to in 4 and 5 and clarify in number 4 that it's closing costs and initial operating capital.
Let's just do it here.
There, okay. I'm not gonna type in front of a room full of people. Anxiety nightmare.
All right, so I would move the 7 recommended actions with the modifications described by the city attorney as shown on the screen.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for all your hard work, attorneys, everybody. Now we're on to the famous 15.5. Is this going to go down in history?
15.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
15.
This one's going to be really quick. You can have
Oh. Can I ask the audience a question? Who's here for number 16? Do you think we should do 16 first? Who's here for 15 and a half? Well, you guys like hanging out with us anyway. Where else you guys gonna go? You okay with that? To do 16 first? Okay, we'll do 16 first. Sorry, Kai. And Alexis.
16. Mr. Mayor, perhaps we could take just a 2-minute break to let staff for 16 get in the room and get set up. Can we take someone's yes. Someone's probably
Okay, we'll
sprinting.
take a 2-minute recess, 3-minute recess. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Steve,
Can everyone take their seats, please?
thank you. We need a voice of authority. Why is it always a woman who steps in and we're going to start the meeting? Item 16, staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Orgill, and good evening, council members. Item 16 is a request for a conditional use permit for a historic preservation incentive of a 75% reduction in the required off-street parking spaces to accommodate the combined uses of an existing coffee shop, retail store, and a future tavern at 1796 South Coast Highway. The subject property is located at the corner of Pearl Street and South Coast Highway within the HIP district of the C1 zone. The site is developed with an approximately 3,000 square foot Mission Revival style commercial building that is currently on the city's local historic register, making it eligible for the historic preservation incentives. The property also contains an 8-space surface parking lot at the rear, and the current tenants are the Pearl Street Coffee Shop and the Pearl Street General Store, both of which operate under one business owner and license, and the proposed Seahorse Lounge will also operate under the same business license and owner. On December 5th, the Planning Commission reviewed a CUP to establish a tavern that allows on-site sale and consumption of beer and wine, live entertainment, outdoor seating for the Pearl Street Coffee Shop, and a joint-use parking plan where the hours of operation for all three uses will be limited to 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. for the coffee shop and general store, and the tavern hours will be limited to 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and until 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. A coastal development permit was required for the intensification of use and a sign permit for 3 window signs and 1 wall sign. After receiving and carefully considering all public testimony, the Planning Commission deliberated and approved the project with conditions intended to address neighborhood concerns regarding business operations and potential noise impacts. The Planning Commission also recommended that the City Council approve the historic preservation incentive of the parking reduction. The city's historic preservation ordinance allows properties in commercial zones to be granted a CUP to allow a reduction in parking requirements up to a maximum of 75% if the project complies with the Secretary of Interior standards or local design guidelines or style guide. Staff determined that the project complies with the SOIS because it is limited to the installation of 3 window signs and 1 wall sign, all of which may be easily removed from the building and would not cause irreversible damage. And the project includes interior tenant improvements limited to minor repair and maintenance work, such as paint and wallpaper, and no exterior alterations are proposed. Staff's analysis of the required parking uses a conservative approach, which requires a ratio of 1 space per 100 square feet. This ratio is used because of the shared building areas across all 3 uses, and where a coffee shop and tavern both require a parking ratio of 1 space per 100 square feet. As shown in the tables on this slide, 24 spaces would normally be required for each business operation. However, considering the 75% reduction, only 6 spaces would be required, and with the 8 spaces already provided on site, the parking requirements would be met. With the approval of the reduction, both the daytime and evening uses would comply with the city's parking requirements. Overall, staff can make the findings for the granting of the conditional use permit for the reduction as outlined in the agenda report and the draft resolution, and recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution approving the conditional use permit and finding said action exempt from CEQA. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does council have any questions of staff? None? Thank you. We'll open public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Orgill, council members and staff. My name is Steve Quaratani. I've been working on this project in this location for about 8 or 9 years. It's been a long time. And it's almost 2 years ago when I met with Alex, with the partners, to try to get the business started again. And to open up a business in Laguna is challenging. And I'm not here really to say that this is community development's fault. It is not. It's just the system itself that you have to go through.
And actually, I'm here today because you certainly hear criticism a lot. I'm here to personally thank Sarah, who has just been a great planner. I'm here to thank Anthony, who has been working with Sarah. But I'm particularly here to thank Matt Schneider, because Matt did everything that he could to keep this business running short of breaking the law. But he stuck his neck out for us, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate the fact that Sue Kemp called me every 2 weeks and said she was having something done at the beauty place across the street, and how come we weren't open yet?
No, I don't have to go every 2 weeks.
It just seemed like every 2 weeks. And Alex was calling me monthly. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? I stuck my neck out and I said, you're going to be open in 3 months. But it's the reality of operating a business. So, I'm not here to repeat what Sarah said. You have a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and they looked at everything carefully, but what the Planning Commission cannot grant is the parking incentive. That's for the council. So we're here tonight. I think you saw by the show of hands, we have a lot of supporters. This was a very successful business until a bad operator took it down in 6 months. So we have people who live here in town who will be operating the business. I'm here to tell you now, if the council approves our request this evening, we're not going to let you down. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in support of the project?
Hi, my name is Murphy McCann. I just wanted to let you know I'm a local. I really love the Seahorse. It is it's a local gem. It's a great place for people to go hang out. You don't see it flooded with all kinds of tourists, and it's great to just be able to Uber from my house down to the Seahorse, get away from my house, have a couple drinks, see whatever's going on there, and then be able to take off. So my thoughts probably represent a lot of people in town. I can't speak on behalf of them, but I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support?
Council members, staff, Mr. Mayor. I arrived in Laguna Beach. My name is Leon Messi-Schmidt. I arrived in Laguna Beach in May will be 25 years ago. Raised 2 children, 2 lovely girls here in the community. And growing up in South Africa, we'd get television shows, and one of them that crossed our television sets, even though it was many years after, I guess, the first screening. I think we got sort of season 1 when season 8 was out, was Cheers. I think a lot of people here can resonate with that, with the story, with the fabric of American culture, and just a place to get together. And from my accent, you can hear, and there's some British folks here as well, the concept of having a pub is something that is sort of in different cultures we've grown up with. I live up in Bluebird Canyon, and the first time I walked into to the Seahorse Lounge after it was redone from the Laguna Beach Auto Parts store, so to speak, there was a recreation of something really special. In fact, they even had an old record player that you could go and put vinyl records on, and I'm hoping that they bring that back. And you sit down, it was like a lounge, and you literally had this lounge effect of going, wow, here I am in a community, and anybody can walk in the door, and I know they're probably going to be from Laguna Beach, because this is not a sort of a main street sort of a location for this. So to me, having at least a local pub to go down and living in that area, this is the only opportunity and the place that we do have really to go down, seeing as a lot of the other establishments have closed since then. So I do understand that this is a due process to go through with the parking. I know it has been approved before in the past for us to have this UP approved. But right now, just as a resident and really wanting to have a sense of community here and to support the local folks, I think this is something that I really, really hope that you guys are going to vote on. The last thing is just about the amount of parking. Most of the people that go there, and I used to frequent it quite often, live around the corner. most of the people enjoy walking to this place. They're like, because we don't live downtown. We are in the middle of Laguna. And we're like, for once, we can have a spot that you can just walk down to and enjoy. And to us, I think that fostered a great sense of community. In fact, to the point that I didn't need to invite anyone to come and have a beer. I had the confidence to walk in and go, hey, Gary, hey, Billy, hi, you again, Gary, to be there. And a sense of that, for people that are looking, that want to connect with other people. And this is a great opportunity for people to do so. And I just hope that we can continue on with this tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support? Okay, one more. Are there any other speakers in support? Can I see raise of hands? Okay, one more, 2, 3. Okay.
Mayor Orgill, council members, thanks for having us. I just on that comment, I live right up the street from the Seahorse, so I'll be walking there to go to the tavern, and I don't need a parking spot. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi again. I just want to point out that last Saturday was the last day that there was a beer garden at Laguna Beer Company because apparently the new owner wants to restore the parking in the Hive. And so outdoor space will be removed from all 3 restaurants. And really over time, the Laguna Beer Company, I think, replaced what we had at the Seahorse, which was a place once again for locals to gather in this time of isolation, how important it is for community, for people to be able to see one another. And it's really a sad day. I don't know that anything can be reversed over there. So I think we need the Seahorse now more than ever because we need gathering places. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I just wanted to echo the prior sentiments that it's a great place for locals and for locals together. There's a lot of tourist centric businesses in town, and there's not that many that cater to locals. I happen to know one of the new, I know there were problems before, and you don't want to repeat that. I do know one of the new operators, and I don't think you're going to have that problem again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Leslie Lovejoy. I'm new to Laguna. I have a remote job. I could have lived almost anywhere, and I chose Laguna because I was immediately impressed with the community here. And having a remote job, I feel like third spaces are so important, and I'm really in support of this and really impressed by everybody's dedication to getting this reopened. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, City Council. I'm Archer White Dragon, and basically I live right around the corner of the Seahorse. And I just want to say it's remarkable just to see all of you here. And I probably parked one of your cars when you were going to the Seahorses yourselves. But I just want to add that I don't use a car to go to the Seahorse. I just walk over. And remarkably, I support the reopening of the Seahorse. I've been adamant about that, and I see that everybody is kind of supporting that in that nature as well. So I don't think I will add any issues to the parking, and I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the project? Any speakers not in support of the project? None. I will close public testimony and bring it back to council. Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Are there any ex parte announcements?
I had a brief conversation with Steve Kuaratani about this.
I had a brief conversation with Steve Quartani, and I was alluded to that I was involved in meeting with the applicant, as well as, talking about the status of it. And I just want to be clear that I would never prejudge an application, but whenever there's something that's delayed, I potentially could escalate it, but I'm looking at the application in front of me in an unbiased way.
I had a 2-sentence conversation with Steve Kuaratani.
What about the beauty salon?
You guys don't need to start worrying about that.
I spoke briefly with Steve this morning.
Okay, and I have none. So are there any comments then from council?
I'll go ahead. I'm very supportive of this. I think it's very exciting that this is moving forward. I really think this project in a way shows the absurdity of the parking requirements that we have in this town where, this would have required 24 spaces, which on a lot like that, you would have to basically demolish the building to make it work. And maybe that would work in Aliso Viejo, but in a walkable town like Laguna, it makes zero sense, especially the idea that we have a parking requirement for bars when people should be Ubering or taking the on-demand. So could not be more excited about this and looking forward to this opening back up again.
I agree. It's in my neighborhood. I'm excited.
Just on the parking, so the council knows, we continue to work on the comprehensive zoning update. We had some interesting input from the consultant the other day, kind of reinforcing your point that, a lot of these parking standards we have are outmoded, outdated, need to be redone. So we are making some progress on that, and at some point we'll report back with details.
Yeah, I think our parking requirements are dumb, but I think also, weren't we trying to adopt the three per thousand rather than the 1 per 100?
I think that's what they're working on.
That's all being worked on.
That's what we're looking at.
So we're doing at the comprehensive
Yeah.
code update.
One of the things that was brought up, and I personally support, is looking at and putting language in the conditional use permits that the applicant would participate in a parking management plan, whatever that might look like. So I think that will be coming to us, some recommendations regarding that. So do I have a motion?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Right. Yeah. Oh, no, should I have said that?
What?
Sorry, Alex, I'm not on top of it. Okay, once the crowd clears, we'll go back to 15.5. Staff presentation on 15.5.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Alexis Fraun. I'm the acting Transit and Community Services Director. And with me this evening is Kai Bond, Marine Safety Chief, Jane Zug, Assistant City Attorney, Andrea Turnauer, Community Services Supervisor. So the item is a discussion of an ordinance amending Title 18 Beach and Parks to establish a special event permit process and modifying regulations on surfing at Aliso Beach and use of shade coverings at beaches and parks, and a corresponding resolution establishing locations where special events may occur and rules and regulations for various special events. So the discussion this evening is going to focus on proposed amendments to Title 18 of the Municipal Code and the new special event permit policy. The goal is to share the framework with the City Council, public, and receive feedback, refine this ordinance and resolution, and then we will bring it back to Council for consideration. So currently, Laguna Beach hosts a wide variety of special events throughout the year, from parades to athletic competitions and community gatherings. Currently, these events are managed through a mix of municipal code sections, department procedures, and informal practices rather than one single consistent policy. Because there's no unified policy, staff has faced challenges with enforcement. Event organizers have experienced inconsistent requirements, and overall approval process has become more complex. So as these event requests have increased in recent years, the challenges have become more apparent. So for the special event permit process, excuse me, The goal is to eventually amend Title 18 Parks and Beaches. And so for this evening, it's for just discussion only. We're seeking the feedback from the public and council to further shape this event process. And then we would return for adoption at a later date. The event permit process started back in 2023 when the city took over the South Laguna beaches, and council did direct staff to develop an event process for Aliso Beach and South Laguna beaches as needed. But since then, staff has identified a community interested in using additional parks, beaches, and facilities throughout the town. So the Title 18 amendment overview. So some of the the key parts of this would reorganize it. So removing some of the duplicate and outdated provisions that are in the ordinance, regroups a bunch of the regulations to have it make a little bit more sense, and outline new or revised provisions. And then in addition, creating the comprehensive special event permit process. And then also the Title 18 would modify the various shade covering sizes and locations, and surfing and skimboarding areas at Aliso Beach. Now Jane's going to go into some of the ordinance details.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jane Abzug, Assistant City Attorney. I wanted to present on the outline of the changes that are reflected in the ordinance amending Title 18 before you today on the dais, and as depicted on the PowerPoint slide is a chart, and I wanted to explain how to read it to summarize the changes. So in column 1, in red, we have new chapters. In column 2, we have the new code sections. In column 3, we have the former sections. In column 4, we have the new names. And then column 5 identifies whether there has been a substantive change to the provisions. So for example, chapter 18.01 is brand new. It consolidates all of the definitions in one location and adds definitions for special event, shade coverings, and structures. There's also a new chapter 18.02. As you can see, it consists mostly of pre-existing provisions that have been reorganized and renamed to more squarely address the special event permit process. And then there are additional special provisions, which is what I reference in the staff report. For example, at Main Beach Park, there have been changes to identify the special event permit process and also to make some substantive changes, next slide, to allow for-profit and nonprofit groups other than arts and crafts shows at the Cobblestone area. So that is a discussion point for the City Council this evening. So also on this page, you'll see that the informal weddings simply revised to identify the special event permit process, outdoor gatherings, concerts, festival art shows, and exhibitions, revised name for special event permit process, and also a new provision to allow such events outside the Irvine Bowl subject to the city manager's approval, because the current Title 18 has a focus that those types of activities should occur at the Irvine Bowl. And given the existing lease agreement and public interest in having block parties, there was no way for city staff to accommodate those requests. And so there was a substantive tweak to that section to allow events outside of the Irvine Bowl. The next change would be to the outdoor athletic contests. Currently in Title 18, that's reserved to parks and not beaches. And so we've revised it substantively to also allow outdoor athletic contests at beaches to accommodate volleyball events. The remaining provisions in that chapter 18.02 remain unchanged. Chapter 18.04 exists today. It's entitled Conduct. The only changes here would be striking certain provisions. And you can see that in the second and third column. And then in the fourth column, it shows where those provisions have been moved and reoriented in Title 18. So the only substantive change here would be for the canopies, awnings, umbrellas, tents, and other covers. That's now addressed as shade coverings and structures. And this has been revised to address marine safety concerns. Next slide. Similarly, these provisions that have been stricken there is an explanation as to where those provisions are. They've been regrouped, so it's easier for staff and the public to navigate Title 18. Next slide. For Chapter 18.05 and 1808, they've been entirely rechaptered in other locations of Title 18, but the substance of those provisions remains the same. New Chapter 18.10 relates to beaches and consists of previously existing provisions. Next slide. Chapter 18.12 remains the same, no changes. Chapter 18.20 is renamed from surfing to surfing and swimming. In the surfing provisions, it has been reorganized, so surfing is addressed in one location. Substantively, it's been revised to designate a surfing location at Aliso Beach at the request of Marine Safety. Next slide.
Can I just quickly clarify
Yeah.
this? Because I think it'll address public comments. So Kai, can you clarify that this is following the county policies that were in place that we agreed to, so just effectuating what's already happening?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. And then the following slide, and I'll wrap it up because I just wanted to make sure that the council and the public understood the chart so that, tonight is a discussion item. There's no requested action. So, during this meeting and, here on after, the public can review it, the city council can review it, and it will be a more helpful tool. But chapters 18.21, 18.22, 18.25, 18.26, and 18.27 remain the same, with just minor modifications to address the special events permit process. And chapter 18.28 is amended to remove some provisions that apply to both beaches and parks and focus solely on parks. Next slide. No changes to chapter 18.29 relating to marine protected areas. I'm happy to answer any specific questions of the city council, but in summary, there are 5 areas where substantive changes occurred. One would be at Main Beach. There was previously a limitation on the cobblestone area for arts and crafts shows for a certain number of days, and city staff suggested expanding that outside of the arts and crafts shows. The outdoor athletic contest now allowed on the beaches and parks. Outdoor gatherings allowed outside of Irvine Bowl. Shade coverings limited to 6 by 6 feet behind lifeguard towers. And then the surfing zone at the south end of Aliso Beach, or is otherwise posted by flags by Marine Safety.
And then to clarify, to go over a little bit more for the proposed special event permit process. So as Jay mentioned, it's going to define the special events, and this just gives a little bit more direction for staff to process these permits. They would all be processed then through the Recreation Division, working with all the other departments in the city that would be required. And it provides a formalized application process, including the private or public activities such as the previously mentioned informal weddings, concerts, festivals, art shows, outdoor athletic contests, commercial paddleboarding, organized sports play, and other events that have exceeded capacities. Many of these events are already happening right now. The city already hosts them. They're either city council approved or they're approved by a TUP right now. But this would be a way to streamline them as well as recoup some of the costs and have a fee associated with them because there's not a fee schedule right now either. So part of the policy would establish different events, having different tiers of the size of events, identify locations that council and the public can discuss. If you guys want to move forward with them, has application checklists, tiered fees, cost recovery for city services and staff costs, and it limits events during the peak summer months. This is just a summary of some of the special event locations that are included in your agenda packet this evening of where potentially we could have these events approved. And then it also goes into detail of kind of what tier that they are, what specific amenities would be allowed at the events.
And to provide, I'm sorry, good evening, Mayor and City Council, Kai Bond, Chief of Marine Safety. To provide a little more context on the shade coverings and structures, we wanted to address some visibility issues that we've been having in marine safety. So the suggested modification would be to move any multi-posted shade structure behind the lifeguard tower. So they would be prohibited in front, and that would open up our view for public safety reasons. So we have a very clear view of our beach and water. And that is simply the intent of the modification or the suggested modification. Other agencies are doing the same thing for the same purposes. And then back to the surfing and skimboarding, they're used synonymously in the new, the updated code. We're going to continue what we've been doing at Aliso Beach, and prior to us assuming responsibility of those beaches in 2023, it's a continuance of that. The practice is appreciated by skimboarders and swimmers. It reduces the possibility of injury and incident, but we're just properly codifying it at this point. So it's just an update to our emergency ordinance that we did in 2023, and now we're codifying it properly to allow skimboarding at Aliso Beach for certain periods of time.
Kai, I have a quick question. On the photo there, you see the lifeguard stand up against the sidewalk at Aliso Beach. So where would the proposed shade structures go in that case?
So there's certain areas of Aliso Beach that you would be allowed to have shade structures. It could be at the southern end or the northern end of the beach, depending on the sand positioning. In this particular photo, they would have to be behind the tower, so they'd have to be either north or south of that location.
Or just disallowed in this location completely?
This, at some beaches, would prohibit the use of multi-posted shade coverings. Beaches like Moss Cove, where the lifeguard tower is all the way at the back of the beach, Woods Cove, it would disallow multi-posted shade coverings.
But very public beaches like Main Beach, where they would probably be more appropriate, would be, there's plenty of room, you could make it work.
Correct. And typically those beaches have more real estate, so it's better fit for larger canopies. Of course, they would still have to follow the 6x6 rule, but for view preservation purposes for the tower lifeguard, we feel that it's important to maintain that so we can have a clear view of the water.
Thank you.
You know, Kai, I still would rather just have umbrellas than have the straight shade structures, because you know what happens is, so Aliso doesn't have that much sand. So when somebody puts a shade structure up, it takes up a lot of room. But what I'm worried about is you guys have to, okay, Main Beach, you can have 6x6, but you can't have them here, you can't have them there. I would rather just have one uniform rule that we don't have shade structures. We just have umbrellas. I mean, we had umbrellas for a million years, and now we have shade structures. I'm just looking for a better way for you guys and for the park rangers to do their enforcement. It's just going to confuse people. Well, I can go to Main Beach and have my 6x6. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, we'll debate it after your presentation.
And so in terms of the financial impact and the environmental review for this item, the financial impact consists of the city being able to recover its costs and for its city services and review of the applications. In terms of CEQA, the minor alteration to land exemption applies because there's a minor temporary use of land having negligible or no permanent effects on the environment. Here, the city's not authorizing any permanent infrastructure. It's simply creating an administrative system to allow and coordinate use on the beach and other city property. Next slide.
So the recommended action this evening is for the City Council to receive the staff report, take public comments, discuss, and provide further direction to staff regarding an ordinance to the City Council amending Title 18 of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code and finding such action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA guidelines, Section 15304, and then draft a resolution titled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, establishing locations where special events are allowed and rules and regulations governing special events and finding the action category exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, Section 15304. We are, the four of us are here to answer any questions you guys may have.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
Just one question. So I'm reading page 20 and 21, or I guess you could call it 30 and 31 of the ordinance. And for surfing, is it saying that you can only surf between June 15th and September 15th and surfing, meaning surfing and skimboarding, right? Between those dates, or is it basically saying that you can surf anytime outside of those dates, but then within those dates, it's limited to the zones as outlined here?
That's correct. So in South Laguna Area 5 is which we're specifically talking about. Aside from Aliso Beach, it's mixed use, meaning you can surf, skimboard, swim in certain areas. But at Aliso Beach, because it's so high impact, throughout the year, aside from between June 15th to September 15th, you can skimboard. During that high season, that peak season when there's a lot of visitors, we like to delineate that with flags for safety reasons.
I don't know if they're legal. It just, the way I read it, it almost reads like this is the only time it's allowed, as opposed to it's allowed at all other times and within the limits in this time. That's how I read it.
I understand your concern because when I initially read that section, that was my reaction as well. Section 1820.015 designates that all waters within 200 yards from the shoreline are designated as swimming and surfing areas. But I agree, we could add an extra provision in the surfing time and place permitted to specify that there are no limitations or designated zones outside that time period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll open public testimony. Are there speakers on this matter?
Hi, I'm sure there'll be a lot of speakers on other topics throughout the whole code. So I'm going to focus mainly on the easy ups and tents. I echo the comments of Councilmember Kemp. I was trying to think about like what's the right way to like balance it out. And I think it's just a straight ban is what has to happen, because if you even like imagine right now you're on the boardwalk at Main Beach and you're standing on the boardwalk and now all the easy ups are along the boardwalk because they can't be in front of the lifeguard towers. Now, I'm 6'6", so I can look over the easy ups, but not everybody is 6'6". So they're not gonna have a view of the beach. So this nice boardwalk of walking down to enjoy the beach, whether you're walking your dog, drinking coffee, trying to watch volleyball, you can't do that. And I play volleyball down at Main Beach. I play volleyball in other parts of Laguna. And easy ups are used sometimes, but maybe for like Labor Day or something like that. And I think it's complicated for, marine safety for the lifeguards. I have friends who are lifeguards and, we don't want them to be the tent police. And I think just a blanket ban is easy. It's because we don't want people to be posting up along the boardwalk because that would just ruin the town. It doesn't make it nice. Now our plein air painters, we don't want any of that stuff. And now we got to get into AI and delete all those people from it. The other thing, which I know the language and I'm appreciative of everybody kind of talking it out here because it can be a little confusing for those of us that aren't the lawyers or who wrote it up, but it's concerning in 1804020, which I believe is on page 25. It makes it seem like easy ups are just allowed now in parks. And maybe that's something we didn't realize, but I would be concerned about all these easy ups now popping up in Heisler Park. Because Heisler Park has plenty of trees and plants and beautiful shade, and people can enjoy the park safely, not get burned without having to pop up easy ups. So that's something to think about. I know there's other parks on here, but I believe that applies to all parks. There's a photo here of, I believe this is Aliso, of how things might be propped up if they're all pushed all the way back. Nobody wants that. That's blocking a lot of things. So unfortunately, I do think it is a simple ban. You know, like Councilmember Kemp said, like what happened to umbrellas? Like that's simple. People can, if they don't have, if they have their easy up, that means they can afford an umbrella. They can shop in town. They can buy an umbrella. Maybe we can even have some sort of renting an umbrella program where they leave a deposit, they rent one, maybe it's for free, and then they bring it back and they get their deposit back. There's ways around this to make sure we keep Laguna, we keep it beautiful. If people want to park their easy up tent and spend all day at the beach, bringing their food from out of town, they can do that in Huntington or, you know, San Clemente. They don't need to be doing that in Laguna Beach. So it's kind of where I stand on that. And again, you know, making it simple for marine safety is the best way, and we want to make sure we preserve the beauty of the town. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Adam Redding Kaufman. I go by RK, out in the water. Couple of thoughts here. First off, I do not think that the current city plan matches the OC Parks original plan perfectly. I believe that the city plan codifies time as an issue and also codifies the south end possibly becoming a go-to fallback option. And I just want to stress that the current blackballed beaches are reef breaks. So where the waves are breaking does not change. Aliso Beach is a beach break. It breaks on sand, and you also have a creek that changes its direction of flow. So the discretionary blackball, the discretionary surf swim zone is helpful for public safety and helpful for surfers. And you need to have it be daily reset, not codified by time, not codified into a specific location, because with the nature of Aliso Beach and how it is constantly changing, compared to Thalia Street and compared to Agate. And we could open up a whole can of worms with how the black balls, even at those spots, change depending on who the lifeguard is each day. But we really, at Aliso, need to have it be discretionary based on where the waves are steepest and optimal for surfers versus swimmers. Because if we fall back on specific times or specific locations, you're going to run into issues with public safety and issues with surfers and skimmers being unhappy. This is the mecca of skimboarding. Other than that, again, I kind of lose my train of thought when I'm speaking with you guys. I just, you know, we have a board riders. I'm speaking as an individual, but can this please be ran by the Recreation Committee? And also, we have a local board riders team. I represent the 30s age group. I'm one of 3 surfers who do. Again, speaking as an individual here. But you have a board of directors, a board riders team. Let's get more engagement from the surf community. Would love to see more surfers here speaking at these meetings on your regulation of surfing.
So
Thank you.
Adam, is there an issue with how it's currently, like take this, what's written here aside, do you have an issue with how it's currently enforced at Aliso?
I love how it is currently enforced and want it to stay the same way. And I'm worried that the language in the city staff report would change the time and also codify the south end being a fallback option where it really needs to be evaluated each day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. Skimboarding in South Laguna has been one of my #1 issues and sort of kickstarted getting more involved with public engagement down here, civic engagement. I applaud the effort. I'm really glad that we're getting some code, and the intent here seems to be strongly to just codify the existing practice and the prior practice before the city took over. It took me a little while. It took me about 5 or 6 times reading this, and is that actually Adam pointed it out to me, so I might not have got it otherwise. But I think there's a little bit of a hole in the way that this is drafted. I appreciate the prior comments that it seems like a little bit clear. It's kind of like, it says here in the beginning, surfing is allowed in area number 5. I understand area number 5 to be all of South Laguna, Aliso South. And then it has this zone set up, and it says if the flags the flags will be set up from 12 to 6, and if they're not, then it's at the south side. So that means 24 hours a day, if the flags are not set up, it's at the south side. But that's not the current practice. The current practice is if you go down there at 9 a.m., you can skimboard wherever you want. And when they set up the flags, then that's your zone. And the lifeguards on the beach will work with the skimboarders to make sure they choose the right area every day. And that's what they have been doing. But this doesn't quite seem to match this. This seems to say that if the flags are not set up, then it's at the south side, which technically, I don't think that that's the intent, but I think technically that would, maybe if somebody read it different in the future, then it would prohibit skimboarders from skimboarding on the north side when the waves are often good there. And not necessarily taking anything from anybody else because they just flip-flop one area to the other. So I think that should be looked at and hopefully refined a little bit. On the easy ups, I don't know that the 6-foot size limitation really gets us much. I see a lot of people, I don't see very many 6-foot easy ups. I see a lot of 10-foot easy ups that are shrunk down. They look even uglier than they would otherwise, and there's no benefit to that whatsoever. So I would encourage you to just take a look at the number of contact points like you started here and make that the definition when you're thinking about these things. So that you're not getting into these, size isn't subjective, but if it's just one contact point, it can't be anything but a traditional beach umbrella as far as I can tell. So if you make that the definition, then you might have more success with the enforcement and everything down the line. That's Greg's idea. I'm just stepping in front of him. I have 2 more important points. Give me 1 second. Easy ups, meaning 4 posts. If you have a full-size easy up, what about having a pretty simple permit that people could get for birthdays and what have you? And that way the city can be in control and make sure that no more than 2 are on Aliso Beach or 2 are on this beach, and obviously satisfying the safety concerns there. But if we wanted something that had a relief valve that was in between a total ban and not a total ban, if we had a $50 permit or $100 permit or what have you, just to make sure that the beaches weren't getting overwhelmed with them, then that might be a good relief valve, or specifically designating where you want it and where you don't. So you don't have the lifeguards trying to argue with people about what's allowed and what's not. Last one, proposals. I live above the Montage. The Montage in the summer, I went down there and I started videoing somebody with this proposal get up with all the flowers and this stage and flower petals on the ground and a marry me thing. And I, came up and the proposal was still going to happen. And I talked to the guy a little bit. I went off to the side. I didn't interrupt their thing, but
That's good.
I talked to the guy and he's like, yeah, it's crazy down here. And he started pointing at me, and there were 5 proposals that afternoon, all happening at the same time. Every viewpoint at the Montage Park was taken by a proposal. So I would just, for your consideration, just suggest maybe we add a permit for proposals when there's any sort of, I don't know the right term, but if you have any props, if you have any equipment, if you want to go down there and bend on one knee and propose to somebody, whatever, great. We love you. But if you want to come down with stuff, marry me, obviously the rose petals, anything else, you're bringing structure to the beach, that make some sort of permit for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani here, longtime resident. I agree with all the speakers and Sue's great idea of a citywide ban. But just to give you an idea, the general canopy range is cost from $159 to over $1,000, sometimes $2,000 to $3,000. The standard beach umbrella costs between $20 and $100. So, going to beach umbrellas isn't going to price people out of our town, which I obviously is a concern, you know, for that type of situation. But I think that, as Kai was saying, the safety, the, you know, view visibility, obviously, and for parents to see their kids when they're in the water, all of that is a big, major concern. I've seen it, you know, growing up here, and I've seen canopies just, you know, popping up more and more and more and more and more, and people bringing more stuff. And it's, our beaches can't handle it, as we all are aware. They're small, they're getting smaller, with a lot of the, you know, sediment not being able to come down from all the urban development upstream. And it's going to be more of an issue as time goes on, as our beaches, our sand is actually shrinking. So I think the umbrella idea is a great idea. The proposal thing, I agree with Aaron completely. I see the proposals all up and down the coast, but I'm not saying people shouldn't do it, but I'm saying that, you know, at least they should give their ID or some type of, you know, information in order to tie them to that specific, you know, proposal or wedding or what have you, or engagement, because a lot of the trash is left over, the boxes, the stuff that we have to clean up, which is very unfortunate. As per the skim swim area at Aliso, I think that Kai and his staff have done an amazing job since they've taken over the South Laguna beaches at working with, you know, the skimboarders, the surfers, and specifically at Aliso Beach. They have been very, you know, they've worked well with the community and with, you know, a lot of people outside of the community that come to skimboard. And I've seen them like, hey, is this a good spot for the, you know, the skim area? And they're like, yeah, it's perfect. Then it's in that spot for the day. It works, you know, and then obviously during the summer months. And I don't know if there's been any large number of injuries outside of that. I think it's very minimal, so that's good. And, you know, I appreciate this opportunity to give some input. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to wear a different hat, which is my La Vida Laguna hat, which I founded in 2003 as an outdoor activities company that specialized in group team building, especially in the non-summer months, which has been a boon to the hotels here and our economy in general, being able to attract corporate groups to Laguna because of the unique opportunity to experience our environment. And we do it without motors and engines and gasoline. We take them bike riding, surfing, paddleboarding, hiking. And I'm so glad to hear that there's going to be some reform here, because getting permits to use the open space has been an incredibly difficult challenge over the years, because there's so many different codes for so many different parks. Nobody knows this, but Heisler Park, you can actually pull a beer and wine permit provided you add food to it. We've been yelled at having an event with beer and wine by people walking by saying, you can't drink in this park. Well, yeah, you can, unless that's changed. I don't know. We used to work with the county for Aliso, which is probably the best beach for larger scale events because of the parking and the bathrooms and the facilities. We used to work with the county. It was mind-boggling difficult then. And we thought when the city took over, it would be easier. At one point, the ranch had exclusive use of the south end of Aliso Beach. With the Lost Pier Cafe, they were the ones that we had to go to and work through them if we wanted to have a corporate gathering on the beach. Unclear about time, and I saw on this screen that you had 2 tiers, 50 people and more, or something like 150 more. What about under 50 people? Does that mean we don't need to apply for a permit? My point is, this is a great step, and we want to be involved as stakeholders here who would like to be included in the conversation about how to best manage this process. Obviously, you know me, we're very responsible. We don't pollute the beaches. What we try to do is create good stewards and expose people who don't have a lot of experience on the beach to how special this environment is. One of the things we also do is at nighttime, we bring people around for the fire pits, as you guys know. At one point, all the fire pits were pulled out. We had to fight to get them restored. That, we think, is a basic right for people living in South Orange County. There's like 800 fire pits from Huntington to San Clemente, and we had none for a while. But it's a first come, first served. If we're paying the city a permit fee, maybe we should be allowed to at least have one fire ring to bring a small group of people around to enjoy coffee or things like that. So I would just like to say thank you for your attention to this. And this is an opportunity to get it right, to simplify it, so it can be over the counter and we don't have to come before the city or planning commission for a TUP. I think that's silly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? None? Okay, I'll close public testimony and bring it back to council for comments. Any comments from council? Everybody's getting tired.
I think this is a really great, it's always good to update your ordinances to implement, to, be clear and consistent. I think that maybe we can clean up the language a little bit with respect to the surfing and skimboarding, just so it's more readable, and ensure that it's consistent with the current practice. I think the question that Aaron raised seems to be the key one is what, as I understand it, the current enforcement is that if there's no flags up, then the whole beach is open for skimboarding. And whereas this contemplates that in that situation, it's just the south. And I don't know if I got that right.
You did. So outside of the summer months, you can skimboard anywhere as long as it's safe. During the summer season between June 15th and September 15th, we set up a skimboard area at Aliso. And we do it where the best skimboarding is.
Yes.
And that's to notify people. I think the sticking point, which is maybe a little tough, is that if there's no skimboarders around, we set it up on the south side, meaning there's nobody at the beach skimboarding. We want to give them a place to skimboard. So we'd move it to the south end. And sometimes it's unused because the waves aren't good for skimboarding.
Yeah.
But it's also important to take into consideration the swimmers and waders too.
Yeah.
So we're not constantly moving an area throughout the day. So we like to establish it early in the morning, make sure that it's noted, and then as the next day comes up, we reset it depending on where the waves are good.
Okay.
So what you're suggesting would address some of the issues that were brought up when he was talking about the black ball and moving it around?
Correct. It's what we're doing now. I think the disconnect may be is if there's nobody that comes to skimboard and it's 2:00 in the afternoon, we designate an area on the south side to allow everybody to swim and still some people to skimboard if they show up to the beach at 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions of staff. Will there still be a beer and wine permit for Heisler Park?
Yes, we did not, this does not address the current alcohol permit that is allowed right now.
So the other big issue, I am a bit concerned what you said, all the definitions being in one place. It's like, what are we going to do not being confused? I mean, this is too organized.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I did notice when I was going through it, there are sections that use the same definition twice. And so it just seemed like it'd be best to put it in one chapter. The drinking provisions that you're talking about are actually outside of Title 18. They're in Title 8. And so those have not been modified at all. And so those remain the same.
Yeah, I think you know that in our ordinances, we have other areas that we have definition problems scattered all over the place. Yeah. So pop-ups, any comments on pop-ups? I like Sue's idea. I would be willing to make a concession on when I talked about Main Beach, the deck, is elevated about 3 feet. That's why you could see over the tents if they were limited to just along the boardwalk. But I would just as soon not have them, period. But I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say about it.
Jane or Madam City Attorney, do either of you see any issue with Equity and Coastal Commission with a full ban on canopies?
Mayor Pro Tem, that's a good question. I think, as I understand it, there is at least one other coastal city in LA, Orange County that has a ban and just requires umbrellas. I don't know the extent of their conversations with Coastal when they did that. However, that is the rules and has been for a few years at least now. So I think that the umbrellas, like just having umbrellas, is likely okay for coastal, although coastal sometimes surprises me. And we could, to try to address the equity issue, come up with kind of, as Jane was saying to me earlier, when we switched to quiet paddles for pickleball, we had an opportunity to find a way to get them through the city. So that we could consider a program where there's a way to rent for a low cost or whatever. I have a little bit of concern about the burden that places on staff in doing that. And so I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like maybe everyone else has that same concern too. So I don't know how realistic of a solution that is. And just possible alternatives. And I understand the public comments about why they don't want them anywhere. And then the concerns about enforcement and everything is I think some cities have just specific location instead of just the lifeguard, the drawing the line with the lifeguard is just saying on these specific beaches only. You can have them, everywhere else is umbrellas.
Because could you make, oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask Chief Bond, from your perspective and for your folks, what is the easiest thing to enforce? Is it a full scale ban on canopies? Is it specific locations, specific beaches? What's your sense?
We're able to enforce it any way. The catalyst for this conversation, at least from the marine safety perspective, was purely view, because it was very difficult for us to see, particularly around those multi-post canopies. But we can enforce it any way the council desires, whether it's allowing it, disallowing it, or putting them behind our lifeguard towers.
Could it be argued from a public safety basis that if it's only allowed in some parts and not others, it'd be kind of hard to identify, where it was, and it would get confusing, and then you'd have bandwidth and time spent on that, which could defeat the whole, the purpose of the, protect. Even though in theory you could enforce it and say, oh, you have to be in this certain area, then you have the lifeguards spending all this time doing that, where it's cleaner to just say, we don't have them here. And then that way they're not having to go spend time enforcing it in the different areas, which would be unclear on a beach how you mark the areas.
That could be a more clear pathway. I do foresee a period of providing a lot of public education.
Yeah.
To assure that people are still able to come to the beach and enjoy the day.
Yeah.
And be happy with their experience in Laguna.
Public safety issue at the end of the day, right? We're not trying to stop people from coming. We're just trying to have make the job of the lifeguards who are risking their lives to protect everyone easier and keep everyone safe. So
you can exchange your canopy for 2 umbrellas.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have pop-ups at Heisler, right?
You can have a canopy in Heisler or shade covering as long as it fits within the 6x6 constraint.
Have you seen it being a problem, Sue, when you're in
Yeah,
Heisler?
I don't like having those in Heisler. I mean, I saw park rangers having them take them down. People take them down. I didn't think they were allowed there because I've seen the park rangers tell people you can't have this canopy here.
And that might be correct, but from my understanding of it, it might have been a canopy that was larger than 6x6. They reduced it and it became ineffective because of the reduction.
Well, that whole thing is so stupid. I mean, people take a 10 by 10 and they shrink it and it's a mess. And I don't want anyone to think they can take a 6 and kind of shrink it down and they can, it's just, when you walk, so I know you live on the beaches, but like for me, when I'm walking around picking up trash or being out and about watching what's going on here, I just think these shade structures, plus people are, when you walk around with the park rangers, I want them writing tickets for people who are drinking. I don't want them sitting there drinking in those states, hiding out in those shade structures. Not that everybody does it, but I want them writing tickets, not worrying about not being able to see and trying to figure out what's going on in there. There's a lot of that.
So this includes tents as well, right? I mean, there's a fair number of tents.
Correct. This would include tents, and there's specific provisions for tents. You have to be able to see through them. They have to be smaller than 6 by 6. If we were to modify the code to place them, they would be considered behind the lifeguard tower if that's the direction council chooses to go, because they're multi-posted. So it could include tents for removal if that's the way that we're interested in coding it.
Do you have thoughts, Bob?
Not really.
Thank you for your honesty. Okay, guys, it's up to us. What do you think, Alex? The only problem that we have in the parks with the umbrella is it's not sand, so you can't place your umbrella that easily, right? In a park. So they would just have to be without shade.
But I don't think this would address that, right? This is specific for beaches.
Well, no.
Title 18 is inclusive of beaches and parks.
So that ban on canopies, I mean, it wouldn't be relevant because they're behind the lifeguard towers if you're in Heisler Park.
Correct.
My inclination is to pass it as recommended.
As recommended here.
I think city staff have done a lot of work, a lot of research. You guys are the ones who know what's going to work on the beaches more so than the 5 of us sitting up here.
Let's not forget Jane over here.
It was definitely a team effort.
What do you think, Alex?
So summarize, so the key issue is about the question of whether it's everywhere or whether it's just in the areas that impede vision. Is that what you're talking about, Hallie?
Right. As recommended, canopies that are no more than 6 by 6 would be allowed behind lifeguard towers. And please go ahead, Chief.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mayor Pro Tem, but it would be multi-post canopies would be prohibited seaward of lifeguard towers.
Seaward of lifeguard.
So that means on certain beaches, they would not be allowed because there is no beach that is behind lifeguard towers.
And to provide examples of that, you have Woods Cove, Moss Cove, portions of many beaches, but there are also pockets where they would be allowed.
Yeah, see, my problem with this too is you go down to Woods Cove where there's not a lot of beach, or Moss Street or something, people put up those 6 by 6, it just takes up a lot of room. It's just, it doesn't really make any sense.
If we do allow them, we should specify what beach they're allowed. And just,
I kind of see it almost in black and white terms, because I want to be making this based on public safety. And so I just see a enforcement issue if we have to be like, oh, you know, you're supposed to, you know, have it over here. You're supposed to have it, you know, I think that's just complicated. So I would start with the beaches and I would apply it there. I think that'd be my approach.
you mean a ban at the beaches?
Correct.
A ban at the beaches, but not in the parks.
Yeah. I think that's harder to justify based on public safety grounds.
What does everyone else think?
Well, I just, I'm also say this one more time, but I just don't like those pop-ups in the, you know, I see them also in the picnic areas. Those picnic areas get absolutely trashed. And, you know, I don't know. I tried to make this argument before. I think we should take out the barbecues, but I got shut down because it didn't make a big mess, but.
Let's ban any sort of fun activity. I think if we're going to go in a direction, I would, I think I'd probably follow the chief's recommendation, but it sounds like there's a consensus here to ban them on the beaches and allow them in the parks. I mean, they do, you know, they are more effective at sun protection than umbrellas. If you're limited to whatever it is, a 5-foot umbrella or something. So there are going to be situations where I think, people will choose to use them. And I don't, so anyway, that's what I would do.
Do you know the beach that has banned them?
Which city? I believe Redondo Beach has an umbrella only, at least when we looked into it the last time we had this discussion. I believe it was Redondo. But we could do another search to see if there are others now.
Well, we don't need to do another search. So I would support the ban on the beach and allowing them in the parks.
Sounds like you should make a motion and see where the votes
Need a
fall.
motion on this.
Oh, we don't.
It's just to take our input.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. At this point, we're looking for staff direction, although we want to be clear on consensus so that we come back with something that is right.
So do we have a consensus on a ban on the beach? Are there 3 of us?
Yeah, and I want to make sure that the evidence in that record supports the public safety related justification. I think that's important. So I'd want to see that, but I think, yeah.
And I understand, Councilmember Unagi, and I understand that your public safety concern is the amount of time that marine safety officers will have to spend policing this issue. It takes away from actual lifeguarding of the water.
So it sounds, and I'm speaking for you for a second, it sounds like we have a 3-2 inclination, which gives you guys the feedback you need, I think, to move this to the next step.
Thank you.
So do you need clarity on any of the other topics discussed?
So I think so there will be a modification for the surfing to better define the timeframes when it's allowed in the designated zone. We will keep as proposed in terms of the easy ups and 4 corner shade structures, ban at beach, not at parks. And then I think that was the direction.
So, well, would it be your intention to speak with Coastal or just bring back and pass it and see what happens?
Title 18 is oddly not in our certified LCP, I don't think. But we could, at a staff meeting, connect with Coastal Commission staff to get their input.
I think
Or the title 18.
I think the question is about the shade structures. In particular, it's, as Jane noted, it's not part of our LCP.
it seems like if we involve them, it's almost like the implication is that the goal is to like take away people's access to the beach, where I see it sort of as public safety related. So maybe if that's how we frame it.
I think there's a public safety argument. I think there's an argument that you're certainly expanding access because you're actually reducing the footprint that's being used.
Exactly.
So we certainly can include that in the record.
Well, I wasn't I was just asking what your intention was. I wasn't saying go talk to Coastal Commission. What's your intention?
My plan, Councilmember, wasn't to talk to Coastal since this is not a part of our LCP.
Okay, all right, that's the answer
better.
then.
Don't need to talk.
Okay, so we'll modify the recitals. I'll confer with Chief Bond regarding safety issues, reflect what was discussed in the record. And I think we have sufficient feedback.
A couple of points. Aaron brought up the proposals and the flower, rose petals and all of that stuff. And there are quite a few where there's companies that come out and they stage the whole thing. Have you seen any of that?
Yes, and actually that is not allowed per our current code. The rose petals are part of our, they're I don't know what title they're listed in, but yeah, they are banned. And we do not allow that we do permit wedding ceremonies right now at the beaches. And one of the rules that they all sign is that they will not bring they will not bring any type of petals to them. We actually do not permit those proposals. They have just come out and done those on their own.
Well, it sounds like a lot of the behavior that's being described is littering, right? If you're like throwing things up in the air like that on the ground, and it seems like that's how, I don't know that we want to have like create a whole new regulatory system where, someone has to put in I don't think that's appropriate, but I think that we can enforce against is littering, and, it's a tough thing to do. But I kind of have a problem with the government getting involved in telling people, where they can propose, and, but if they're littering, that's the issue.
Yeah, we do permit engagement photos, or it's any type of photos. We do have a photo permit for,
okay.
and so engagement photos oftentimes are part of that. But in terms of people, we actually do get quite a few requests weekly for engagements, and we tell them they're not allowed to bring structures and they're not allowed to bring rose petals, and they do not have a permit for those.
Great. Any other questions? Do you guys have questions? Does staff have questions of council? Do you need any further clarification? Jane, anybody?
No, no, thank you.
Okay. Then we will move on.
Thanks, you guys. Way harder than it needed to be.
So we'll move on to the appeals. Appeal A, 225 Viejo Street. I can do it before we open the public testimony. I'll do it first.
What is this? Did someone bring this?
Yeah. Where's it yet?
Before we get started, I'm going to ask council if there's any ex parte communications to disclose.
I had a phone call with Lance Polster.
Me too.
I met with Lance Polster today.
I met with Lance Polster as well.
I met with Lance and the appellant and a couple of the other neighbors.
Okay. Thank you. Ready?
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Daniel Besnies. I'm an associate planner. I've been before you once before. It's good to see you all again. It's been some time. So item 8 tonight is for an appeal of Design Review Board's approval for design review and a coastal development permit at 225 Viejo Street. The project is zoned as R2 residential medium density. The lot fronts Viejo Street and 2 alleys. The site is bordered on 3 sides by residential development and on the 4th side by commercial development on Coast Highway. There is an existing duplex on the site over a 2-car garage. The project proposes 1 2-story structure consisting of 2 ADUs and 2 elevated decks, one associated with each ADU. The elevated decks require design review and approval of a CDP. The ADUs, however, are exempt from design review but do require approval of a CDP. Previously, this item was heard at a Community Development Director meeting in August of 2025, where the director referred the item to the Design Review Board without substantive discussion due to neighbor concerns over the CDP findings. This gave the opportunity for the neighbors and applicant to provide testimony to the board and for the board to consider this testimony along with all other evidence, including receiving a staff report and visiting certified staking installed at the site. After holding a subsequent public hearing in November, the DRB voted to unanimously approve the project. The elevation before you represents the view of the structure from Viejo Street. You may notice the deck is oriented to the right of the screen or to the west towards the coast. The elevation on this slide is from the perspective of the alley between the subject property and the commercial development along Coast Highway. Here you can see the entrances to both ADUs and the 2nd-story elevated decks in the structure on the left. The structure on the right is the existing duplex, which is proposed to remain unchanged. The appellant provides 5 contentions for this project. These contentions include multimodal safety hazards on Viejo Street's 24% grade, emergency access and hazard area impacts, coastal access and visitor serving parking impacts, scenic resource and community character impacts, and CEQA's cumulative and unusual circumstances, exceptions to exemptions. In short, the appellant contends that the proposed development will encroach upon an existing physical accessway utilized by the public or any proposed public accessway identified in the adopted LCP land use plan, and contends that the proposed development will adversely affect recreational or visitor serving facilities or coastal scenic resources. In response, staff concludes that the project does not interfere with public access. All existing parking spaces and driveway access points will be maintained, and the project does not change how pedestrians or bicyclists will move through the area. In other words, existing multimodal access will remain exactly as it is today. There are no proposed improvements that would create visual obstructions or negatively impact vehicle ingress or egress. Although portions of Viejo Street are steeper than others, the applicant's plans show an approximate 10% slope at the subject property. In addition, this project is not located in an access impaired neighborhood according to the city's 2021 wildfire egress study. At the November DRB hearing, the board carefully reviewed the bike path, on-street parking, and ADU parking requirements. Based on the evidence in the record, the board proceeded as required by law, and its decision is supported by substantial evidence. The appellant contends that the project will not be provided with adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, or other necessary facilities, that the public roadway does not have capacity to serve the proposed development, and that the proposed development will result in undue risk from geological and erosional forces and/or flood and fire hazards. Here, the project is located within an established residential neighborhood and is surrounded by improved public streets and alleys. Although portions of Viejo Street are located within the very high fire hazard severity zone, the project site is not within the zone and will be developed in accordance with the applicable fire code requirements. The plans were reviewed by the Community Development Department Deputy Director for the Building Division, who confirmed that the site access and other project design features will be fire code compliant. This project includes 2 detached ADUs that are allowed under state law, doesn't add density, and wouldn't significantly affect on-street parking or street operations. The appellant also contends that the project will affect recreational or visitor serving facilities or coastal scenic resources, and that any development located between the sea and First Public Road paralleling the sea is in conformity with a certified LCP. The site shows typical conditions within the city. There are no sidewalks. Shared street parking is used by residents and visitors alike. The project does not change these conditions. The use of Viejo Street does not create an unusual circumstance. Nearby Coast Highway, for example, is used regularly by cyclists. Regarding ADU parking, the 2 proposed units are about 300 feet from a public bus stop. Under state law and the city's ADU ordinance certified by the Coastal Commission, this exempts them from providing additional parking. Further, the project does not require any additional parking because the project is not removing any on-site parking spaces. Existing on-site parking and the surface parking spaces along Viejo Street will remain. The project site is not located between the sea and the First Public Road paralleling the sea, and therefore the board finds that the decision complies with the law and is supported by substantial evidence. The appellant also contends that the project will adversely affect recreational or visitor serving facilities or coastal resources, and that the proposed development will not be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas and will not enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. The project adds a detached structure in front of the existing duplex with a height of 18 feet and a 20-foot setback. The 20-foot setback is comparable to many other structures on the street. This coupled with the 18-foot height fits with the neighborhood's mix of 1- and 2-story homes. Viejo Street is designated as a city bike route. However, it is not located within a scenic view corridor. The bike route traverses a residential neighborhood characterized by a mix of 1- and 2-story development on both sides of the street, where partial views of the ocean are available. Further, public ocean views along the bike route occur primarily when traveling down Viejo Street towards the coast rather than from within the immediate project frontage. In short, the board reviewed public ocean views and found that while there may be minor impacts, most ocean views remain and the effects are not significant. Staff conducted 3 site visits to this property. In the latest site visit, staff took a video walking down Viejo Street from Hillcrest to Coast Highway. There was a bit of a marine layer in this video, but you can still see the horizon line. As you can see, the slope of the street is notably steep at the top of the street nearest to Hillcrest. You may notice a mix of 1- and 2-story homes along both sides of the street. Most of the homes have setbacks that are similar to the setback of the proposed structure. There is existing vegetation of varying heights as you walk down that impede a panoramic view of the horizon, but preserve a window to the sea looking towards the coast. By the time we get to the subject property, the grade levels out in comparison to the Hillcrest end of the street. The next two images highlight in yellow where the project was staked, representing the facade of the structure. From this view, a couple hundred feet from the property, you may see partial impacts of the ocean view on the left while maintaining the window to the sea down the street. This view closer to the subject property similarly shows partial impacts of the ocean view from the left, but also maintains that window, that same window to the sea down the street. Lastly, the appellant contends that the CEQA categorical exemptions for cumulative impact and significant effect apply to this project and preclude the use of a CEQA exemption. The board determined that the proposed development does not introduce building forms or heights that are inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood pattern, nor do they cumulatively obstruct or degrade public views of the ocean from public rights of way in a significant manner. The board also determined that the evidence does not show that the project presents any unusual circumstances. Based on this review, the board proceeded in accordance with law, and their decision is supported by substantial evidence. Before you, I have listed the standards of review. I also have a slide for the definition of the abuse of discretion. For the sake of brevity, we'll move on to the final slide, which concludes that the elevated decks are subject to design review. The AD was not subject to design review and does require a coastal development permit. Staff recommends adopting the resolution upholding the board's decision to conditionally approve the requested entitlements and findings that action exempt from CEQA. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions of staff by council? Any questions? Okay, I'll open public testimony. We'll start with the appellant presentation, allowing 5 minutes, followed by any support of the applicant. I'll allow 2 minutes for that.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, friends, and neighbors. My name is Rena Sukoff, and I'm speaking on behalf of the appellant against the project at 225 Viejo Street. I will be focusing on only a few of the issues of our appeal, specifically related to the parking exemptions, which will be placing at least 2, but more realistically 4 or more cars on the street, and the detrimental impacts they will have on the visitor access, multimodal safety, and emergency response. Working? I guess my room is playing. Okay. 225 sits at the very base of Viejo. It is 120 feet back from a signalized intersection. This area is serviced all the surrounding streets and Emerald Bay. It's also directly adjacent to the busy Stop and Go, where customers of over 500 people is not uncommon. It is 0.15 miles away from the very popular Crescent Bay Beach. The beach itself is promoted on the city's own website as one of the top 4 recommended beaches of the city. But unlike the others, we do not have a public parking lot. That means that the crowds of 2,000 to 4,000 people, which are not uncommon, must rely on the residential parking spots. Since 225 is the closest on-street beach parking at the lowest grade, replacement parking up the hill is not acceptable as a replacement. Viejo is also the nearest signal for the Dartmoor Trail users, and it is along the city Map Shero route. The Map Shero route is promoted on the city's own Visit Laguna Beach website, and it lists it as in the interest of user safety. It directs the users down Viejo Street to the base of PCH at the signaled intersection. 225 is also one of the primary emergency access routes to the Dartmoor Trails above, and the property sits 5 lots back from the very high fire severity zone. Our street is only 32 feet wide, which means it has a reduced travel way of 14 to 16 feet when cars are parked on both sides. That means that cars must pull into the shoulder in open spaces in order to pass in the travel way. If there are too many parked cars, there's choke points, and then people cannot get through. Our street is also an extremely hazardous 24% grade that lends itself to increased pedestrian and cyclist instability, a very large stopping distance time, and a loss of braking control downhill. We've had many accidents on our street. Because we don't have any sidewalks, increased street parking means that pedestrians must be within the very hazardous travel lane. And oftentimes they are within the actual travel envelope of the passing vehicles. Bicycles are also open to more susceptible dangers such as dooring or not being seen from cars pulling out from driveways. As I listed, we are along the fire emergency route. When I spoke with the fire chief of Laguna Beach, he specifically said that parking and congestion on our street are reasons for why he has to divert the engines down another street to get up to the hillside, thereby delaying response. 225 often has congestion at the bottom of the street. It backs up onto PCH and up from the signal. This is a hazard on both roads. 225 is right in front of it. The street itself experiences pretty severe residential demand. These are not beach times, beach days, or hours. When you look at all of the impacts that more street parking has, it means less public access, more unsafe congestion, and worsening hazards. All of these are Coastal Act violations. So when it comes down to it, who has the legal superiority? Is it the Coastal Commission or is it state ADU laws and the Laguna Beach parking exemptions? The Coastal Commission's 22 memo addresses explicitly this and says that ADU requirements do not supersede state laws. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, the Coastal Commission. They thereby set, okay. Thank you.
You can
I
continue.
can go. Okay, thank you. They go on to say that set the criteria for on-site ADU parking is required under the following criteria. If it's in a high visitor serving area and existing parking difficulties, visitor displacement is happening, and if it's within the LCP mapped high visitor zone. I've included all of the maps and documentations and memos for you to review in greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers in support of the appeal?
Somebody's phone left here, and I don't think that I need that. My wife is asking where I am. I don't know how you guys do this. My name is Lou Adler. I live at 266 Viejo Street. I do have an engineering degree, so I want to talk about the CEQA exemption. However, I think I was humbled when I went to the bathroom and I couldn't figure out how to use the toilet paper. So I think that's not what I want to talk about, but I'll take it up. So here's what I do want to read, though. I want to make sure that the gentleman at the table, and I'm addressing this issue. And this is my illegal advisor said this. I said, to overturn the CEQA determination, we are arguing that the city incorrectly applied the Class 3 exemption. We contend that the 24% grade, bike route hazards, what Rena talked about, and the fire risks constitute unusual circumstances that create a reasonable possibility of a significant safety impact, thereby legally disqualifying the project from the standard small structured exemption. I just want to make sure, is that what we're talking about here? If I can prove that, you will reject and approve our thing and reject theirs. I just want to say, if I can prove it. I'm not going to say I can, but can you hand us the?
Any other speakers in support of the appeal? Oh, you're not done?
And I've always said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And the first picture is we have a 24-degree slope coming down the hill. It is a dangerous slope. Their analysis that they got the DRB to approve said it was a 10-degree slope. From an engineering standpoint, that is a flawed analysis. And to me, that alone disqualifies that exemption. We also have a bottleneck that Rena put together that was very clear. We got 14 feet, we got dozens of people coming down. Every single summer, that is crowded every single day. There's no way we can afford more parking. Part two. Can I have 30 seconds? Oh God, 30, I got to talk fast. So number one, I got to look at the bigger picture. Give me 4 more seconds. So number one, we do have unusual circumstances, fast road, illegal use of parking, public view misplaced, and they should not get a CEQA exemption for that as far as I'm concerned. This is a serious matter, and I think the city has, let me just make last statement. I know you're going to push that 4 times. I'm going to talk faster. I believe the DRB is optimizing ADU structures, not safety and public rights. And I think our appeal should be accepted based on that. Thank you.
Thank you. These comments are in support of the appeal.
Good evening, Council. My name is Derek Gonzalez, and I'm a fire captain with a large county agency proximal to the city of Laguna Beach. I'm not representing that department specifically, but I am representing the concerns and perspective of a fire captain with that department with 25 years experience. And that concern is also with the access. Our beautiful community here does fall in a wildland urban interface. And part of our policy and procedure with every fire department in California, when we are responding to a wildland fire, we have it's necessary for us to triage the structures. And that first initial triage is based on accessibility. And if we are not able to access those structures safely with a almost 10-foot wide, 24-foot long fire engine, that's called a type 1 fire engine for a full rotating turn so we can face out in a positive egress position, then those structures and those occupancies fall into a threatened non-defensible category right out of the gate. So if we're not able to, by perspective, observe a safe location where we can access those structures are immediately written off. That triage category is threatened defensible or threatened non-defensible. So just on an immediate triage category, those structures would be threatened non-defensible.
Thank you. You're in support of the appeal?
I am in support of the appeal. My name is Lori Brigham. I live at 240 Viejo, and I am opposed to the structures. I'm going to just try and read and stay on track here. So this appeal asks the city to address a narrow but important deficiency in staff resolution. The project was approved based on generalized statements about existing conditions and state ADU parking exemptions, but without applying the city's certified local coastal program to visitor serving parking and coastal access. Viejo Street functions as primary access route to Crescent Bay Beach, and coastal access in this area depends almost entirely on limited on-street parking. The city's own certified LCP identifies this area as parking deficient, and it has been since 1984. Approving additional dwelling units without on-site parking increases reliance on parking that serves public coastal access, yet the staff resolution does not evaluate that impact under the LCP or make the findings required by the city code and Coastal Act. In addition, the approval also relies on a categorical CEQA exemption without addressing exceptions that are supported by record. This site represents and presents unusual circumstances, including steep grades, constrained access in a very high fire zone that also serves as emergency access to homes and open spaces behind us. It is also a high-use coastal access corridor. A categorical exemption cannot be relied on without analysis. And that's part of our whole point. The analysis has not been done. The city is circumventing it so far. The record also reflects impacts on scenic public views. Staff acknowledged that project staking showed infringement. Once view impact is identified, the Coastal Act and certified LCP require avoidance, minimization, or alternatives. That analysis has not been performed either. This appeal is not about dropping or opposing, accessory dwelling units. It is about ensuring that ADUs approved in the coastal zone comply with the city's certified LCP, CEQA, and Coastal Act policies, and do not incrementally erode public assets, access, or scenic resources. Granting the appeal and remanding the permit allows the city to correct these issues locally, organically, to protect coastal resources and avoid unnecessary exposure to the Coastal Commission. For these reasons, we respectfully request the city grant the appeal, reverse or remand the permit, and direct staff to apply the Certified Local Coastal Program, address CEQA applicability, and evaluate the scenic public view impacts. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi again. I'm not here actually to advocate for or against, but I am here to provide what I think is some important background information on this. And that is, in 2014, we lost John Colvin. It was a cyclist riding in North Laguna. He was killed by a motorist. And that prompted his widow, Joan, to come here and say, please don't let his death be in vain. And from that, a group of us from Transition Laguna designed that very bike route map that nobody even thought was possible, which is getting riders off of Coast Highway from Crescent Bay all the way to Nye's Place. And we showed the city that that can be done. In my commercial business at La Vida Laguna, we lead electric bike tours that it's very popular where people get to see the back roads of Laguna. And as you might have seen, if you saw that map, we specifically chose Viejo as the way, as we travel north on High Drive and then Hillcrest, we chose, even though there's a steep grade, there's pretty much a steep grade on all of them, but there's a traffic light on PCH at the bottom, and that's where we cross the street and then go to Crescent Bay. So we do bring large groups of cyclists to Viejo as outlined in that city sanctioned map. And it is the scariest part of our ride because it is so steep. And a lot of people are very cautious going down. And we stop and we tell them to feather your brakes, don't press too hard on your front brake, all of this stuff. I don't know if that makes a difference in your decision tonight, but I was kind of, when I saw the staff report, a little offended that they said the use of Viejo as a bike route does not create unusual circumstances. Even North Coast Highway is used regularly by cyclists. I don't think that's true anymore. I think we have seen a tremendous decrease in fatalities because we were successful in convincing people to ride when they get to Laguna Beach to take this scenic bike route, as you guys have all seen. And Sharrows are on that Viejo as well. And people should not be riding bikes on Coast Highway. And I was very disappointed to see in South Laguna recently that somebody, I guess Caltrans, has painted Sharrows right down the center lane of Coast Highway from about Nye's Place down to the Ritz-Carlton, which to me is a terrible mistake to encourage people to ride that part of Coast Highway. I'm sorry to bring that up, but there's a reason why we have these Sharrows, and the reason why they're on Viejo is that is supposed to be a bike-safe road. Whether or not this appeal impacts that, that's up to you to decide.
Thank you. Speakers in support of the appeal?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Sukoff, and I have lived on Viejo Street for 43 years. And I'd like to speak tonight about the safety of that street. When we consider the unusual circumstances on Viejo, it's narrow and it has an extreme grade. All it would take is a pedestrian stepping out at the wrong time, or a door opening on a cyclist, or someone at the bottom of the street backing out with a blind. They can't see. We've got cars parked. I park up at the top and I back out and I can't see until my car is in the roadway. It wouldn't take much to have a serious injury or a fatality. If we add more residential parking at the bottom of the street where it's already congested, the odds of this happening, a serious injury or a death, increases. You, in May, adopted the Safer Street program, where two of its primary principles are the death or serious injury is unacceptable, and safety is proactive, with specific emphasis on pedestrian and cyclist safety. This appeal tonight gives you, the City Council, a test. Will you stand behind the Safer Street principles that you adopted in May, or will you defer to the maximization of income of an investor? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? None. We'll move on to the applicant presentation, allowing 5 minutes.
Good evening, council staff and city attorneys and so forth. It's a late night, but I'm trying to make this as brief as possible. I'm Lance Polster, the architect for the project. My owner, Paul Kalamkarian, is also here tonight. I appreciate everybody coming who came to the site or talked to me today. I think the issues here are really pretty clear. I think in general, we've had several hearings. We had the administrative hearing, we had design review, now we're here. Consistently, it has been that they would prefer to have, most of the people in the neighborhood would prefer to not have the ADU there. The issue is that we are allowed to have this, and I just wanted to make sure that I think I disagree with some of the appellant's comments. I want to show you the size of your staff report. You've seen it. There has been something beyond understanding of how thorough you guys have reviewed this. I can't go into all of the detail that you guys have done. It is immensely thorough. I think it's wrong to say that things were missed. I think the appellants want something, but they don't really know how to ask about it because I don't think they really understand CEQA. You can tell by the comments. With all due respect to Mr. Adler, who shows up, he's not been to any other hearing before this. And I know that some of the appellants like to get the neighbors riled up and to support it. There are issues of safety in all sorts of streets, from this street all the way to Beverly. It goes shallow at the bottom, and it gets to be about 24% or more on streets throughout Laguna. This project, the point that the staff report is telling you, doesn't change any of that. Whether it's there or not, those conditions still are there. We are not adding more parking to the street. We are not changing the access to the street. We have 2 units that comprise, I want you to think about this, about 1,300 feet. Does anybody live in a house that's like 1,300 feet? This is very tiny. To think that there will be an immense amount of, or an unusually unexpected amount of travel coming out of this site because of this addition, this new ADU, is ridiculous. And I'm sorry, it's late. I have to be a little bit frank with you. I think, in my opinion, the appeal points out where we were solidly handled by the DRB. Every point they bring up has been reviewed very thoroughly by staff and by incredible attorneys. I'm sorry, I have to say it, who I couldn't read it all. It was just so detailed. They understand CEQA far better than I can ever even begin to think about it. And they understand the Coastal Commission, the Coastal Act, far more than I can. But I will tell you that the points that they make just make sense. If you say no to this building, then you're basically saying you can't do ADUs anywhere that have like narrow streets or that have small lots or that have areas like this. What the CEQA says is that this doesn't rise to the level where it overcomes the threshold of safety changes. There are no safety changes with this. If it's not there, all of the issues that are brought up by the appellants still remain. I suggest that they talk to the city staff about changing the street or putting sidewalks in if they want to be safer. They're not doing that. This little project is not going to change that. I just can't tell you how small this project is. 1,300 feet. Each unit is 650 square feet. This is not going to have a lot of impact on the street. We could have built this much larger and much higher. We used to have 840 square foot unit in the beginning. We had a 24.5 foot high building. We brought it down as far as we could. I do believe that John, who's out of town, I guess, he's the real appellant here. He basically is going to lose his view whether I was a one-story building or the building now. He does have a window through between the buildings from his one-story house behind. I understand his upset. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. Even if I did what he wanted, it would still block his view. Anyway, I believe that we have the right to have this property developed this way. I think we are meeting state code. I think we are meeting all aspects of the CEQA requirement. And there's no question that you're not damaging coastal resources or changing the safety for beachgoers or anyone else by building this building. I know they don't want it, but this is not the reason to not have it. You would need design review, and this is not design review for the building. Sorry.
Thank you. Any speakers to speak in support of the, opposition?
Good evening, council, mayor, city attorney. You're right. Redondo Beach does not allow tents. I grew up there. I'm Paul Kalamkarian. I'm the owner of the property. Spent many summers in Laguna Beach. I'm well respected of the beach communities throughout Southern California. And we just thought it was unusual that after a 5-0 vote and 30 months of research done by your staff that we're here for this appeal in the first place. We've met all the criteria. We actually have parking on site. We don't have to have parking based on the CEQA, et cetera, but we have parking. There's 2 parking spaces right there off the street. So it's my contention, and I spent 8 to 10 years on the planning commission in another town, that we defer to what the research says and what staff has done and what the city attorney dissecting the appellant's complaints, and that you defer to that research. And that's why you have the staff, and that's why I have the city attorneys to help you understand those commitments. So I'd appreciate approval of the project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers to speak in opposition of the appeal? None? Then I will allow 2 minutes for the appellate and rebuttal.
Okay. There was mention that he brought the building down from 24 feet. He had reduced it to 18. 18 is the maximum for ADUs. It's not some great concession he made. He just made it legal. And the property is introducing 2 2-bedroom ADUs and saying, yeah, they're small, but if you have 2 2-bedroom ADU units, it's conceivably going to be putting more than 1 or 2 cars on the street. We are not saying that ADU shouldn't be built. We're not saying that we don't like his building. If there was a way for him to put a garage underneath or do something like that, I wouldn't be standing here today. I am deeply concerned about the safety of our community, the safety of our residents that ride down our street, the safety of our pedestrians and our visitors. My street is very dangerous. Just this past year, I've helped 3 or 4 different tourists get out of parking issues at the top of the grade because it was far out of the scale of what they could actually handle, and they were stuck and upset. If we start filling up the parking at the bottom, the staff report says, yeah, it's 10% at the bottom. Absolutely. That makes it accessible to more people. When you move everybody up into a 24% grade, we're going to have issues. And I've seen it and been part of it. You know, our street is a very different circumstance, and that's what I want you to take into consideration. It's super close to Crescent Bay with 2,000 to 4,000 people. It's super close to Dartmoor. It's used as an access route by the fire department. I spoke to the fire department. I don't believe that staff spoke to the fire department. He literally said parking and circulation are issues. That is, to me, something that needs to be investigated a little further. There was mention that there was evidence. I haven't seen it yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does staff have any response?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll make just a few comments for your consideration. Under state ADU law, it's intended that that state ADU law be harmonized with the Coastal Act. Here in the city of Laguna Beach, we have the coastal zone. The city does have a Coastal Commission certified ADU ordinance. In the state ADU law, there are a series of parking requirement exemptions for ADUs, and one of which does apply here. That is also part of the city's certified LCP, and that is when an ADU is located within a half-mile walking distance of a public transit stop. Here, the nearest transit stop is within 300 feet. Now, acknowledging that there are some competing interests, on the one hand, ADU law is intended to promote new housing production. At times, that could also run counter to some of the interests in Coastal Act, for example, coastal access considerations. As we were working with Coastal Commission staff on the ADU ordinance, this discussion did come up. And here the balancing was that whenever a CDP was required for an ADU, there would be a requirement to replace any displaced parking, that parking being displaced for the construction of the ADU. In this particular case, there is no displaced parking. There is an existing duplex structure with a two-car garage that's existing, and that garage is proposed to remain. Also wanted to clarify for the council that the proposed project plans were reviewed by the community development director, deputy director for the building division, who does enforce applicable fire codes for R3 occupancy projects. The deputy director for building did confirm that the site access and project design features will be fire code compliant. Parking near the beach and Coast Highway is used and shared by residents, shoppers, beachgoers, and certainly there's a lot of beach activity in this area. That is not unusual. That also happens to be the areas within which public transit services are richest, and the city does have a very robust public transit system. Lastly, as was indicated in the agenda report this evening, the project doesn't create hazardous visual obstructions on Viejo Street, introduce new driveway access points, or otherwise modify the existing multimodal movement and access along Viejo Street.
Thank you. Does council have any questions of staff or the appellant?
Questions of staff. So a question for our assistant city attorney. So, you know, CEQA is very always complicated, but my understanding is that, so I think the allegation is that there's an exception to the exemption, which is unusual circumstances, right? And so I from what I'm hearing, the argument is that the grade creates unusual circumstances. If we assume for the sake of discussion that's true, is that enough, or I guess are unusual circumstances enough to trigger the exception to the exemption?
So in analyzing, thank you, Councilmember Ranagi, in analyzing whether a unusual circumstance exists, there is a two-step process that's discussed in the staff report. And first, you need to understand whether this project differs from the general circumstances of projects covered by that exemption normally. And so I think here, because, you know, Laguna Beach consists of streets that are generally constrained, that are generally located in very high fire hazard severity zones, that don't have sidewalks. and consist of steep slopes. Here, the city also has evidence that the slope near the actual project site is at 10%, which is reflected in the plan. So I think that goes into the analysis as well. It's not unusual because that is how Laguna Beach is situated in general. And so those circumstances do not create an environmental risk that is that does not exist for that general class of exempt projects.
Okay, sounds good. Or did you want to add something, Madam City Attorney?
Well, I think to sum that up, it's not just that even if there is an unusual circumstance, the unusual circumstance needs to trigger some sort of significant environmental component. And so I think to Jane's point, that there's not necessarily an unusual circumstance, but even if there is, there's no evidence of an significant environmental impact resulting from what they're identifying.
Okay, so even if we took the argument that was asserted that it was unusual, the question is really not, that's step one, but then you have to show that there's an environmental impact because of that unusual circumstance. Okay, so then number two, the 2022 memo, and I appreciate all the appellants in those in opposition to the project are absolutely right that we have to follow the Coastal Act. And so I think, as Anthony pointed out, the Coastal Commission certified the provision of our code that following state law that we have to, within half a mile, there's no parking required. But then in the memo, it kind of lays out, because I think that it's fair to say that there is an impact. Anytime you add any housing in an area by the beach, you're going to have some impact on coastal resources. But the way that the Coastal Commission defines it, as I read it in the memo, is that you would have to proactively have a bunch of, identify where those areas are as opposed to doing it on an ad hoc basis. So I guess, is there any, room to argue that there is a visitor impact here that undermines coastal resources?
Councilmember Nagy, I think I agree with Mr. Vieira's summary of what occurred, which is that in short, the state housing law creates this half-mile exemption. We sent our ADU ordinance to Coastal Commission. Coastal Commission evaluated it from a parking perspective, and in some cases struck certain provisions of the state law that said we couldn't require parking, and they left this language in there, and in the conversation with Coastal, as Mr. Vieira indicated, they were evaluating the coastal impacts. So I think that the conclusion is, as we see it, is that they have evaluated the coastal impacts of parking on ADUs by virtue of the certification of our ADU ordinance. And so we would interpret the stricter provisions of our ADU ordinance on parking to kind of overrule the general CDP findings that we would otherwise make. If that
Got it.
answers
And
your question.
I think final question. So we're in a quasi-judicial role here. We're not making these laws. I think a lot of us probably wouldn't write the laws that Sacramento does, but it's our obligation, to apply them, or else we risk significant lawsuits. We had a $2.5 million Housing Accountability Act lawsuit. And so the only way to make a denial based on the Housing Accountability Act is to have an adverse public safety impact. Is that accurate?
Correct. Councilmember Nagy, to the extent that you're sort of outside of your CDP authority, because there are the Coastal Savings Tax provisions that I talk about often. But given the explanation I just gave that the coastal resources appear to kind of have been evaluated in the certification of the ADU, then what you're left with, if you're not making CDP findings, is to make the housing accountability significant adverse impact findings, which, as we've talked about, require written evidence into the record about specific health and safety findings that you would have to rely on to deny the project.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of council to staff or applicant?
So, I think one of the contentions that appellants have is that you can't just point to this general provision of this ordinance. You have to do a specific analysis, a site-specific analysis on their street, and that's required And in fact, the memo in 22 is interesting, and it says, encourages cities to work with the commission staff to identify or map specific neighborhoods or locations where there is high visitor impact. And I don't know as though we ever, I don't recall, I don't know as though we ever did that as we were developing our ordinance. But instead, what I understand happened was, we had this back and forth with Coastal on this ordinance, and they ended up saying there's like 12 exceptions or something to where you're not required to provide parking for ADUs, new ADUs. So can you just, I guess first question is, are we required to do a site-specific analysis, or are we required to apply the ordinance, which clearly, if you apply the literal words of the ordinance here, one of the exceptions applies, which is it's within 300 feet or less than half a mile to a bus stop. So,
Councilmember Whalen, I would say with respect to parking on an ADU, in the circumstances at hand, we need to apply our specific ordinance given the iterative process that we had with Coastal Commission and them ultimately certifying the ADU ordinance as it appears in our code now.
so in other words, are you saying we don't have the latitude to require parking here?
Correct. I don't believe we do.
And there's nothing, by not requiring parking, there's nothing inconsistent in that determination, nothing inconsistent with the Coastal Act, which is the assertion from the appellants.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. I think, again, because it appears that when Coastal certified our ADU ordinance, it was evaluating coastal resource impacts on not on an ad hoc basis, but on a broad basis to the city, but it determined that these exceptions to the parking requirements do not sufficiently trigger coastal resource impacts. And so that's why I don't believe that our CDP authority overrules our ADU ordinance as it relates to parking that affects coastal resources.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the other question is, I don't think it's a condition of the project, but there are essentially 2 spaces in the front where you could get 2 cars in the front off the street, I think. Can we require that they maintain those? But I know it's already there, but I don't think it's a condition of approval that they retain them. I mean, could turn them into a front lawn or a garden or something.
Sorry, I'm going to look to staff just to make sure I understand that those existing spots tied to the existing duplex.
I'll ask Daniel to confirm this, but I don't believe that surface parking pad is providing required parking that the city recognizes, but it is existing. And it is cited in the staff report as an existing surface parking area that is suitable to park vehicles completely off the street. It is within that front yard setback area. And so that is being maintained clear of any obstructions in this plan. And I don't believe that there is a curb between this pad and the street. And so vehicles could ingress and egress into that potential parking area.
Well, there was
Public
one
testimony.
park there today. I guess my question is, can we require that I think it's their intention, but can we require that as a condition of this approval, that those parking pads remain?
I'd be interested to hear from the applicant on whether he
Public
consents to
testimony
that.
is still open, so we can ask the architect.
Don't mind. I just want to clear it up. It was a great discussion in design review. It was our intention to keep those. They are used now for parking. I didn't get into that, but it's meant to be remained, and it's on the plans, and it's not changing. So
I think what Bob is saying, can we condition this approval?
we don't plan to change it. It's what was approved, so it's part of the approval. You can do that if you wish, but
I don't know,
I can make a point here. I went through the files of most of the properties on this street. Almost every property, and I probably looked at 3/4, have legal existing non-conforming parking. I want you folks to feel comfortable that this is not different than any of your properties, except that it also has extra parking in the front yard, which a lot of properties don't. So we plan to keep that. Probably 2 cars will work for the duplex in the back and 2 cars for the ADUs in the front. That's why I said we have no more street parking being added.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't think I got an answer to my question, but
Well, I guess it's a little unclear to me, but from what I understood from staff, it exists on the plans. Is that what we're saying? So, but I would say if the applicant is amenable to that condition, because they're just saying they don't, that would be okay, as long as they're agreeable to that condition, then I think it's okay to include that condition here.
Can you approach the dais, Lance? Can you approach the podium?
Yeah, I apologize if I wasn't making it perfectly clear.
No, that's fine. Are you amenable to
Yes,
that
we are
condition?
amenable.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I will close public testimony and bring it back to council for deliberations.
well, it doesn't, based on the city attorney's response, it sounds like we don't have any ability to require, more parking for this. The applicant's willing to consent to a condition that the 2 in the front be maintained. The city attorney is also saying we don't have an obligation to do a site-specific analysis. In fact, our ordinance doesn't permit that in this situation because it's of its proximity to the public transit. So, I don't see any basis for us to overturn the decision.
I agree based on the facts in the record related to the coastal development permit, CEQA, and then just the Housing Accountability Act, along with the ADU laws. It seems like really there's not a choice in front of us that would allow us to, in a legally defensible way, deny the project. So I would support rejecting the appeal.
Can you make a motion? Did you have a comment, Sue?
You want to make a motion?
Please.
I'd move that we, the staff recommendation in the resolution attached, that we deny the appeal. And I would add, as a condition of approval to the resolution, Bob's recommendation that the 2 on-site parking spaces shown on the plans are required to remain as parking.
I'll
That-
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Thank you. So we'll move on to appeal B. You can take the.
Three of us are going to get 5 minutes. Okay. Make sure that that way our presentation is set up.
We're ready when you are, Heather and Anthony.
Good evening, Mayor Orgill and council members. I'm Heather Stevens, Senior Planner. I'll be presenting Appeal B, which is appeal of the Design Review Board approval of Design Review Coastal Development Permit and Variance Application located at 31731 Sea Cove Drive. For the presentation, I'll begin with the background of the project, then provide an overview of the appellant's contentions, followed by CEQA determination. I can, if you wish, go over the standards of review, the definition of abuse of discretion, and the city council options, and then we'll conclude with the staff recommendation. The site is a 5,912 square foot parcel consisting of 2 lots with a 10-foot private road easement across the southern frontage in the R1 zone. The site is developed with a 1,332.5 square foot, 1-story single-family dwelling, and this is on the eastern lot. And then there are decks, a pool cabana, and in-ground swimming pool at the lower elevation on the western lot. The applicant proposes additions and a remodel of the existing residence for a total of 640.8 square feet, an increase of 48% of the living area. A new 469.5 square foot 2-car garage, 527.8 square foot elevated deck, grading, landscaping, new pool, and a 928.4 square foot attached accessory dwelling unit. Design review is required for the additions that exceed the height of 15 feet above the adjacent ground, decks more than 3 feet above adjacent grade, grading exceeding 20 cubic yards outside the building footprint, landscaping associated with the building additions, the swimming pool, and its associated equipment. No design review is required for the ADU. Variance is required for additions within the proposed 20-foot front yard setback, the 10-foot rear yard setback, encroachments within the required additional building setback, and for a swimming pool in the front yard setback. A coastal development permit is required for all of the above described improvements and including the proposed ADU. The project was considered over 3 design review board hearings. Between the first and second hearing, the project was revised to reduce the deck by 135.2 square feet. It was starting out at 788 square feet and went to 597.8. This was accomplished by relocating the railing 4 feet 6 inches to the east and a portion of the northern railing to the south. A 15-foot-long Podosporum hedge was also added to the landscape plan along the north property line to be maintained at 16 feet from grade for privacy. Between the second and third hearing, the applicant further revised the project by reducing the elevated deck an additional 70 square feet to 527.8 and removing a fire pit. The deck railing was pulled back to be even with the edge of the pool. In addition, glass along the rear yard at the stairs was frosted up to 24 inches from the corner. This slide shows the proposed south elevation, and the cross-hatching indicates the deck area that was reduced compared to the original proposal. At the third hearing, the proposed screening trees along the north property line were replaced with Carolina cherry, shown in yellow, and the existing podocarpus hedge along the north property line was specified to be preserved or replaced, shown in green. Both hedges are conditioned to be maintained at a height of 9 feet above the elevated deck surface, and an existing tree on the north property line to the east of the proposed additions was proposed to be maintained. In addition, the proposed podocarpus hedge in the front of the pool from the midpoint of the pool eastward was noted to be maintained at 5 feet 5 feet above the deck surface, and the hedge from the midpoint of the pool westward was noted to be maintained at the pool height. These are shown in yellow. The board considered the second revised project and received public testimony expressing continued concerns related to the proposed design and the size of the elevated deck, and concerns regarding the pool and potential impacts to privacy from the deck. The board voted 3-2 with Chair Gibbs and Board Member Coveney in dissent to approve the second revised project, subject to conditions of approval presented in the staff report, and included a finding that the project is exempt from CEQA. 3 separate appeals were filed, 2 on August 4th, 2025 by Stephen and Nona Everhart, which is Appeal 1, and by Jim Burns, Appeal number 2. An additional appeal was filed on August 6th by Michael Gray, which is Appeal 3. Each appeal included various contentions. Many of these are interrelated and were analyzed in detail in the agenda report. Staff will not be addressing every contention in this presentation. However, there were 6 contentions which were raised by all the appellants and 1 contention that was raised by 2 appellants, which staff will address. Contention 1 is that the variance findings cannot be met and there was an egregious abuse of variances. The board made the 4 findings under the various standards: that granting the variance will not be detrimental to public health, safety, and convenience or welfare, will not injure property or improvements in the vicinity, and will not be contrary to the objectives of the zoning ordinance and general plan, as required by the municipal code. In regard to there being no special circumstances justifying the variances, the project site is the same depth as the adjacent properties along Sea Cove Drive. All the properties which take access from Sea Cove Drive and from the north side of Sea Cliff Drive are non-conforming to the R1 setbacks for the front and rear yard setbacks. In addition, variances for encroachments into front and rear setbacks have been granted for existing residences at 31672, 31676, and 31678 Sea Cove Drive. Therefore, the strict application of the zoning standards would deprive the property of privileges enjoyed by others in the same vicinity and under identical zoning classifications. The project site is comprised of 2 legal building sites, and as such, it's a larger lot than the others in the vicinity. This provides justification for a larger home and larger deck to be constructed than on nearby smaller lots. A variance is not required for the westward deck projection, as the deck complies with the required 19-foot side yard setback. The proposed swimming pool will replace an existing larger at-grade pool on the property, which currently encroaches into the front and rear setbacks. Contention 2 is that the deck is too large. As stated, the proposed deck was reduced to 527.8 square feet in size. Decks on property in the vicinity of the project site range from 184 square feet to 742 square feet based on the review of the city's building and planning records. The average deck size is 407.6 square feet in the neighborhood. The neighborhood, again, is a mix of smaller and larger homes. The subject property, again, contains 2 lots and supports a larger footprint than some of the other in the neighborhood. While the neighborhood has a certain character, the board found that the second revised project is compatible with the pattern of development in the area, especially given the small lot sizes, existing substandard lot dimensions, and other nearby properties with similar or larger decks. The deck reductions and screening measures adequately respond to the neighborhood character and mitigate the potential privacy impacts. Contention 3 is that the deck and pool is not neighborhood compatible. Again, the size of the deck was reduced from the original proposal. As stated, the decks on properties in the vicinity have an average size of 407.6 square feet, and this larger lot would allow for larger development. An existing in-ground pool would be demolished and a smaller pool is proposed at the deck level. The board found that the second revised project was consistent with the prevailing pattern of development in the surrounding neighborhood, and the record demonstrates that the board carefully considered neighborhood character and privacy concerns and imposed conditions to address them, balancing competing interests with the applicant and appellants. The appellants did feel that the deck elevations would create noise impacts. However, the board did not find issue regarding future noise. It should be noted that the property will be subject to the city's noise ordinance, which typically relates to sound limits for mechanical equipment and amplified music, etc. The noise element of the general plan has a policy which encourages acoustical mitigation design in new construction. And an example of this would be installing double paned windows or upgraded drywall to dampen noise, which would not be applicable to an outdoor deck. As a fourth contention is that there would be privacy impacts from the deck. As mentioned, to address privacy concerns to the neighbor to the north, the DRB conditioned the landscape plan to maintain the existing tree, to maintain the existing podocarpus hedge, and to add a 15-foot long Carolina cherry hedge along the north property line. Again, frosted glass would be required along the rear elevation at the stair. At the south, again, the podocarpus hedge would be maintained at 5 feet above the deck surface for half of it and for the pool frontage, and would be maintained at the pool height for the western half. Contention 5 is that there are view impacts from the project. As described in the residential design guidelines, the view equity design review criterion is intended to balance the applicant's right to develop their property with the neighbor's right to maintain reasonable views. The design of the proposed structure steps down with the existing topography, and the main house is going to be maintained at a one-story. The board considered the site conditions, adjacent structures, and project revisions, including the deck size reductions, landscape screening, and frosted glass, and the board found that the second revised project satisfies the view equity criterion. Sorry. The board, okay, contention 6 is that the ADU roof decks are prohibited. The board's approval did not include approval of any roof deck. Instead, the second revised project includes an elevated deck associated with the main dwelling. While the applicable ADU design standards prohibit roof decks, the city views roof decks as decks above the uppermost story of a building. In this case, the deck would not be located above the uppermost story, rather it would be at the same level as the primary dwelling. In addition, since the deck can only be accessed from the primary dwelling, it is clearly intended only to be used by the primary dwelling and not as a roof deck for the ADU. The current ADU ordinance defines a roof deck as the deck above the uppermost story of a building with no access from interior living space at the same floor level. Again, this proposed deck is accessed from the interior living space of the main dwelling, therefore it is not considered a roof deck. This is consistent with another reference to roof decks in the zoning code in the Arch Beach Heights specific plan and in a figure included in the design review guidelines for hillside development, which depicts a terraced deck as a deck over the roof over a lower floor. And in addition, this is in keeping with the city's past practice for classifying certain deck improvements as roof decks. Contention 7 is that the project, including the ADU, is not consistent with the LCP. The board considered relevant LCP policies and determined that the second revised project as conditioned was consistent with the certified LCP. The appeal does not identify any specific LCP policy that is violated, nor provide evidence demonstrating noncompliance. The board reviewed the CDP in the context of all required CDP findings, including the finding that the project complies with all applicable LCP policies. Specifically, the board found that the project complied with all applicable general plan policies, design review criteria, and coastal development permit criteria, including that the proposed development is visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area, in that other properties on Sea Cove Drive have similar or the same setbacks. Additionally, view equity and privacy are not analyzed for purposes of the city's coastal development permit requirements. These criteria are analyzed under the design review entitlement. There are no specific coastal resource impacts, including no impacts to public views or coastal scenic resources. If the city council decides to deny the appeals and uphold the decision of the board, the city council should analyze the project's qualification for categorical exemption under section 15301, existing facilities, since the project consists of repair, maintenance, or minor alteration of an existing structure, in that the addition will not result in an increase of more than 10,000 square feet in an area where all public services and facilities are available, and the project is not in an environmentally sensitive area. Alternately, if the city council decides to reverse the decision of the board, the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15270 of the guidelines, because CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency rejects or disapproves. Again, staff can review the standards of review, the abuse of discretion, and the city council's options if you wish. In conclusion, staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the board's approval of the entitlements and finding the project exempt under CEQA section 15301. This concludes our presentation and are available for any questions.
Thank you. Council have any questions of staff?
And there is an ADU here, does the Housing Accountability Act apply to this project?
Councilmember, good question. No, it's the addition of one unit. And so the Housing Accountability Act is not triggered.
Yeah, I was waiting for Alex to get back. Well, while we're waiting, are there any ex parte communications that need to be announced?
I met with the architect and Mr. Quartani, and then I met with Mr. Burns and Mario and Ralph. I'm forgetting all the last names, and Jim Gray.
I met with Mr. Quartani, the applicant's architect. I met with the Michael Gray, Jim Burns, and the Everharts and their representative.
I met with Steve Cortani and the architect.
And I did as well.
Okay, well, we wait for Alex. So there's no questions of staff then. So we'll move on to the appellant's presentation allowing 5 minutes. I'll open public testimony.
And I
allowing
want to
5
clarify, Mayor, that we have 3 appellants, so they'll each get 5 minutes.
Okay. Oh, here, 1 second before we do that. Alex, do you have any ex parte communications?
I spoke to all the same people that Hallie did.
Thank you.
Good evening, and it's almost AM in about an hour. Thank you for your public service for staying up so late. My name is Jim Burns. I live at 31672 Sea Bluff Lane, which is directly north and adjacent to the subject property. The primary reason myself and the other 4 surrounding neighbors oppose this project is the fact that the elevated deck and the elevated pool create very invasive privacy intrusions into our homes. And there's specific features in the deck, the elevated deck, that's built on top of the ADU, yet per staff, it's not part of the ADU, that create that. And it's its size at 528 square feet, which Mr. Parker acknowledged at the July DRB meeting. It will make it the largest deck on Sea Cove Drive, page 573 in your packet. He acknowledged that. The westward expansion of the deck goes out 26.2 feet. No other deck goes near 26.2 feet out westward. And they did it to capture as much of the ocean view as they can. Most of the decks on that street are 10 to 15 feet max. The 15-foot height on the deck makes the intrusions into the homes audible and visual even worse. And also the deck and the pool are built very close to the property lines, 4 feet, 10 inches in the front yard for the pool. And that's well inside the 20-foot required setback. And then towards my house, it's built 4.6 feet from my property line. That's well inside the 10-foot plus required setback. And the result you have is an accumulation of all those features is my bedroom. This picture was taken from my master bedroom, right? This from my bed, a few feet from my bed. This is the deck. This is the northwest corner of the deck. It's like 50 to 70 feet. That's the railing that's 15 feet in the air. That's the deck here. And that black mark there, that's where the cherry tree screen ends. So this whole area provides a direct line of sight into my master bedroom. And as soon as you walk into my master bedroom, you can see those flags. And so and hence, if this is permitted, people will be able to see me walk into my master bedroom, sit on my bed. Similar intrusions exist with respect to my family room and my deck, my deck. And it's the accumulation of these things that create the privacy intrusions that has all of the neighbors opposing it. And you have 3 appeals. It was a split decision, 2-3. And we're asking you to overturn the DRB split decision. I'd also ask you to look at the pics at attachment 1 to my appeal. Variances. This deck and the pool could not be built without the 4 variances. Could not. The deck requires 3 variances, 2 rear setback variances and 1 front yards variance. And the pool requires a variance as well. It couldn't be built. So you have to find that there's a variance for the deck. And in that analysis, per staff, the deck is not part of the ADU. So consequently, the ADU must separately satisfy the variance requirements. And the variance requirements, if you look at pages 27 and 28 of the staff's agenda report, and if you would listen to staff's presentation about the variances, you will notice that staff stated just a few minutes ago that other homes on Seacoast Drive were built within the setbacks. But what she didn't say is other homes on Seacoast Drive have roof decks within the variances, and also pools. You can't find a variance in this case because this is clearly injurious to my property. This is 4.6 feet from my property line. It should be 10 feet south under the variance. And you can't find any, you'd have to conclude to grant a variance that roof decks, decks like this, and pools are a substantial property right and privilege that other homes in the neighborhood have. Not a single home on Seacoast Drive has any roof decks like this, any roof decks at all, or a pool. Thank you.
Thank you. The next appellant presentation, are there any other appellant presentations? So just to be clear, we have a total of 3 appellant presentations?
Yes, my name is Mike Gray, okay? I'm going to ask you to look at the figure 2, I believe it is, in your staff report, which is up on the screen. You can see that this street that we live on is a series of cottages, okay? They're all about the same size. The subject property is 2 of those. It has a cottage like we have, and it has a pool and a very large deck area down there, okay? The other thing I want you to look at is figure number 2, this one, okay? I want you to look at the house, and I want you to look at the deck, which I've shown here in yellow. That deck is huge, okay? Okay. From our position, this is what we believe. They're small houses. He had a similar small house. He wants to build a bigger house. We're not against a bigger house. He wants to put a deck and a pool up high to increase his value, to create what we think is so big when he started at 700 feet, which is the size of a 1-bedroom apartment, that he wants to have it as a party space, okay? And he wants these things to increase his value. He has a pool, okay? Let me try to, then the next thing is the impact it has on us, okay? This is a view from my deck looking across to Mr. Burns' house. This, in other words, this is where the pool's going to be, okay? 20 feet and it's way above the street. This is so they can get an ocean view from the pool, okay? Okay? It's not because they need a deck. They have a 130 square foot deck now, which several of you have visited. We objected to 700 square feet. It's down to 500 square feet. We said we thought it was reasonable to give them more than twice what they already have, 300 square feet, okay? Now, this is the other view. Okay? I'm going to show you 2. This is the view taken from Mr. Burns' house, looking towards my house, okay? This is my living room, my entry door, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, okay? Now, this pool is at this level, okay? Now, pool's up here. It's 4 feet from the property line and the street is 14 feet wide. No one can tell me that that is not going to intrude into my bedrooms, okay? They're going to be sit in the pool and look into my bedrooms, okay? This is an incredible intrusion and take away all of the privacy in my bedrooms, okay? Now, I'd just like to finally say, this really should, I've reached out and they've refused to meet with me, okay? This should have been compromised. They can take the deck back, reconfigure the pool, and have everything they want and get all the value without impacting us. All they do is take it back and reconfigure the pool, okay? They don't want to do that. They want to have a big deck, and they want to be able to see the ocean from the deck, and they want to be able to look into, I'm exaggerating a little bit, to be able to look into my bedroom, okay? That is not equity, okay? I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Finally, it's my understanding that you're supposed to look out for the equity between the parties. I've just told you that he can get what he wants, the value, by taking it back to what we're suggesting, which is a reasonable side deck. He gets what we want, and we get at least some of our privacy. If you approve this the way it is, the way it's proposed, you're giving him everything he wants, and you are taking our privacy. I don't see any equity in that, okay? So anyway, thank you.
Mike, if you were to follow your line of reasoning and you were to reduce the size of the deck, what do you do with the pool?
He just has to reconfigure it. I don't think he's entitled to a 21-foot lap pool. He doesn't have that now. He still has a pool.
Yeah, but there's an ADU underneath. There's a drive into a garage, right? So
if he had to, they could figure it out. They don't want to, okay? They're trying to argue for this large deck. And I don't know how I don't honestly say how someone can look at the picture I just showed you. This one. Here's their pool. But that is not going to impact my privacy, okay? And they can get what they want and we can get what we want. But right now, if you approve it the way it is, this is a zero-sum game where they're getting everything they want and we're totally losing. Okay? Any other questions? I'd be happy to answer any questions. And if I didn't make anything clear, I'm getting a little foggy, okay? Okay. I may be the oldest person in the room. So.
Any other questions? None? Okay.
And again, we aren't against their development. We aren't against the deck. We think they should have a reasonable size deck. We aren't against the pool if you'll just make it a reasonable size and not destroy our privacy.
Thank you. Next presentation.
Oh, just by the way, that chart with the decks is not accurate. It shows I have a 300 square foot deck, and people have walked around it. All I have is a walkway around the house. I don't have a deck. The difference between my front window and the property line is 4 feet, okay? So that don't rely on that, saying that there are other decks. There are no decks on that street as these.
Good morning, Council, Mr. Mayor, and staff. Thanks for hearing us out. I'm Mario Vaughn on behalf of Steve and Nona Everhart. They're dear friends of mine, and I'm here on their behalf. Thank you for the staff that came to visit, the council members that got to visit today. My owner's contention is their privacy issue. Size of the deck that jettisons out, they've got the ability to turn around and look directly into our living room. And it's an invasion, to say the least. Furthermore, we're concerned about the pool in proximity to our home and the noise that could probably come from that with people in the pool and people on the deck, perhaps late at night, because everyone's so close together down there. It's a special street, like Mr. Gray said, it's only about 14 feet wide. I think some of you guys have been down there today. It's crazy to park down there. So I don't know how We're going to all get along down there. I'm pro builder. We've built some homes in the neighborhood and we want their development to go through. My client's just asking if they could please pull the deck back just a little bit further. To answer your question, Mr. Whalen, they can reshape the pool, pull the deck back a little bit and still have a parapet up here with some gravel on a roof would be low, you know, and it would be acceptable. We would be willing to work with them in order to come to the right square footage of that, and that's what we'd like to do. But we still feel that the deck needs to be pulled back just a little bit further. So with that, I'll yield back the time so we can all get together back to bed before midnight, and we want them to build down there, you know, but it's just deck's a little bit high, you know, like Mr. Gray said, and we're just worried about the noise and all of that. So I think I've covered it all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Persons in support of the appeal? Any speakers? 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm David Rowan, live at 31673 Sea Cove Drive. It is the property abutting to the east, so I look over the top of the subject property to the ocean. I have concerns for the large deck and the elevated pool being, the privacy being mitigated by adding more plants. Currently, you were at the property today, on the north side of the property, you can see that there are plants that are 10 feet above the roof line growing over the top of the roof. That's directly where I look out to the ocean. So to try and accommodate the elevated pool, elevated deck with more plants, shrubs, I think it just leads to more overgrowth, which they're overgrown now and have not been maintained. So I support the appeal. I want them to be able to improve their property. They deserve to do so, but it seems like it's at the cost of the neighbors. And I'm one of 5 neighbors that are all adjacent to this property that oppose the project as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? None? We'll go to the applicant presentation.
Can I have the slide up, please? Before we start the clock ring. Okay, very good. Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm David Parker, the architect for this project. Thank you for taking the time to consider our case, and thanks to staff for a very well prepared report. First of all, we've agreed to some modifications just today, which we hope will protect the privacy of the neighbors and address the concerns that they've just expressed tonight. The first modification is to clip the northeast corner of our deck back at a 45-degree angle, 4 feet 2 inches, which we expect will pull it out of that view corridor that Mr. Byrne has. And the second modification we'd like to make is to extend the podocarpus hedge to a level of 5 feet above the pool level, which is the same as the deck level, extend that for the entire length of the pool, which will visually screen the entire pool from the neighbors across the street. And those modifications are reflected in the slideshow, but I wanted to make a statement about those here. So if you'll look at the slide here, you'll notice that our property is twice as large as the other properties, and you'll also notice that the pattern of development is reduced front and rear setbacks everywhere because these lots are extremely shallow and extremely small. These smaller lots really cannot support a deck of reasonable or similar size as ours. So we contend that it isn't fair to compare our deck size to the size of other decks on such smaller substandard properties. Our deck is proportional and reasonable in size, considering the size of our property. Next slide, please. This exhibit shows that the deck is truly a walkout from the main living room and is not accessible at all by the ADU. It's only accessible from the interior of the living room extension per city code as staff has indicated. Also, the blue windows which face Mr. Burns will be frosted. Next slide, please. This slide shows the privacy screen proposed in front of the pool with a tall podocarpus.
Excuse me,
hedge.
David.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Can you go back to the previous slide? This upper level addition. So when I was up there, I was looking at that hedge on the north side. Isn't their house really dark inside? Yeah, and so my question is, this blue is the upper level addition, right?
The blue is the windows that we're proposing to be frosted. The upper level addition is to the right of that. It's a hatched area, and there's the extent is indicated by a red arrow spanning from corner to where the addition starts.
Mm-hmm.
And the side of the house with the frosted glass is shaded by those trees, and but there will be light coming in from the addition that faces the ocean.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. The shaded green, go back to the shaded green is the podocarpus hedge, and you can see that it's going to grow 5 feet above the pool level and the deck level. We want to extend it completely from front to rear of the pool, so it'll create a visual screen to the neighbors across the street. Next slide, please. This shows the extent of the proposed landscaping and plan. It shows the Carolina cherry trees we're proposing along the north property, and it shows the podocarpus trees that I just mentioned across the south part of the property. And if you'll notice along the north side, there's some existing podocarpus trees, some of which may have to be removed. Any tree that's removed, we'll be replacing. And we worked with the board to select specifically the Carolina cherry trees because they're very dense and they'll easily grow to the height that we need. They'll be maintained 9 feet above the deck surface. Next slide, please. This is a view we took from Mr. Burns' lower level, which looks very much like the view that he presented to the board tonight. That yellow area is the portion of the deck as approved by the board that you can see. By clipping it back 4 feet 2 inches to match the other side, it really looks like it's going to be outside of his view and should mitigate the privacy concern. Next slide, please. This is a similar view from the master bedroom, and you can see that 4-foot projection. We're proposing to clip that back, as I said before. The light green is the Carolina cherry line, which basically follows the ficus tree line. So we'll maintain that density, we'll maintain that privacy screen. Also, to speak to the neighbor behind us, some of the trees like the podocarpus on the south, the large one's going to go away. And the trees along this side are going to get a little smaller. So I don't think we're going to be adding any impact. In fact, the Carolina cherry trees and the new podocarpus trees are required to be maintained to a certain level and not above. So I don't see that we're going to be impacting any view with landscaping. Next and final slide, please. This is taken from Mr. Burns' lower deck. It just is a panorama that shows the extent of the ocean view, and it shows the scale of the project that can be seen from his deck in comparison to the totality of his view, just to create a perspective. And a couple things I'd like to add that I don't have a slide for, but we did discuss it when we met. There's an existing substandard 1-car garage that we're replacing with a 2-car garage off the street below the ADU with a turnaround driveway that allows an additional 2-car parking in the driveway. And that should mitigate any concerns about parking problems that might be created by this project. I'd just like to state that it's been mentioned tonight and also during the board meetings that we should encourage to achieve equity with privacy and views and so forth. But equity does not mean zero impact. It means that there's a balance between the applicant's right to reasonably develop their property and the right of neighbors to reasonably maintain their views and privacy. We believe that with these additional modifications, that our proposed project has achieved such an equity and is neighborhood compatible. If I have any more time, do I have a few more seconds? I can.
Yes.
Okay. I just took notes from the appellant's presentation. I wanted to touch on a couple of those points. Regarding the variance, nothing could be built without a variance because if we use the required setbacks, it'd only be a 10-foot wide space to build something. It would render the rest of the site unbuildable. The board very easily found justification for the variance. It really didn't become an issue. Regarding the size of the decks, the staff report does list a deck at 3178 Sea Cove at 742 square feet. The porticarpus hedge 5 feet above the pool will protect privacy across the street, as I said before. Our proposed pool is only 37% of the size of our existing pool, and earlier today we gave you a diagram comparing the size of the two pools. So we greatly reduced the size of the pool. The proposed deck is smaller than the current raised decks that we have, including the main deck off the house and the raised wood deck below. They exceed the size of our proposed deck right now. Our main deck that exists is 470 square feet. And with this reduction, our proposed deck is 519 square feet, which is not substantially larger than the existing deck. Also, technically, the street Sea Cove Drive is 20 feet wide, although in some places the paving may be less, but legally it's 20 feet wide from each easement on either side. We've already pulled our deck from the original submission by 214 feet. The original submission had a 733 square foot deck. And as I mentioned before, the existing trees, some of the existing trees will be removed. Some will be maintained at a particular height. And we're also willing, if needed, to codify some of these height restrictions to not allow trees to grow beyond them. And I thank you for your time. And I turn the mic over to the next person that would like to speak.
Thank you. Any speakers in opposition to the appeal?
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'll try to be brief. My name is Mitch Friedman, along with Joseph Prainer. We're the co-owners of the property. We've owned it for about 10 years, and this has been quite an interesting education in the process of learning to build in Laguna Beach. We've been through 3 design review board hearings, as you know. Each time we've made concessions from the original project that was presented, and each time we felt like we were close to getting there, and at the final 3rd meeting, we did get the approval. We made all of our changes to try to address the concerns of our neighbors. And I think I'll talk for a moment of some of the things that were mentioned tonight. With regard to comparisons to the neighboring houses, there are only 6 houses on Sea Cove Drive, so it's not a large number of houses to compare to. We're the only property with a double lot and a pool, so it really is hard to compare apples to apples. With regard to the hedges that we've added tonight, that should address the final concerns that were expressed regarding that corner view for Mr. Burns and the view concerns for Mr. Gray. They'll provide a visual screen completely. With regard to noise, it is a tight area. The houses are close together. We hear conversations from our neighbors to the north and across the street on Sea Cove to the south. And I don't think the size of the deck determines how much noise you're going to hear. We probably 2 toddlers playing on a small deck would make more noise than 4 adults having dinner and having quiet conversation. So it's hard to correlate that. Finally, with regard to the plants, we've kind of been caught for years because the plants are over height, but we were in a situation where we have one neighbor in particular that wants the plants to be maintained high for his privacy concerns. And then we have another neighbor who wants them cut down because he's concerned about his ocean view. So we've kind of been caught in limbo throughout this whole process. So I hope that with the changes we've provided today, you will see fit to deny the appeal. We understand our neighbors' concerns, but we feel that we've made a substantial number of concessions, and we look forward to moving forward and building this property. Joseph has a 96-year-old mother. I have an 88-year-old and 89-year-old set of parents, And we really hope to get them down to see this project and to be able to get out of the desert heat where they live, to enjoy the beach in the summers. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition to the appeal? None. We'll move on to the appellant rebuttal. 2 minutes.
Thank you. A couple of quick marks. First, thank you for the concession on, I think, perhaps Mr. Parker misspoke when he's talked about the taking an angle off the northeast side of the deck. I think he meant northwest side, if I'm mistaken, unless I'm mistaken too. And I didn't understand the entirety of what he was doing with the plants, the privacy hedge on that side. Again, we're appreciative, maybe continuance with a discussion of how and looking at what those plans look like would be appropriate. I'm just putting it out there so the plans can be revised and the neighbors can all see it. A couple of things. We appreciate removing the existing decks, but if you look at the plans, particularly plans at A2, most of the existing decks that he's removing, that he's counting on saying, we're doing you a favor and we're taking all these existing decks out, they're at grade or just above grade level. Take a look at the plans at A2, you'll see most of the existing deck is 12 to 15 feet below the 15-foot deck that they're planning. They're at an elevation of 103 and 106. The existing elevated deck is only somewhere between 142 and 336 feet, depending on which figure from the plans you look. The variance, the statement that nothing can be built on the street unless there's a variance, that echoes what staff says. They're missing the point. There's no elevated deck on that street. There's that big. There's no roof deck on that that's big. And there's no elevated pool. That's the point. It's not any building on the street. It's those two components. And they both need combined 4 variances. Thank you.
2-minute rebuttal.
3 minutes, right?
2.
2? Okay. I'll make this very fast. First of all, I think all of the neighbors are here. All the adjacent neighbors are here opposing the project. Do you see anyone else supporting the project? Okay, no, okay? There's no support. 528 square feet is 4 times his existing deck, okay? It's a very large deck, okay? The street, I measured it from my wall to his wall is 17 feet. If you take out the fire hydrant, usable is 14 feet. It's not the depth, okay? For them, these plants are new, okay? Remember, there's only 4 feet between the property line and where he's gonna have his pool, okay? These trees are gonna have to be 20 feet tall before they'll cover up the view, okay? I'm just gonna make one last statement, okay? Question for you is, what is reasonable and not what someone desires or what is profitable to them? What is reasonable and equitable, okay? He's going to get what he's going to get exactly, even if he makes it smaller, he's going to get what he really wants, okay? Because we aren't fighting him so much on having the deck and stuff, but the question is, how much are we going to lose? Thank you.
Next rebuttal, 2 minutes.
Just in closing, if we could just pull the deck back just a little bit more. I know they pulled it back a little bit, clipped the sides to get the square footage down. Just look, we brought it down a little bit or brought the square footage down. But if we could just pull it back just a little bit, I think the edge of the deck isn't going to be looking down into Mr. Gray's bedrooms and his front yard, just kind of leering down. It's really, really high. And you're looking up at it like this, and then back for Everhart, you turn around from the pool, you can sit in the pool. I know that they're planning on doing it above the rail line here, a foot or so. We saw it on the diagram, but we can still see through the windows.
Yeah, speaking of the mic.
Forgive.
What's your definition of a little bit?
I think all in, if we could get something in like the 400 square foot, it's more than enough. When we got together, it was like half, and that was like 350 feet. We could get it about 400 feet. I think everyone would be happy. We're giving, they've given quite a bit. We want them to move forward with the build, but it's just, if you're down there, you're looking at, from Mr. Gray's, you're looking up at the deck, and back at Everhart, it's the same thing. It's just this towering pool up there and this deck, so thank you for your considerations, and I'll yield back my.
Thank
30
you.
minutes.
Does staff have any response?
Thank you, Mayor. The board, as you know, there was a split 3-2 vote. The board majority did find that there was sufficient justification to grant the requested variances for the proposed project. As was pointed out in the agenda report this evening, there is a history of variances being granted for various projects along the Sea Cove Drive, suggesting that there is a certain amount of difficulty in developing these properties under the development standards for the applicable zoning district. These are quite shallow lots, which make it difficult to limit the improvements to within the buildable area of these lots. This applicant's property happens to be comprised of 2 underlying legal lots. So wanted to mention that as part of this project, the applicant would be required to merge the 2 lots into one legal building site due to development that is spanning that shared lot line. I believe there have been variances granted for both single-family construction and also one example that staff did find with respect to an elevated spot that did encroach into a setback area as well.
Thank you. Before I close public testimony, does council have any questions of staff or the appellant or the applicant? Any questions?
I have a question for David or Steve. I just can't remember, we're swimming in paper up here tonight. What was the progression of the reduction of the deck? What did it start out to be versus what it is now?
It started out at 733 square feet. It was about 8.5 feet beyond where the level is now. And there were 2 successive reductions, not counting our agreement tonight to clip that one corner.
And what does that make it if you clip the corner?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
What does that make it if you clip the corner? What's the square foot if you?
519 feet now.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Gray said, the vegetation on the south side was new, but I think, can staff show what was approved at the DRB for the landscaping between the street and the pool? So
So the, on the south side and at the,
right.
below the pool, if you're looking at it on the screen, from the midpoint of the pool, westward to the left, the hedge was going to be, let me get it correct, which way around, was going to be 5 feet. Yeah, let me make sure I have it the right way around.
The western half was going to be lower.
Yeah, the western half was going to be maintained at the pool height, and the eastern half was going to be 5 feet above the deck surface.
Okay, and I think the applicant's now proposing to keep, or suggesting they'd be willing to keep the whole thing at 5 feet above. The other question while we have this up is, so on the north side, I guess with the new Carolina Cherry, that was conditioned to be maintained at what height by the?
That both the Carolina cherry and the existing podocarpus are conditioned to be maintained at 9 feet above the elevation of the deck finished surface.
Okay. And how, thank you. And how about that last tree that's back? Is that unaltered?
There was no height limitation provided or conditioned by the DRB.
Okay, thank you. So I think one of the contentions on the variance is, the findings begin on page 28. One of the contentions that I think Mr. Burns has got is that there is no variance for a pool and there is no variance for an elevated deck. So I guess the question for the city attorney is, there are plenty of variances around the whole neighborhood, right? But do you need to have, in order to establish that the variance is necessary for the applicant to enjoy a property right that others have enjoyed, do you need to find that it's the same type of improvement that the variance has been granted for, or?
Councilmember Whalen, that's a good question. And you and I had a conversation about it. So I've been literally thinking about it now for the last couple hours. But I don't actually think that it is about the specific improvement. I actually think it's about the undue hardship of the physical improvements can't be installed due to the zoning regulations, and that because of the uniqueness of the parcel, those zoning regulations constrain the parcel. So it's really about, at the end of the day, is your parcel, it's about not so much about the what, but the why, as to why is that necessary to even the playing field with the other properties in the zone in order to achieve that. So I don't necessarily think it's the specific improvement. I don't think you need to prove that other properties have that exact improvement in order to grant the variance. I think it's very much about the ability to make the findings for the variance.
Other questions? We'll close public testimony and bring it back for deliberations. Bear with us, we're trying to. No, sorry.
Well, could I request the
Sure.
hearing
I'll-
be reopened? So Mr.
I'll
Brady can
reopen
ask the
public
question?
hearing.
Come up to the
Come up
to the mic. You have to come up to the mic. Thank you.
Just a quick question. I don't hear that well. I understood you to say that the landscaping, which will be way below starting, because the pool is up, let's say 10 feet, will be 5 feet above the deck and the pool. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
right?
so that means that people will still be able to see over it, okay? But it is some shielding. But remember how big those trees are going to have to be, 5 feet plus a neat 15 or 20 feet to get down to where the street is. Okay, I didn't understand. I just want to make sure I understood.
Okay, I'll close public testimony again. Oh. Open public testimony again.
Sorry,
Excuse
just to reply, the side of the property is sloped at the ground level, so it's not going the full height of the deck height plus the 5 feet. Additionally, I believe the DRB required us to put mature trees in, so they will be substantial height when they go in. Also, if I could correct one misquote from earlier, the current deck is not 160 square feet, it's about 360 square feet. I think you were all there at the property today, so you saw that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll turn to my Mayor Pro Tem for comments.
I'll kick us off. Obviously, I think this is a difficult situation. And personally, having seen the property, I really believe that there's a solution that not only honors the applicant's right to build, but also to build what you want, and also respects some of the privacy issues that we've heard. I appreciate your willingness to clip that corner off the northwest corner of the deck. I'm hopeful that that would completely resolve Mr. Burns' privacy concerns entirely. And the additional vegetation, I think, will make a difference. I'm not sure that it's going to completely solve Mr. Gray and Mr. Everhart's and Mrs. Everhart's concerns, but I appreciate the willingness.
Other comments?
I agree with Hallie.
Thanks, Sue.
I thought that was well put.
Yeah, having been to Mr. Burns's property today and talking with the applicant about this potential solution, I do think it resolves his concern about the view corridor that he had and the privacy issue from that corner. So I think that's good. And, I think if it is the mature trees that have to go in and it is maintained at least 5 feet above the deck level, I do think that will prevent people from looking into Mr. Gray's bedroom across the street, which, is right there. I mean, it's right front and center there. So it would seem to resolve that privacy issue as well. And, from the noise perspective, there's already an existing pool. So, I don't really think, elevating the pool, arguably, maybe at the margin, noise reflects a little differently, but there already is a pool there. So I don't see that as a substantial difference. I think with those modifications, I'd be okay with the project.
Well, if the other council are supportive of that, I was going to go a step further and ask if the deck could be pulled back 3 feet, but if there's support for what has already been mentioned, started by Hallie, then.
I would be very interested in seeing if the applicant would be willing to make that additional concession.
Pull the deck back 3 feet? Do you want me to open public testimony and?
3 feet, really? We'll do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Close public testimony. And
Diagonal clip as well. Yes, hopefully.
open public testimony.
And
I think we're getting into a position.
No, let's just this one last thing, the clip.
I don't,
And
pulling the deck back 3 feet, I think precludes the need to have that cutoff corner, to be honest. I don't think it's necessary any longer. If the council desires us to do so, we'll do so. But we're starting to get into a lot of minutia here.
So what were the dimensions of that corner that we were going to cut?
I think it was did you say a 4-foot corner?
4-foot cut.
So it pretty much solves it. It's a 3 foot, which bringing it back 3 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine, but these guys have made a lot of concessions. So if you want to do 3 feet, I'll vote for that. But
I was just saying that was my thought. Nobody has to agree with me.
no, I'm not going after you about it. I'm just saying, I think they've made a lot of concessions. And I don't think they should have to make any more.
It seems like the screening.
I think,
and
yeah.
The corner cut that Mayor Pro Tem proposed, I think to me that mitigates really the issues at play. I don't know that the 3 feet would have that much of an impact. So I'm supportive of your recommendation if you want to make a motion.
As I said, I'd be fine with it, but I think Mario had requested a reduction in the deck, so we haven't really addressed the Everharts. So maybe that's the way to give everybody a little bit of what they want. Move the deck back, increase the height on the vegetation, and I would just. We're talking about a foot. I don't think that's going to impact Mr. Burns' on his side. So I'd be fine if you want to do that. I mean, I'll go either way. Either pull the deck back 3 feet or cut the corner and increase the landscaping height.
If you're asking if the public hearing's still open, we would prefer to keep the length of the deck. It has been pulled back 8 feet already, as Sue noted, and we'll do the 4-foot cutback. And if the majority of the council will allow that, that's how we would prefer to pursue with respect to the mayor.
What do you think, Kelly? What do you want to do?
We're trying to avoid remanding this and having another hearing and we're trying to resolve everything tonight. So thanks for your patience while we kind of go back and forth on this. I'm not sure we have 3 votes.
So what is your position?
What do you want to?
Why don't you make, Hallie, why don't your Mayor Pro Tem, why don't you make a motion? Let's just see where it goes.
Because I'm very deeply analyzing both sides of this argument. I don't want to be the one to make the motion.
Look, if you want to take 3 feet, if that can satisfy everyone, we can move on, that's fine. But I think that's enough concessions. And I actually, I don't understand. I personally don't like it when people have to frost their windows. I don't know if we need frosting for people's privacy or not, but just all it does is it's a drag to frost your windows. I don't know if you need it do you guys need it for privacy? Is it needed for privacy? Because when I see the picture, I didn't go to Mr. Burns' house, but when I see the pictures, I don't see any evidence that you can see the windows.
That was overkill, in my opinion, by the board.
I'm not trying to start another controversy here. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, though, that there's a lot of concessions here, and
I agree with Sue's comment about the frosting. I don't like frosting either. What?
I said, someone cut my mic. Nothing. So I really appreciate the concessions you guys are making. And I agree with Sue. I think you guys have made a lot of concessions. And if we can get to a vote tonight that says pull the deck back by an additional 3 feet, the additional screening by the pool, everybody goes away happy, then, or, marginally unhappy, which is kind of what we go for in these city council meetings. I think that we could move that and get that done now.
Okay.
what about the windows? I don't want, do you guys want unfrosted, you guys want frosted windows?
We'd prefer
No.
not to have that,
Yeah.
the frosted window, Sue. It doesn't make sense, but the board requested it, and you can see how easy we are up here as part of the applicant team.
Okay. And undo the frosted windows?
Madam City Attorney, what is your opinion on requesting unfrosted windows at this stage of the game?
I think,
I think we would accept 3 feet.
Build a house. Let's do it.
Let's keep this under control here.
Thank you. Back to the windows.
so I was just confirming, maybe Anthony or Heather, you could confirm is the frosting a condition from DRB? Or was that a subsequent applicant offer?
It was direction given at one of the DRB hearings. So it is shown on the approved DRB plan set that specifies the windows to be frosted up to, I believe, 24 inches, within 24 inches of the corner of that mitered corner of the glass. So it's just a portion of the windows that are to be frosted. But again, it's just shown on the elevation drawing on the approved DRB set, but it was not a condition of approval per se.
Okay. I think it's a little bit in the eye of the beholder. So I actually think you could probably unfrost the windows as a condition before you tonight, if you'd like to do that.
And make the motion.
So then I guess the motion is to deny the appeal, adding that the deck will be pulled back by an additional 3 feet, and the condition of approval containing frosted windows will be removed. And that can be at your discretion whether you'd like to frost those windows or not.
And the landscaping on the pool side. will
And the
be
landscaping on the pool
increased.
side will be increased to a solid 5 feet above the
Deck.
floor.
Good. I'll second that motion.
Aye.
Sorry.
Oh.
I was just, on the screen is what we're saying. Sorry, just want to make sure we're all on the same page before we cast the final vote.
I think that looks like my understanding of what the Mayor Pro Tem said. So I'll second the motion.
I would like to specify above the deck floor. I don't want anyone to misinterpret that as the deck railing.
Yeah, it's required to be maintained at that height.
Do we need to change the language regarding the windows to just be removing the condition? We're not mandating that they cannot have frosted windows.
Yeah, I think so. On the plans, that the plans showing the frosted windows can be changed to unfrost the windows. We'll say it nicer than that in the resolution.
Okay, good.
I move that recommended action as it appears on the screen.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passed. Thank you.
Thanks for everyone.
Thanks for sticking it out with us, you guys.
Yes. We do.
Where are you going?
We done?
We have council member items. I have a quick 20-minute.
I have no items.
Any items? It's good to see you smiling, Matt. Bob,
No items for, no.
meeting adjourned. I think they will.
Yes.